Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was raised by death after Voldemort's fall. Here is short summary. When death fails to claim Harry and Voldemort at Godric's Hollow, the cosmic mistake leaves him bound to a very alive baby boy. Now stuck raising the one who cheated fate, death must guide Harry through a world that never prepared for the power he's destined to wield. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. 1981. The human world. No, I don't want to die. He tried to run. The light was growing fast, but he was sure he could still make it. But then there was a pair of bony fingers grabbing him, pulling him back. A hand was holding him at his collar and his feet were dangling helplessly in the air. He turned around and looked directly into two empty eye sockets laying deep in a white skull. The face of the carcass was partly hidden by a dark hood. Still, the view shocked him so much he was unable to move for a moment. Crudely, the hand dropped him to the ground. Completely off his mind, he tried crawling away from the gruesome creature, but the being raised a long wooden pole and gave him a hard blow. Still, he had probably been lucky because the other end of the pole wore a sharp-looking blade. The blow pushed him forward and directly into the light. Then he knew no more. The death sighed. It had been a long day. He had accompanied the souls of 8 vampires, 3 in Fury, a sphinx and an old goblin into the next life. Well, to be precise, he had looked at them grimly and threatened to do all kinds of horrible things to them if they didn't move through the damn tunnel into the stupid light. For most of the dead ones that was enough. The death didn't know who started the rumor about the skeleton with the scythe. But since he had altered his appearance to be that way, people recognized him immediately and were struggling far less against him. It was making his job much easier. Plus, he liked the scythe. There were around 200,000 dead persons among the higher species. Thank hell death didn't have to worry about every single one of them. Most souls were drawn to the light automatically, whenever they wanted to or not. But there were some that had the annoying tendency to avoid the natural way of things. Vampires, for example. Death hated vampires. Technically they were all long overdue, but their souls still lingered on Earth. Every time one of them kicked the bucket for good, death had to be there to mark off the name. It was similar with some of the more powerful magical races. Yes, there was indeed a death list. On it there were all those entities that tried to somehow delay their natural death. If one of these names remained on the list for more than 5 times the normal lifespan, death had to take matters into his own hands. In most cases it was still enough to send his henchmen. But those had grown more and more ineffective over the last couple of decades. Sometimes he really asked himself what they did the entire day. Sitting together playing cards. Somehow he couldn't picture that. Still, it had been an eternity since he last saw one of them. But death could worry about that later. He had one last job today. It was a human. That alone was strange enough. Normally humans didn't make any problems. This one wasn't exactly old either. He was only close to 70. No, this guy was on death's list because he had dabbed too deep into the black arts. A pseudo-immortal. The one thing worse than vampires. Death scoffed. Something like immortality did not exist. He would get them all at last. It was late at night when death entered the house. Neither doors nor walls nor magical shields could stop him. He was just passing though material. The living couldn't see him anyway. Disinterested, death watched 2 humans arguing in the living room. Shortly after, one of them dropped dead. For a few seconds his soul lingered behind, trying in vain to continue cursing the other who had already turned around. Death ignored him. He was not the reason he was here tonight. What the stop right there. You won't get my family, the man screamed, seemingly frustrated that his murderer didn't pay him any mind. Slowly death turned towards him. As he saw the bony face, the man flinched back. Why, you are. Death didn't answer. He already saw how the light formed behind the man and began to devour him. No, the man whispered desperately when he saw death climbing the stairs. Not Lily, not Harry. But the light had already embraced him. Completely unaffected, death entered the 2nd floor and was just in time to see the green light that cut the soul of the red-headed woman from her body. Death didn't pay her any mind either and stepped closer. His attention was focused on the man in the dark robe and the infant in the cradle in front of him. One of them would die tonight, that was what the prophecy said. Aside from pseudo-immortals, that was the second kind of humans that demanded death's presence, people whose deaths were somehow determined by a prophecy. Every now and then, destiny tried to spoil his efforts with these people. This stupid bitch had succeeded in snatching away a soul or two before, and so he had begun to supervise such deaths himself. The man in the robe laughed and pointed his wand at the infant. Death took another step forward and raised his scythe. "No!" the redhead screamed desperately. "Not Harry. I'll do everything, but don't take Harry." Death had seen many people die through the killing curse. He had seen many mothers sacrifice themselves for their children too. And sometimes when they were forced to watch those precious people die anyway as helpless souls, they would do something stupid. For example, they threw themselves into the line of the curse a second time, or they tried to attack the murderer like the man downstairs had. Of course that was utterly pointless. Souls were incredibly weak, weaker even than ghosts. They weren't able to make physical contact, let alone touch somebody. They couldn't cast magic anymore and couldn't communicate. Not with the living, at least. They could make contact with other dead people just fine. So now Death was standing there, his scythe raised and ready to push the soul of the next victim into the light before it could find a way to avoid that. And what did that damn witch do? Instead of throwing herself in front of the baby or attacking the murderer as any half-decent dead one would, she had the nerve to jam her fist into his spine. She attacked him, the goddamn personified Death himself. And Death, currently consisting of nothing but light bones, promptly stumbled forward directly into the line of the killing curse. Now the interested reader might require a short explanation about how exactly the killing curse worked. It forcefully ripped the soul of the victim from its body. It was not unlike what Death's henchmen did. However, the method of the humans was far more primitive and coupled with a magical shock that caused cardiac arrest at the same time. The fact is, Avada Kedavra was powerful soul magic. It didn't have any effect on ghosts or souls. But it would be able to turn, let's say, a poltergeist who was at least solid enough to throw material at you into a normal ghost. It could even become dangerous to Death's henchmen who possessed a certain amount of half-spiritual material too. When they were hit with this particular curse, sometimes it could happen that they began to leak and lost a soul or two. That wasn't overly dramatic since those souls just went into the light. Until now it had only happened once that a dozen wizards ganged up against a henchman and shot him with the Avada all at once. The henchman had exploded and let loose a wave of 3,000 souls. Death took care of the troublemakers personally. He had been very annoyed. Those creatures were very hard to make. As a punishment he had avenued all the wizards and turned them into his henchmen themselves. Whatever. It was only important to know that the Avada Kedavra had a certain effect on half-spiritual creatures, and technically speaking Death belonged to this category too. Of course nobody had ever dared to hit him with a killing curse. The very idea was ridiculous. Apart from the fact that only dead ones could see him and those were unable to cast magic, you couldn't kill the Death. But that was the problem right there. He was the essence of Death. Everything that had to do with dying or the passing over of souls was bending to his will. When the green beam of light came dashing towards him, it banged against a wall of sheer deathness. That was understandably overstraining it, and that the little beam of light backed off horror-stricken and made a bolt of it. Metaphorically speaking, that is. Practically the whole thing manifested itself as the following. The killing curse stopped its track midway and shot back towards its caster. Eyes wide in alarm, the man in the robe didn't even remember to move and the green light hit him straight on. A dire scream could be heard before his body burst into flames. Seconds later nothing but a pile of ash was left of him. Meanwhile the energy backlash the powerful curse had emitted when making contact with Death's essential deathness had teared half the house to tatters. For a moment it was silent. Then Death turned around very slowly and looked down at the soul of the red-headed woman threateningly, who had watched the scene unfold open-mouthed. Only when Death gripped his scythe and made a step towards her she woke from her stupor. Sorry," she squeaked and smiled tentatively. Death raised his weapon, ready to let out his frustration about the ruined night on her. But before he got a chance to do so, the soul saved herself by hopping into the light. Grimly, Death lowered his scythe again. He knew he couldn't follow her. Scratching his chin in thought, he watched the scene in front of him. Something like that had never happened to him before. The boy was supposed to die tonight. He had already been eager to tell Destiny about this. No one can live while the other survived. She had probably planned a great battle for those two. Such an unspectacular death would have ruined her plans thoroughly. But the curse had missed and the soul of the guy had fled before it could be enveloped by the light. In fact, Death had never seen a soul flee that fast. Not in a long time at least. It was almost as if it was drawn by something out there that helped it along. If that stupid bitch hadn't distracted Death, maybe he would have been able to track the soul in time. Well, on the other hand, the man would have never lost his soul in the first place if it weren't for the redhead. Great, now Death had to hunt down the soul by himself and collect it manually. As if he didn't have anything better to do. Death raised a finger and hummed. Where could the soul be? He let his gaze wander and finally it met the small boy. Not even he was dead. Just what was wrong with him today? But then he paused. The boy, the child, it was looking directly at him. Not at the dead body of his mother or the remains of her murderer. It was looking at him, at Death. He was even looking around, moving to the left and to the right, but those green eyes were following him. The small boy was staring at him open-mouthed. And then he stuck out his little stubby arms at him and called out, "Dat!" Death blinked in surprise, or he would have, if he had any eyelids. "Who?" he asked dully and pointed towards himself with a bony finger. "Me." The little guy clapped his hands. "Dat," he called again, and this time there was no doubt that he meant Death. Death stared at him dumbfounded. To be perfectly honest, he was a little bit overextended with the situation. Never before had a living person seen him. Not without him showing himself on his own anyway. It would have to be the magical backlash, he decided. Of course the killing curse couldn't take Death's soul. He wasn't even sure if he had one, but maybe it had been able to disperse his deathness a little bit. That might have given the little guy the ability to see him, at least temporarily. Death scratched his head perplexed. Was that even allowed? And if not, what was he supposed to do with the kid? He stepped closer and crouched in front of the child. He might be a chosen one and he didn't like those on principle because Destiny always disregarded his rules, but this boy was such a tiny dwarf. And technically it hadn't been his fault. Death's gaze fell on the fresh scar in the middle of the boy's forehead. Oh no, it was getting worse with each second. Apparently a piece of the old man's soul had attached itself to the boy. My, what a chaos. Oh well, if he was perfectly honest with himself, it was probably his own fault. He should have taken care of the redhead first. He was tired and overworked, but that wasn't an excuse now he had messed up this boy's death. Sorry, he felt kind of weird. This wasn't supposed to be so chaotic. Next time you die everything will go according to plan. The infant grinned at him. Death glanced towards his dead mother. Was it normal for the dwarf to be this happy? Again Death scratched his chin in thought. Really, this whole ordeal wasn't the fault of the little one. The guy in the robe was the one to do something with his own soul in order to avoid the light. He'd probably be able to use the boy as an anchor to flee from now on too. Nah, he couldn't let that happen. HRMPF, he mumbled as the infant reached out for him as if he actually expected to be held. Alright, I have to admit you're kind of cute. I'll give you a present. A compensation, in a matter of speaking. He raised his bony arm and tapped the boy on the forehead, right where his scar was located. The boy flinched back, stared at him with big eyes and started crying. Hey! Death bristled at him. See, calm down. That couldn't have hurt much. Will you be quit already? But the boy didn't stop crying. Ungrateful brat, I just gave you your discharged from prison card and what are you doing? Next time you're being hit by the killing curse, I'll get the foreign soul piece from your scar and you'll keep yours. That's such a great present. People would die for it. Do you hear me? Now calm down already. Not knowing what to do in such a situation, Death reached for the two little arms to keep them from fidgeting. For a second or two there was silence, then the bleat started again. Death thought that was unfair. He didn't have any ears, Why did he have to listen to the screaming? Clumsily he lifted the child up, holding it at an arm's length at first. This time the silence prolonged for a little longer and the boy looked at him with red puffy eyes and quivering lips before taking a breath to prepare a new scream. "Oh, just be quiet," Death murmured. He held the child close to him and rocked it slowly. And oh wonder, the effect showed. The boy stopped crying. For a moment he looked up into Death's ever-grinning face. Then he lowered his little head again and one hand grabbed Death's black robe while the other stuck a thumb in his mouth. Now he almost looked peaceful again. Never let it be said again that the Death couldn't handle children. In this moment loud blustering steps could be heard from the staircase. The door was thrown open and there stood a gigantic exemplar of a human. Death was so startled that he almost dropped the child. For a moment Death and Giant looked at each other in surprise. Death because that was the second living human that day who saw him, and the Giant because he couldn't see Death, only the little infant floating in the middle of the air. "Wah!" the guy began, but Death had enough of it today. "Oh, stuff it," he exclaimed. His day was shot to hell. He had messed up his mission. Suddenly everyone could see him and stared at him. He had a soul to hunt down and he didn't even have the redhead to let out his anger at. He had enough and he wanted to go home and not come back until the next epidemic. So that was exactly what he did. Death turned on the spot, his robe fluttering around him, and just like that he was gone. Only when he appeared in his office in the other world with his desk and chair made out of bones, the carpet of the color of fresh blood and the ebony hat rack in the corner where he could put down his scythe, he realized that he was still holding onto the infant. Behind him the black hole that was the portal to the world of the living closed, the destroyed building fading from view. Death looked down at the boy who made a cute little sneeze. "Well, shit," he said. "That had not been part of the plan." 2 weeks later, the other world. Destiny hummed a happy tune while painting her eyes with blue and golden makeup. She was sitting in front of a great mirror and her hair was being braided by a little girl who looked around 6 years old with golden locks and sparkling blue eyes. "Well, how do I look, sweetie?" she asked after applying the final touch. "You look great, mistress," the little girl replied happily. Destiny agreed. Her long, ebony black hair was now neatly braided. Still she put on a bandana with dozens of tiny golden jewels embedded in it. Together with her violet belly top and the fiery red skirt she looked like a gypsy from the Middle Ages. That era had been her favorite. The good old times when humans were still out to hunt down dragons and capture unicorns, even if they didn't possess any magical power at all. She still liked to dress up like she had done around that time. "All right then, I'll be off," she announced and stood. "Fortune, you'll be coming with me. Get your brother now, come on." The little girl turned around, her white dress fluttering in a breeze. She was gone the next moment and only the smell of flowers remained. Destiny laid a hand on the mirror. Where her palm touched the glass it melted away, revealing a dark passage. Impatiently she waited for the children to return. Soon the little girl was back, holding hands with a boy around her age. However, his hair was black, as were his eyes. His skin was sickly white like ash and he had dark circles under his eyes. He was wearing black pants with braces running up over his white button-down shirt. "All right, good fortune, bad fortune, we're making a trip today," Destiny announced cheerfully. "Who are we going to visit?" Good Fortune asked, bouncing on her heels in excitement. Her brother just looked ahead gloomily. "We're going to visit Death. I heard quite the interesting rumor about him." She winked at Bad Fortune. Oh, what is it? What is it? I want to know," Good Fortune demanded. "That's a surprise," Destiny decided. "You'll have to see for yourself." That's not fair. Brother, you'll tell me, won't you?" Destiny often gave impossible tasks to humans who had no talents at all. Then the children would make the hero very lucky while throwing all kinds of obstacles into the way of the villain. Whenever this caused someone to die, Destiny had to send the paperwork to Death. Usually it was Bad Fortune who played the messenger. Bad Fortune looked at his sister, his face expressionless. "When I brought our list to him last week I heard someone scream in his office. He refused to let me in and he didn't even have the paperwork ready for me to take back." Good Fortune scowled in thought. But what could have death that busy? That's what we're going to find out, Destiny declared, clearly annoyed that bad fortune had spoiled her surprise. Follow me. The three deities entered the tunnel and began their descent on the long staircase into the darkness. The light that was being emitted from Good Fortune's light skin and dress was the only one they had. Eventually they reached a portal. It wasn't an actual door, for it consisted of nothing but white mist. When you watched the swirling mist long enough, you could make out shapes and faces in it and maybe even hear whispering voices. But the trio didn't have time for this today. Upon opening the portal, then entered a dark cave. Jewels embedded in the ceiling were emitting a light blue gleam. The cave was empty, but through it a river flowed. It was a very dirty river, tainted by thousands of souls who had fallen in and worm demons who lived underwater, feeding on them. But the dying souls were leaving behind nacre streaks on the water. Even though their fate was an unfortunate one, Destiny thought it was very pretty. There was only one lonely wooden landing stage and it was abandoned. He should come in about 2 minutes, Bad Fortune said, so the trio sat down on the planks to wait. Sure enough, 2 minutes later a slim but neat little boat came down the river. A tall figure stood at the oar. Norik, over here. Destiny called and waved at him. Norik the ferryman, older brother to Karen, who was working at the border to the living world, was the one who escorted all the deities to each other's realms when they wanted to pay a visit. Technically they could just open magical portals themselves, but bursting into a foreign realm like that was considered very rude. That's why they needed Norik to cross the Styx. Together they passed the realms of time, nature, magic and the 4 elements before reaching the shore of Death's realm. His portal was made out of clean bones. The door knob was shaped like a skull. Or more likely, it was a skull. Destiny said goodbye to the ferryman and knocked at the door. The skull promptly morphed into an ugly grimace. Leathery skin covered the bald face that sported little horns on top. It was a gargoyle. What do you want? The creature snapped, as rude as always. We're here to pay a visit to your master, Destiny proclaimed. He's busy. Go away. Tisk, tisk, she made. And there I was thinking, death rejects no one. He'll make an exception for you. Now toddle off. But you couldn't get rid of Destiny that easy. She did not like being pushed away. From all the deities she was probably the only one who didn't fear death, at least from those that had to deal with him on a regular basis. Death was powerful, all right. It was because he just couldn't be fazed by anything. He was inevitable. Even if he annoyed you, there was absolutely nothing you could threaten him with. His continued existence was mandatory in order for life to work, and life in turn was essential for most deities, including her. If he stopped doing his duty only for a single day, chaos would ensue. On the other hand, death was one of the few, oh so few things that could actually kill a deity or god or weaken its power. Destiny was one of the few people who was safe from him though, and that was simply because she had destined herself to exist. Death might not believe in her power, which was ridiculous in itself because he knew how her power worked, and thus was convinced he could still kill her if he really wanted to. He had threatened to do so often, but she had just laughed him off. She was confident that he couldn't harm her. But the respect Death held among the entities of the otherworld was not only through his power. It was also because he was decent enough not to misuse it. Even if he had the power to kill, well, everything whenever he wanted, he didn't do it. He waited for them to die on themselves, which made him good friends with nature. He was the exact opposite to Destiny in that he was very patient. He never meddled with others' affairs, didn't fight or fool around. In short, he was incredibly boring and dutiful. That was why Destiny liked to mess with him, snatching away as many souls as she could from him, if only temporarily. And always when he was about to snap, she would come back with a peace offering, a little gift here, a small favor there, an entire country ruined by a deadly epidemic, and everything was all right again. That was why she felt confident to ignore the ranting of the gargoyle as she made her way through the portal. Bad Fortune ran ahead to announce his mistress' presence. Death's realm was a dark wasteland. Most of the landscape consisted of desert, but all the colors were reversed. The sand was a ghostly blue, and at the black sky a purple sun emitted her creepy light. Here and there one could see a dead tree and bones sticking out of the dunes. Every now and then a rock formation could be seen. Those were full of tunnels in which the gargoyles lived. Even a few lost souls could be seen wandering around looking for a way out. Destiny didn't bother to take pity on them. They were probably here for centuries already. Their sanity was long since lost. Whatever dangerous creatures might be hidden in the sand kept away from the deity as she made her way to the tower in which death lived. Or not lived, whichever way you looked at it. The tower was a dark, oblique thing with lots of holes in the roof, dead ivy in between the tattered bricks and stone gargoyles at every corner. Again they knocked at the door. This time the one opening for her was a dark-skinned teenager with short black hair and a cold edge to his gray eyes. It was Payne, one of Death's higher employees and his assistant. Much like Good and Bad Fortune, he too had a sister. She was called Suffering and, unbeknownst to Destiny, was currently stationed in the living world to take care of the jobs Death was too busy to tend to at the moment. "You're not allowed to enter." He rejected the trio. Again Destiny wouldn't let herself be chased away. She just pushed past him. Payne was just a minor deity and as such he didn't dare to use his powers on Destiny. However, he did try to follow, even to attack her, but during to Bad Fortune's influence he tripped after his own feet whenever he tried to grab them. When they finally reached the door to Death's office they were surprised that there was indeed coming an infernal screaming from within. However, it wasn't the screaming of damned souls tortured for their crimes. It was the screaming of a little baby. Just what the hell is going on in there? Destiny mused aloud. Making up her mind, she pushed the door open, this time without knocking. She was met with one of those pictures you just had to capture with a camera. Of course she wasn't lucky enough to have one nearby. Good Fortune, however, was happily making use of it. There was a baby lying on the desk wearing nothing but his nappy. The entire room was full of baby stuff, ranging from stuffed animals to baby bottles, blankets and the like. The white walls were sporting childish paintings from wax crayons and a little radio on the ground was playing a lullaby. The whole room was smelling badly. In front of the desk Death sat on the ground, cradling a book called Baby's First Year for Dummies. He was wearing his usual black robe, although it was stained with something that looked like spinach, but his dark look was somewhat compromised by the pair of pink fluffy earmuffs. "All right," Destiny announced herself, "I might have come at a bad time." Behind her, Payne had caught himself and stumbled into the office. "Master, I'm sorry," he apologizes. "They just came barging in here." Death soundly ignored him until Good Fortune skipped over to him and stole his earmuffs. "Hey!" Death protested and leapt to his feet. What the hell are you doing here?" "I came to see for myself what kind of mess you found yourself in," she answered and chuckled. "That's not quite what I was expecting. It's none of your business. You're not invited. Leave." "Tisk, tisk," she made and stepped closer to study the child. "My, where did you get the little stinker?" I don't have to tell you that." Death was lucky he didn't possess any blood or he would have blushed. "I hate to disillusion you, Death, but you wouldn't exactly be my first choice when it comes to babysitting." "Well, thank hell nobody was crazy enough to sire a child with you." "No, honestly, where did you get the child?" Death sighed in defeat. I found him. And his parents. Dead. He was all alone." "Since when has your realm become an orphanage?" Destiny took a step back from the child. "He stinks." Tiredly Death put away his book. "Does he? You can't tell?" she asked incredulously. "It smells like a public toilet in here." "Well, maybe you haven't noticed, but I don't have a nose." "Tisk, tisk," she made again. "Good Fortune, bring me a few clean nappies." "Bad Fortune, I need a napkin and some water." "Payne, search for some baby powder in this mess." Payne looked at Death uncertainly. It was not in his nature to take commands from anyone but his master. Death sighed and nodded at him to do what he was told. "How do you know how to change a baby?" he wanted to know from the woman. "It comes with the package." "Of being Destiny?" he asked doubtful. "Of being female, you moron. Now make yourself useful and clean up this mess." The little feud between Death and Destiny was several millennia old, but they were more bickering than actually fighting most of the time. If Destiny wanted someone to die before or after his time was due, she needed Death's permission. In the first case he had no problem with it, but the second usually caused an argument, which was why she didn't always ask for permission. This time however Death was the one who needed her help. He was intelligent enough to see that. In his opinion she owned him anyway, so he had no problem with her taking control temporarily. This way Harry Potter was changed, cleaned up and fed. That's cow milk, babies need mother milk. The room was cleaned up, the light dimmed and finally the little tyke fell asleep. Exhausted the 5 deities sat down the floor below. Gargoyles came to serve some drinks and Pain was told to watch over the baby in case it started crying again. A lot of persuading, begging, and threatening to leave him alone with the child were needed, but eventually Death told her how he came to be in that situation. Wait, so you're saying the killing curse hit you and rebounded? What was it supposed to do? Kill me? Death answered, annoyed. That wasn't the strange thing. The strange thing was that afterwards the boy could see me. That is very strange indeed. But you said a piece of the soul of the other guy had attached itself to him. A loose soul would be able to see you, no problem. That would mean that the boy absorbed the magical and spiritual abilities of the soul. At least partly during that moment. It didn't last for long, though. A few days later he couldn't see me even if I stood right in front of him. But he's seeing you now. Only because I gave him the ability to do so. I see. Well, exactly what are you planning on doing with the boy? Death shrugged. I don't know. I didn't plan on taking him with me. It just happened. Why haven't you brought him back then? It's just that he doesn't have anyone anymore and... Oh. Destiny cooed and patted his knee. Has the little guy grown on you? Why, I know. I mean, I'm Death. I don't have that kind of emotion. I don't have a conscience. I can't afford to. I'm Death. Sure you are. Oh, do you hear that? The baby is crying again. What? Death stood up abruptly, something akin to panic in his voice. That was until Destiny started laughing, of course. You are a menace, he growled. Yes, well, I hear that a lot. That should make you think about yourself. Ah, but where would be the fun in that? She shrugged off his objection. Listen, Death, if you plan on keeping the kid you'll need help. I just so happen to be the only one who could possibly lend you a hand and you know that. Who else would you turn to? Most of the other forces aren't even corporeal most of the time. Nature would demand you bring him back to his world, the elements could hurt him accidentally and the human gods would demand extraordinary prices. You know how wary they are of you. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you don't have a lot of friends. Of course I don't. What would I need something like that for? Death asked, exasperated. Well, for cases like this, obviously. She laid a hand on Good and Bad Fortune's shoulders, who were sitting on either side of her. It's not just the baby business. When the boy grows up he'll need friends his age, or at least, friends who can pretend to be his age. I'm sure these two would be delighted to play with him. I'm not even sure if I'll keep him, Death protested. I haven't decided yet. Yes you have, Destiny proclaimed. The boy is destined for greatness. Oh, don't look at me like that. Did you really think I wouldn't notice that he's a chosen one? I was the one who came up with his prophecy after all. Do you want to hear its contents? She recited the prophecy that was meant to end the Dark Lord's reign. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives, she finished. Neat, isn't it? But Death only rose from his chair in anger again. No, it's not. He's only a little child. How can you possibly expect him to defeat a Dark Lord? Destiny seemed to be a little bit miffed. It wouldn't make sense to destine someone who was already a longtime rival and equal in power. That wouldn't be much of a prediction, everyone could do that. But a boy hero is exactly what gives the world the right flavor. He's 1 year old. Tisk, tisk, aren't you protective? She signed. All right, what about a deal? I'll make a new prophecy that clearly states he will be the one to vanquish the Dark Lord, not just the one who has the power to do so. That way not only will the Dark Lord be unable to kill the boy, Harry will also be practically immortal until he completes his task and fulfills his destiny. The deity knew very well that Death was perfectly capable of protecting his ward on his own from his ultimate demise. While he wasn't able to bring back a soul that had entered the light, he could revive someone who had only died seconds ago. He could take the soul with him instead of sending it into the light. It wouldn't be able to enter Earth again without a body, at least not unless it learned how to possess people, but it wouldn't be dead either. Destiny was offering a chance for the boy to live on Earth and do so peacefully until he was powerful enough to defeat the Dark Lord. In return, I'll be the dwarf's godmother and you'll send him back to Earth when he's ready. You don't have the time to take care of him during most of the day and you know that. You may give him all kinds of awesome powers or just let him be a normal kid. I don't care as long as in the end he's the one to vanquish the Dark Lord. Death contemplated her offer for a moment. He hated the thought that his little brat had such a heavy burden to shoulder. He knew the Dark Lord wasn't dead and that it wasn't enough to just kill him anyway. One had to collect all the soul pieces first in order to vanquish him. Agreeing to this deal also meant that he himself wouldn't be able to touch the Dark Lord and protect his ward from him. He'll be the one to kill off the main soul, he said finally. Whatever precautions he took in order to escape me may be taken care of by other people. Deal, Destiny replied and shook hands with the skeleton. It was a pleasure making business with you. Shut the hell up. 5 years later, the other world. Harry James Potter was a very cheerful kid. Although he grew up in a rather dark environment, he was always energetic, curious and keen to explore the realm. Together with his two best friends, Good Fortune and Bad Fortune, he would hunt down gargoyles, play tag with lost souls and search for hidden demons in the dunes. His daddy was at work for most of the day, but he'd always be back in the evening in order to tell him stories of the other deities, forces, gods and sometimes even the living world. 2 years ago he had had his first burst of accidentally magic. Now he was being tutored in how to control it by pain twice a week, while suffering would teach him the basics of human life like math, grammar and stuff like that. They may not be experts at either subjects, but they certainly knew how to motivate Harry. He hated those lessons, mainly because pain tended to send electrical shocks through his body whenever he did something wrong, and suffering was very strict and demanding in her lectures. Still, he knew they were only doing their jobs, and outside of the classroom they even joined him and his friends for their games occasionally. Today, however, they weren't playing around. Today was a special day. Today was his death day. Every year he would get a special present, people would only be nice to him, and we would get away with stuff he normally wasn't allowed to do. On his death day he had been allowed to ride his first gargoyle, accompany his daddy to the living world to watch him at work, got to visit Aunt Destiny's realm and other cool things. On his death day Daddy would stay at home the entire day, sending out pain and suffering instead to collect the souls on his list. Harry wished he'd do that more often, but whenever they took over for him temporarily, Death would be in a bad mood for at least a week when they let a soul slip past. It only meant more work for him later on. Harry understood this and was all the more happy he made sure to be with him on his special day. Plus he was kind of glad pain and suffering weren't there for his party. When Harry woke up in the morning he put on his clothes in record time. Giddy as hell he left his room that was located at the very top of the tower. He almost came running into the kitchen, the floor below where Death sat. In front of him was a chessboard. Apparently he was playing against himself. Good Fortune was at the stove preparing pancakes for him. Death was a terrible cook. "Good morning, Harry," Good Fortune greeted him happily. "Good morning, Fortune," he called back. "And there he is, our death day boy," his daddy said and put the chessboard away. "Come here, little one." Harry grinned and let himself be pulled on Death's lap. It wasn't exactly comfortable, kind of like sitting on a tree branch, but his arm bones held him securely. "When is Auntie Day coming?" Harry wanted to know. "She should arrive any moment." Death chuckled. "You're eager to get your present, aren't you?" "I want to know. Can't you tell me what it is, Daddy?" But Death just shook his head. "This time around you got to choose your present. She'll bring her own offerings for you. The other guests will arrive for lunch," Good Fortune explained. "Other guests?" Death patted his head. "You're now 6 years old, Harry. You're no little child anymore." He looked at him quizzically. "Then what am I?" "Just a child." Good Fortune laughed. Death cleared his throat. "Anyway, our neighbors want to know how you've been doing. Be nice and polite to everyone and they might give you other gifts." "Okay, if you say so." In this moment a gargoyle entered the kitchen, announcing the presence of 2 visitors at the portal. "Send them in," Death commanded. This will be destiny and bad fortune. He was right. Destiny came barging in like a thunderstorm in her usual manner. She gave Harry a loving hug before moving her hands through his hair to make it even more messy than it already was. "Ah, my little man is all grown up now," she cooed and took one of the pancakes good fortune offered to her. "I bet you're excited for today." "Of course I am. It's my death day. And what a wonderful death day it is. Not many people get the pleasure of being able to celebrate on such a special date." "What do you mean?" Harry asked confused. "Samhain," Death explained. "It's a special date. Our realm is closest to the living world on this day. That's why sometimes souls and ghosts could be summoned to appear in front of humans on that day. Magic is also very powerful on this night." "Of course," Destiny interrupted, "humans have completely forgotten about this. Today they call this day Halloween and all they're doing is stuff themselves with unhealthy food and play pranks on unsuspecting old people." "Ah, please don't ruin the moment, Mistress," Good Fortune complained. "Samhain is a great festivity. One only gets to celebrate one's death day once a year and we want to make it a wonderful party." "Hey, I was wondering," Harry said, "I don't even know when your death days are." The deities looked at each other surprised for a moment. "Our death days?" Death scratched his chin in thought. "Well, technically speaking, I suppose every day of the year is my death day. It's a death day, after all." Harry pouted. "That's not fair." He shrugged. "It's not like I'm getting any presents. Deities don't have death days," Destiny explained. "Instead we have worshipping days." "Worshipping days?" She nodded. "Samhain is Death's worshipping day, to be held every year. I'm choosing my worshipping day anew every few years. It's on days that I complete a major project of mine. My worshipping day is the beginning of the new year," Good Fortune declared. "I have around half a dozen of those since different groups of humans celebrate it at different times." "Lucky you," Harry grumbled. "What about you, Bad Fortune?" Bad Fortune blinked. "Well, there isn't exactly anybody worshipping me, so." "Bad Fortune simply celebrates together with his sister," Destiny said. "It would be far easier if all of you got a death day," Harry decided. "And more fair too." "Well," Death began with a little uncertainty. "That's not exactly possible. Usually the death day celebrates the day a person died. For the most part it's celebrated by ghosts and demons. Since we're not meant to die we won't ever have a death day. Humans celebrate birthdays instead," Destiny added. "But being born isn't exactly difficult. I mean, it's no great accomplishment or anything. However, you passing the border between the living world and this realm was your first great experience, therefore, we're celebrating it as your day. Technically you're not even a real dead one. But, passing over day, doesn't sound nearly as attractive as Death Day," Death said confidently. It had been roughly a year since Harry had entered the state in which he was non-stop asking questions. It was then Death and Destiny had decided that they wouldn't hide anything from him. Harry knew that he was human, that his parents were in the light and Death had taken him from their house. He knew his parents were murdered and that he was destined to kill their murderer. He knew that Death and Destiny were deities and so were his friends. But they never made him feel different or alone. He knew they loved him very much and he returned that love fiercely. Still, the more stories he would hear about the living world, the more he dreamed about going there. Death had taken him with him a couple of times, of course hidden under mountains of protection magic, but he wanted to see what human children were like. They had always promised him that he would be able to go when he was 11 years old and entered school. "What about we're showing you your presents now?" Destiny said when they finished their breakfast. The deities didn't need to eat, but except for Death, who had no stomach at all, at least they could and did so in order to keep Harry company. Usually it was Suffering who was cooking for him. Only when she was out, Good Fortune took her place. Death wouldn't be able to produce a decent meal if his life depended on it. Harry was very excited to see what he would get. His sort of parents lead him downstairs and onto the next floor. "You have been walking around my realm freely as of now," Death explained, "although it can be a very dangerous place should you ever get separated from your friends. We thought that soon you would want to explore other realms and maybe even the human world. For this you'll need a loyal companion who can protect you. You got to choose which one you want to take." Death opened the door to the next floor that was enchanted to be at least 5 times its normal size. In there lay a gigantic beast around 20 feet tall. Harry had never seen anything quite like that. It had 4 legs and short gray fur, 3 heads with short snouts and sharp teeth. All the heads were raised when the creature caught their scent first and watched them with curiosity. "That's a Cerberus," Death explained. "It's one of the pups the guardian dog of the portal leading to hell got last month. They're perfect for warding what you want to protect, and when you call them they won't stop until they're at your side. They'd destroy entire cities on their way if they have to. That's perfect if you found yourself captured anywhere for some reason." That's cool," Harry said a little uncertainly. Granted, the pub didn't seem too aggressive, just watching them curiously and wagging its tail, but those 3 giant heads kind of freaked Harry out. There wasn't much he was afraid of, being Death's adopted son and all that, but hell was one of these things. He knew that Pain worked there part-time, and any place that would offer him a job made him wary. Still, Harry forced himself to pet the oversized dog before he was allowed to follow the deities to the next floor. This one was filled to the brink with birds. They were all black in color, some sitting on the furniture, some eyeing him as if he was food, and some just making infernal noise. "These are the very special messenger crows," Destiny explained. "They can deliver messages from one realm into another and can even cross the border to the living world. Also, they can give you the ability to fly on your own. Having their power on your side would make it possible for you to visit the other realms whenever you liked. This could be very useful once you start living. And of course they're very good in spying on people," she added with an evil grin. Harry was delighted at the idea of being able to fly on his own. He had only had the chance of flying a gargoyle once and never again, since the beast had almost bitten off his head and his dad refused to let him try again, but he had enjoyed the experience as if flying was his second nature. Still, when he tried to pet a crow or just get it to land on his arm, they refused or ignored him. "Crows are very prideful," Good Fortune explained. "They won't let themselves be treated like a pet. Also, they'll only appear when you call them and disappear after they got their mission. They also expect payment for their service," Bad Fortune supplied. This was a little bit disappointing, but Harry made sure not to show this. Still, when they entered the next room, he was hoping for a better present. He got the exact opposite. "And this," Death declared proudly, "is my henchman. Well, one of them, anyway. I finally found one of them wandering the world of the living. I'm still searching for the rest, but if you take him as your servant, you won't only have complete control over him and all of his kind, you'll also be able to call them to you. I was actually hoping you could investigate a bit on Earth. Let's see what they've been up to." Harry. "Harry, is everything all right?" Harry had turned white as a sheet and was staring at the creature in front of him in sheer horror. In fact, he looked about to faint. "What happened to him?" Death wondered aloud. "No idea. Maybe he doesn't like your present." Destiny turned towards the henchman. "Shush, leave us alone for a moment." Death nodded and the creature left. Still, it needed some time, a lot of cooing and a splash of water until Harry came to his senses again. There was a scream, he gasped. A woman was screaming. "Nobody was screaming," Bad Fortune informed him worriedly. Death made. "It seems you're not spared from the negative effect my henchmen have on humans. Even though he didn't do anything, his mere presence might have been enough to drain you of all your happy thoughts." Harry looked at him in horror. "Oh, don't worry, it's only temporarily. They'll come back in a minute. May I propose you don't choose the henchmen as your companions," Destiny said, smiling. "I'll be happy if I never have to see them again." "Such a shame," Death murmured. "They could have made you really powerful." "Ah, get over it already. Come on, we still have one last floor." With shaky legs, Harry followed them through the next door. Behind it there sat another dog. However, this one was only about 4 feet tall with long, scraggy black fur and lucent yellow eyes. He made his way towards Harry at once, wagging his tail, and licked his hands while he tried to pat him. "That's a Grim," Death explained. "There's nothing better than a Grim at finding people or objects. When I have to hunt down a particularly slippery soul, I sent one of them to scout before. They'll watch the target for a couple of days to learn everything about it. Where it would hide, who would help him and so on. When I finally come to claim the soul, there's nowhere it could hide from me because the Grimm will find it. Of course for you as a human he's not of much use until you start hunting down Voldemort. But Harry wasn't listening anymore. He had fallen in love with the big dog on first sight. So did the dog, if it was any indication that he had rolled on his back to let himself be petted and cuddled by the 6-year-old. Death sighed. He had wanted to give his little boy as much power as he could for his later life. While the Cerberus and his henchmen would have protected him, he had also held high hopes for the crows. Now he would have to search for another way for Harry to be able to send messages to him. He should have figured that he would choose the least powerful familiar. Harry was just too good for his own good sometimes. For the rest of the day Harry played with his new pet, who he had oh so creatively called Grimm. Meanwhile Death and Destiny were preparing for the other guests to arrive. The otherworld had its own social circles just like the living world. Basically there were the gods, powerful creatures created by the human mind and imagination. They were only ever as powerful as the human belief in them was. Then there were the forces. They usually kept to themselves, sometimes even refusing to take a physical shape entirely. They just existed, and they would continue to even when the planet exploded. Therefore they were the most powerful of them, but also the ones least interested in the living world. Time, magic and nature belonged to them. Death and Destiny were rather good acquainted with them because they were neighbors, meaning their realm was only a few minutes down the Styx, but even they did not know how many forces existed or what their limits were. They themselves belonged to the last group, the deities. Much like the forces, they just existed. However, their existence was bound to the world of the living. They had been there on the very first day the first life, or in Destiny's case, the first human came to be, and they would cease to exist when the last one did. For some, like pain and suffering, their existence was enough to keep the world running. Others, like Death, had to work hard in order to keep the balance. For beings from all three kinds to meet in one place was very rare. To do so in order to celebrate was completely unheard of. They had invited pretty much everyone there was, but understandably very few were comfortable going to a party into the realm of death. Today they were expecting their three neighboring forces to come together with the deities love, revenge and the element air. From the gods both the god of light and the one of hell had come. Both watched over the souls Death pushed into the light and punished or rewarded them depending on their judgment. Death had worked with them before, so there wasn't any surprise here. However, there were a few minor gods who had accepted the invitation. Death assumed it was simply out of curiosity. There was the god of the sea. Although gods came and went every few hundred years, there was always a god of the sea. Seamen seemed to be very superstitious. There was the god of traveling and, for some reason, the god of dog sledge racing. The reason Death had invited so many guests was that he hoped that if Harry did make a good impression they would give him gifts on their own, even if it was just a backhanded bribe for himself. Of course, every gift given by even someone less powerful like a god would still provide Harry with an incredible advantage for his life. Hell, if he became really powerful, it might even be possible for him to become a god himself. In order for that to happen, all he needed would be to get enough people to believe he was one. The Dark Lord might just be a human, but over the last few years Death had become rather overprotective and paranoid. He just wanted to give Harry the best protection he could provide. Slowly one guest after another arrived. For this occasion the Fortune siblings had put a giant tent in front of Death's tower, decorated with many lanterns made out of skulls that were glowing in different colors. There was plenty of food too, and Death had hired the goddess of dance to provide entertainment. After playing in the desert, Harry had to be cleaned up first. Destiny fussed a lot about his messy hair, and Grimm was sent to hunt a few gargoyles before the boy was to step in front of the crowd. "I'm not sure if I can do this," he said to his friends anxiously. "I didn't know there would be so many." "Don't worry," Good Fortune said and took his hands. "All you'll need is a little bit of luck. And I hereby give it to you." "Thanks, but they're all deities and stuff and I'm just a human. What if they laugh at me? Then I'll make them scream in pain," Pain declared with a cold glare. He may be strict to Harry as a tutor, but he too had developed a possessive and protective side for him. "Nobody will ever dare to belittle you while I'm there. Don't forget about your daddy and aunt either," Bad Fortune reminded him. They wouldn't dare to anger them by being impolite towards you. You may just be a human, but you are in all of our hearts. We will always protect you. That was all the encouragement he needed. Since Harry had never met any other humans, and since he was only 6, he did not truly comprehend how much of a difference there was between him and his guests. He did not understand that for them this wasn't about him at all, only about his not-quite parents. Granted, the forces may only seek some variety in their life, but for the plans of the other deities and gods, having death own you a favor was a chance few would decline. Harry stepped into the tent with good and bad fortune at his sides, and the crowd grew silent. Same day. The other world. Hello everybody, he called in a small voice. Thanks for coming to the party. Good fortune squeezed his hand encouragingly, and Harry found his usual bright smile again. Let's all have fun and play together. For a moment there was silence. Then the whispering started. Between all those different entities there was a fierce competition. Nobody had ever outright told them to work together, much less play. But such was the mind of a child. The element of wind was the first one to break the uncomfortable silence. She rushed over to him, lifted him up and twirled him around. Ah, look at this cute little boy. Have you ever seen such bright eyes sparkling with mischief? Have you ever seen such adorable messy hair? Wind, who had a similar statue as suffering but wore the head of some kind of bird Harry didn't know, hugged him closely. I bet you're a natural at flying. You were made to be airborne. Now several of the other guests began to chuckle. Death was approaching, his usual scythe absent for the occasion, and rescued Harry from the overenthusiastic woman. I'm afraid Harry is a human and thus bound to stay on the ground. Nonsense. I know his kind uses brooms in order to fly. I don't know about brooms, Harry said, remembering to stay polite. But I've flown a gargoyle once. Wind shook her head. No, that won't do. Flying should be your second nature. Just you wait and see. Again she patted his head. For a moment the tips of his hair were faintly glowing. Unbeknownst to him, wind had enhanced his natural affinity for flying, making it possible for him to stay in perfect control on whatever means of flying transportation he used. Winking at Death, who of course understood what had happened, Wind gave Harry a last huge grin before turning to the buffet. Now that the ice was broken, other entities took notice of the boy. They came to talk to him, wanting to know how he came to be in Death's care, how he was faring and the like. Meanwhile Destiny had been caught by nature. The Force was a beautiful woman in a long green dress that was covered with living butterflies. Ivy was braided into her brown locks, but her look was strict as she talked with the deity. I really do not understand why you support him, she said, scowling. Humans are not meant to enter our dimension. He should be in his own world, raised by his own kind. You're probably right. Destiny gave in quickly, and it's not as if he's going to stay here forever. As soon as he turns 11 he'll return to the world of the living to enter school. Nature lifted an eyebrow and glanced over at Death. Are you sure that's what he intends to do? Will he just send the boy back? He'll have to. Harry won't stay a child forever. He'll want to see the world he was born into. Besides, I have a deal with Death. Harry Potter is still destined to vanquish the Dark Lord. Which one? The one who calls himself Voldemort. Nature's gaze grew distant for a moment. Ah, that one. I see. He has broken many laws and has evoked my anger many times. You shouldn't have entangled him in your prophecies. There are more than enough people in this dimension who would like to make him suffer themselves. I think once he's dead the god of hell will make sure he regrets ever being born. Nature nodded. I will make sure of this personally. Destiny sighed in relief. Then I presume this means we have your blessing. As long as he spends the majority of his life in the living world I will refrain from taking any actions against you. Destiny bowed her head lightly. Thank you. The Force nodded curtly. Do not let it become a habit. On the other side of the tent Death was talking with Time. For some reason she had decided to take the form of a black cat. When I first told Space you would take in a human child he wouldn't believe me, the cat said, shaking her head. It was so unlike you. You probably wouldn't have believed me yourself. And now look at you. Harry is different, Death said. He is so very full of life. For thousands of years now I have accompanied humans into the light. Over this time one easily forgets that the souls one is working with are beings on their own. Beings with feelings and memories and dreams. Harry has reminded me of this. You did really need him, Death. With him at your side you won't be lonely any longer. Well, that will change once he leaves for the living world, Death grumbled. You could always visit him. HRMPH, he made. When I stay at the living world at one place for more than a few minutes humans start to die on me. I don't want him to be seen as a bad omen. Well, he can visit you just as well. Well yes, during vacation. But what if he needs my help during the school year? What if he wants to send me letters or just talk with me? He isn't able to open a portal. His Grim can do that but he can't take him with him during school. He'd always have to wait for one of us to open a portal for him. I would need a means for him to be able to do that. Time laughed at him. Oh, you're so very discreet, Death. Why don't you just ask me directly? Death huffed. Fine, if that's what it needs. Would you please ask Space to give him a means for interdimensional traveling? You're the only one he listens to. The black cat stretched and gave him a grin no feline should be able to manage. Of course I will. For a human boy to awaken your forgotten heart, that's an unique case. Don't worry about the boy. He will do fine. Without wanting to, Death relaxed. Time knew everything about past, present and future. When she said his little boy would be fine, then he would be. Still it didn't hurt to make sure. Said little boy was currently surrounded by both the god of light and hell. They actually looked a lot alike and Harry wondered if they were siblings, like so many deities who were closely connected were. Of course they were still easily discernible by the fact that the one wore only white, the other only black clothing. So you're the kid who wants to send me this Voldemort guy? The god of hell asked. You don't look like much. Are you sure you can do that? Harry answered uncertainly. Auntie Destiny said I was destined to do so and because of that nothing would happen to me until I did and also nobody would be able to kill Voldemort until I did it either. Destiny is a rather powerful deity, the god of light stated. However, it's entirely up to you if you defeat the guy in a duel or let him seize the entire world, become a professional cook and someday when you're both old and gray you're accidentally serving him a poisonous pufferfish. The other god laughed at that prospect. That I would call dying in bad style. Maybe you should aim for that, just for the fun of it. Harry grinned. I'll try. You really should, the god of light said seriously. After all, murderers don't go into the light after they die. And you'd want to see your parents again, wouldn't you? Harry looked at him with big eyes. Do you know my parents? The god nodded. Lily and James Potter. They reside in my realm. The little boy got all excited. Could I go and visit them? But the god shook his head. I'm afraid not. You're still alive, kid. Death may tolerate, even welcome you in his realm, but in mine the rules are far stricter. The road to the afterlife only goes one way. Harry deflated visibly. He loved his family consisting of death, destiny, the fortune siblings and even pain and suffering to some extent. Still he was curious about his parents. After all, Death had told him about the stunt his mother had pulled shortly after she had been killed trying to protect him. When even Death said he had never met someone quite like her, she must have been a remarkable person. He would have liked to get to know her and his biological father. Does that mean I'll never get to know them? Not even when I die. If I kill Voldemort I'll end up in hell. The prospect frightened him somewhat. Not nearly as much as it would every other boy his age, owing to the fact that he grew up with deities, but still hell was a realm even Death only spoke of with contempt. It was also where pain worked if he wasn't doing business for Death, and Harry knew that those electrical shocks he received from him as punishment occasionally were nowhere near the pain he brought his victims. But the god of hell shook his head. I don't think Death would allow that to happen. You'd either stay here or enter the circle of rebirth. Oh, Harry made. He was relieved, but at the same time it still meant he'd never get to know his parents. People who were reborn simply lost all their memories. For a moment it was silent. Then the god of hell sighed and nudged his counterpart. Hey, Light, come on. Can't you make an exception for him? He just wants to talk to his parents. But the god was not giving in. Those are the rules, as you are very well aware. He can't meet them. But Harry, knowing the god of hell was on his side, pulled out his most effective weapon, the puppy dog eyes. "Oh no, no, don't look at me that way." Harry repressed a grin and pushed his lower lip forward a little, making it quiver as if he was about to cry. Not even the god of light could withstand that look. "Oh, fine," he called out defeated. "But no visits. You're allowed to write them." Harry's face was split by a large grin immediately. "One letter, each year. That'll have to be enough." "Thank you, sir." Harry beamed and hugged the god, even though he could only reach his waistline. The god patted his head awkwardly while his counterpart was rolling on the floor laughing at the picture. He was receiving a withering glare for that but didn't seem to mind. Harry would be able to get to know his parents. It was the best death day ever. 5 years later, the other world. Death was sitting in the kitchen and looked down at the letter on the table morosely. This was it. This was the day he had feared for the last decade. Payne patted his arm awkwardly. "You knew this would happen someday." "Yes," Death admitted, "but that doesn't make it any easier." He sighed. Normally he couldn't stand her, but now he wished Destiny would be present. She knew how to relax such depressing situations. The letter was made out of heavy parchment. There was no address, only a name. Harry Potter. Destiny had told him that every Hogwarts student would get such a letter. She hadn't been sure, however, if they'd even sent one for him since they couldn't know where he was. But it seemed there was someone at the school naive enough to hope that an owl would manage what dozens of search parties had failed at. Of course owls couldn't enter the other world. It was Magic herself that had made sure they'd get the letter. Now Death almost wished he hadn't asked for her help. "Why can't we just give the letter to the brat?" Suffering asked, annoyed when the silence grew too thick for her. Payne shot her a glare, but Death just sighed again. Suffering was a cold-hearted, impatient teenager. Most of the time she was clad in black leather, using her whip to capture fleeing souls and other victims. While Payne had the power to harm the body of a person or simply cause their nerves to be aflame, Suffering had power over the mind. She could make people live through their worst nightmares, be it in illusion or for real. She could manipulate their hearts, play with their emotions and crush their will. She could drive a married couple to murder each other. She could make a father want to beat his little son and turn little girls into serial killers. She could turn good people into monsters. That was her power. For those good people she was far more frightening than Payne, but for monsters like Voldemort it was merely an annoyance. While Suffering was just as loyal to Death as Payne, she was far colder. She was simply lacking in basic empathy and tact. Still, Death had decided to send both siblings with Harry as bodyguards. He would have gone himself, but that would have caused a massacre, and he wanted Harry to make a good first impression. Plus he still had work to do. "Why can't you just leave him alone for a moment?" Payne demanded. But Death shook his head. "No, she's right. I have to get this over with. Payne, bring the boy here. Suffering, would you send for Destiny and Magic? We have to make the last preparations." Both his assistants left. Although Suffering had to travel into 2 different realms, Payne would probably need more time. After all, he had to search the entire desert for his charge. Harry Potter was still a child. He had been confronted with much horror and wore a heavy burden, which was more than most his age could shoulder. However, all of this was told to him in the form of bedtime stories. Over the last years he had received 6 letters from his parents. They would have probably sent him 6 heavy books full of love, but the God of Light had decided that their letters couldn't weigh more than a certain amount and they had to use normal parchment. That's why the letters were always filled to the brink with tiny letters that were almost unreadable. Although Harry had been tutored in the customs of the living world, most of it he still learned from those letters. At first Lily and James had been appalled that he had been adopted by Death of all people. But he had always assured them that he was fine and happy. He had told them of his little adventures and classes. His father had always intoned how proud of him he was for standing up to deities, and his mother always made sure that whatever he chose to do in life or where he would want to spend it, they'd always love him. Aside from that, he learned much about his father's time at Hogwarts with the Marauders, and from Lily he got tips and tricks how to befriend human children. Although he had asked for it, they were very reluctant to tell him stories about the war. They still thought he was too young for that, and the one time a year they were allowed to write to him they wanted to give him happy feelings and not scare him. After all, they knew of his destiny and thought it was terrible to burden him with it so soon, taking away the chance of a normal childhood completely. If it weren't for the fact that Destiny felt her position as Harry's parent threatened by them and death was still a little miffed at Lily for shoving him into the line of the killing curse, even if it had been what brought Harry to his attention in the first place, they'd probably spend good time making their anger towards the deities known. But as it was never wise to anger a deity, especially not one who held the life and future of your son in their hands. Learning about his parents had turned young Harry into something of a troublemaker himself. For the most part it was the gargoyles who had to endure his little pranks. Unfortunately his friends the Fortune siblings were practically immune to them. Good Fortune was just too lucky and never even noticed his traps. However, when he wanted to prank Bad Fortune, every single one of his preparations just kind of failed and he ended up pranking himself. Pain was the one who brought the material he needed from the living world, so that left only Suffering, whose revenge was horrifying, or his dad and aunt. Both of them took his antics with stride and Destiny even laughed at them together with him. Aside from outward pranking, he also liked to generally annoy his guardians, for example by playing hide and seek or tag. That was why Pain had to chase the boy through the entire realm. He might be a deity, but even he had trouble keeping up with a Grim, and unfortunately Harry was sitting on his back. Half an hour later Harry finally stood in front of Death, holding the long-anticipated letter in his hands. While he was eagerly ripping the envelope apart, Death was in the room next door, talking to Magic. The Force hadn't bothered to take a distinct shape today and as such appeared to be nothing but a ball of light the size of a human skull that sent out an occasional lightning bolt. "I get it that the boy has a great destiny," a distinct female voice could be heard from the ball, "but he seems pretty well off to me already. Surely with you and your little court together he will manage." Death sighed. "I'm not asking this because of the Dark Lord out for his blood. It's because if he wants to open a portal to my realm by himself he will need much more power than he has now. A portal to the other world. Where would we be if everybody could just open portals like that?" Right in this moment Destiny and the Fortune siblings entered. While the latter ones went to keep Harry company, Destiny came walking towards them. "His ability shall be limited to only Death's realm. Magic, you can't honestly believe that anyone would misuse that ability. Humans spent their entire lives avoiding that bastard over here." Death scowled at her for the insult, or would have if his head was more than just bone. Magic still sounded a little bit unconvinced. "Even if I were to give him the magical boost necessary for him to gain such an ability, we can't have him dimension hopping like that. Space wouldn't allow it. I've already talked to Space about this." "Oh, and did he give his approval to you?" "Maybe not to me directly, but I asked Time to convince him and she said the matter was settled. We tried to find another way but it's no use. All I want is for him to have a place to turn to when he needs it. Come on, just give yourself a little push," Destiny said and tried to nudge Magic, but had to recoil from the angry lightning bolts. "This is the vanquisher of Voldemort we're talking about. As far as I'm concerned, everyone, be it God, deity or force, should help him with his fate. I do not discriminate between dark and light magic," Magic replied, clearly annoyed. "That's right, and we're not asking you to do so. But if you do this favor for me, I'd own you," Death said. Magic said and appeared to think. "There is indeed something I'd like." Tisk, tisk, Destiny made. "Death, you're calling in a lot of favors lately." But Magic sent out a nasty little lightning bolt that gave her an unpleasant shock. "No, stupid, I'm not interested in dead people. It's something your boy shall do for me." "What is it?" Death asked warily. "It's about the Muggleborns. Although the reign of Voldemort has long since been interrupted, their situation has not changed one bit. There are parents who will kill their own children or abuse them to the point they deny their own nature because they are magical. Those that survive to learn about me are shunned by their peers and don't find any work. They return into the Muggle world, some even denying my very existence. If your boy is already destined to become a hero, I want him to use that fame to better their position. What I gave them is a gift and I do not like it being disregarded or even cursed." "I think that won't be a problem," Destiny said. Harry was being called over. After Magic's wish was explained to him, he promised to take care of the problem. The Force then stuck him with a thin lighting bolt, right on his similar-shaped scar. For a moment the little boy felt a surge of power enter his body. He felt as if something was swelling inside of him. A moment later the feeling was gone. There was no noticeable change, aside from, "Hey, wow, that's cool, I can see everything so much clearer now." The boy laughed and looked around, marveling at his new sight. "Did you give him enhanced senses too?" Destiny asked curiously. "No, he might have had bad eyesight, though. His magical core is now much larger, which enhances his regenerative abilities. His body took care of his lack of sight for him." The two deities felt kind of bad for never noticing their adoptive son might have had bad eyesight. It was just that as deities, theirs was naturally enhanced and could not exactly be compared to that of a human. However, they were saved from pondering over that fact much longer when Harry tugged at Death's sleeve. "Daddy, the letter says I need all kinds of stuff for school. Do you know where I can get them?" The magic ball pulsed one last time. "It seems my work is done here. Always remember, boy, that your magic is a gift from me. I can take it away from you just as easily as I gave it to you. Always cherish your gift and let it not be wasted." Harry nodded eagerly. "I'll make you proud, Magic, I promise." The Force seemed to be a little surprised at the child's natural openness and honesty. Finally she just let out a sigh. "I really hope I won't regret it," she said. After the Force was gone, Death took Harry aside. "All right, Harry, listen closely. Pain and suffering will take you to the world of the living. Don't look at me like that, she's just doing her job." "But what about Grim? He's more than enough to protect me," Harry pouted. Death shook his head. "Grims are very well known to me, omen of, well, me. He'll come with you as a precaution this time, but he'll stay invisible and thus won't scare away the non-dangerous but annoying people. Also, whenever you have to leave Hogwarts for some reason other than coming here, I want you to have at least one bodyguard with you." "But, I don't need a bodyguard. I'm 11 now." "Yes, you're 11, but 11 is still very young. Even ordinary human children don't go out on their own without parents." "Don't worry so much about it," Destiny reassured him. "You can call good or bad fortune to go with you when you're going on a trip. Of course, if you plan something greater, like for example breaking into a secret dungeon under your school or into a bank or the ministry or a prison or something like that, then you should probably call for pain and suffering. They'll be of more use when it comes to actual fighting." Death gave her a strange look. Destiny didn't see the future like Time did, but sometimes she had this foreboding. Many deities possessed such a sixth sense. For example, when good fortune left her place, she'd go through her room and sometimes just take random objects with her purely on instinct. It was how she always got a camera ready when something happened or other little items of regular use. This same sense was it that told Death where to go to collect the next soul every day, and what told suffering the greatest weakness of the human heart of her victim. When Destiny made a prophecy, she wasn't seeing the future. She simply determined that something should happen and her power would make it happen. Theoretically, that would make her the most powerful entities in the otherworld if it weren't for two facts. 1. She could only make prophecy about big changes. If she lost her favorite purse, she couldn't just destine herself to find it. It didn't work that way. 2. There was an actual limit to how long her prophecy could be. She couldn't stuff too many details in it, and she couldn't use actual names. The danger of there being two persons with the same name was too great. Therefore her predictions were vague and often didn't even contain a time limit. But sometimes she would make a remark like she did now about Harry breaking into all kinds of secure locations, and doing so quite seriously too. Most people wouldn't think any of it since Harry was a troublemaker. It was entirely possible that bit off more than he could chew in his first year. But when Destiny said things like that, they usually became true. Death just hoped that it wouldn't all happen in his first year. "Oh, I almost forgot," Destiny said. "You shouldn't have any trouble being admitted to Hogwarts, since you're obviously magical, but some people may doubt you're actually Harry Potter. Death took you with him right after Voldemort fled. He's still gone, but with your parents dying that night too, the only explanation for your disappearance they may have come up with would be your death. As in, you know, they think you're dead. People might ask questions about where you've been all those years. You can't tell them, of course, Death hurried to say. Humans aren't supposed to know about the other world. Huh, why not? Harry wanted to know. Well, how to explain? Destiny tilted her head and thought for a moment. Imagine there being a pack of wild Grims that do nothing else than chasing gargoyles all day. And then your Grim would come along and tell them how much more fun he has with you, how you even get to visit other realms occasionally, meet other people, get better food and the like. Suddenly all the Grims want to be your pets. But you're not allowed to take them in, or you simply don't want to, or are too lazy or whatever. And now all the Grims sit in front of your tower and wait for you to come out, but you refuse and wish for them to go. Some even starve to death in front of your window, and then they got the nerve to blame you for it. Just because you're more intelligent than them and have all kinds of cool friends and the like, they think you should be responsible for them, but you aren't and you don't want to be. Well, that's the same with the humans for us. What Destiny wants to say, Death interrupted her when Harry only looked confused, is that we don't want humans to blame us for their own messed up lives. The gods are the only ones who reveal themselves occasionally, but I have never done so, not for the living ones, and neither has Destiny. Even if you told them, they'd probably just don't believe you. Then what should I say if someone asks me? Death shrugged. Don't say anything. I think we've given you enough power to enable you to withstand anything they'd possibly throw at you short of being expelled, and they can't expel you for not telling them where you spent your holidays. If they're really mean to you, you can always prank them a little, Destiny chuckled. Try to experiment a little with your new magic. Or just send your Grim at them. Don't bother to buy a wand. I know the letter says you need one, but you'll get one from me. It'll be an early Death Day gift. Oh, and when you go to the world of the living, don't forget to buy some kind of bird. You can send us letters by sending the bird through a portal and we can send it back. He doesn't have to do that. I'm sure the school has owls on its own. Well, I suppose that's true. But make sure nobody notices you opening a portal. Don't mention you're still in contact with your parents. It's supposed to be impossible. You can already do so much impossible stuff. No need to frighten those poor ordinary souls anymore. Be nice to the Muggleborns. You know you promised magic to better their situation. Be nice to everyone, not just Muggleborns, Destiny huffed. Every great hero needs his flock of followers. Oh, and don't forget to watch out for my henchmen, will you? I found the last one walking around the living world. Maybe there are more of them who got lost. And Harry, don't forget to. Dad, Auntie Day. Really, I'm just going shopping today. I promise I won't start a war until lunch, alright? Just tell me how to open these blasted portals already. The two deities exchanged a nervous glance. They may not like to admit it, but they were just as excited as Harry was and roughly 10 times as worried. Destiny would have liked to go with him herself, but if there were indeed people asking questions, Harry Potter accompanied by a strange woman who was not related and yet was called Auntie would be very suspicious. They might think she had kidnapped him or something. She hadn't, of course. That had been Death. But try to tell that some human paper pushers. Not that the opinion of humans would bother her, but all those questions could cause trouble for her little Harry, and then he wouldn't be able to do his shopping in time. On the other hand, Pain and Suffering were young enough both in looks and behaviors to pass as a group of Hogwarts students. Chances were good Harry wouldn't even be noticed amongst them, and once he was at Hogwarts the officials couldn't reach him. Death showed Harry how to use his great supply on magic to open a dimension portal. Then it was time to say goodbye. Although he'd only be away for one afternoon, Destiny nearly cried. It was the first time he entered the living world on his own and without being concealed by Death's magic that made him invisible. It was the first time he'd get to interact with actual people. Harry hugged Death, who cleared his throat and patted his head awkwardly. Destiny only chuckled at them before giving Harry a hug herself and dotting him on the cheek. Bad Fortune just nodded at him in greeting, but his sister stepped forward nervously. Although the siblings still looked 6 years old, they had stayed close to Harry when he grew up. They simply became from friends to little siblings to him, and he would always cherish them even if he couldn't grow up with them together. When you're going into the world of the living now, Good Fortune murmured. I wanted to give you something. Sure, what's it? Fortune looked around at the other deities, who as if on command pretended to be absorbed in a conversation. She waved Harry closer until he leaned down to her. Quickly Fortune planted a light key on his cheek and smiled at him. "That's for good luck," she said. The next second she turned around and practically fled the room. Harry watched her a little bit confused, rubbing his cheek. Little did he know that from now on he'd be the luckiest human the world had seen in his century. "Come on, Harry," Pain called him over. "It's time to go." Death had already opened a portal in the form of an empty door frame. It was not possible for Harry to open one to a place he had never been, but for their way back he'd be the one to open one for them. Together Pain, Suffering, the human child and his grim step thought the portal and left the otherworld behind. It was time for Harry Potter to make his entrance. Harry stepped through door frame and found himself at the end of a dark, dirty alley that stank disgustingly. "Ugh," he made, "why did we have to come out at a place like this?" "Space is the only one who can open portals without limitations," Suffering explained. "Everyone else has to use an anchor. Death, for example, can only open portals to a place where recently something died." She pointed towards a very dirty, very sickly looking and very dead rat in a corner of the alley. Grim sniffed it curiously. "Magic didn't say anything about limitations," Harry huffed. "That's because you have permission of space to open portals indifferently. Your limitation is your very own magic. During to the boost given to you today you have a lot more than the average human, but you'll still only be able to open a portal 3 times a day at most. I would advise you to not to use this to travel around the world, though," Suffering added. "Better not to challenge the forces." "Will do," Harry answered impatiently. "Can we go shopping now?" Suffering rolled her eyes but Pain just grinned. "Yes we can, kiddo. I'll be around if you need me," the female declared. Then she jumped and landed on the next roof. Her movement was far too fast for human eyes to process, but Harry was used to people just flickering out of view. The duo left the dead end and entered the main alley, which was just as dark and dirty as the rest of what they'd seen. The humans around them all wore dark cloaks that obscured their faces and quite a few stopped to stare at them. Harry realized that they probably looked a little bit out of place. Grim may be invisible to them, but Pain wore his usual black and white, Muggle, clothes, and Harry had never spent that much thought on his appearance. His clothes were Muggle too, but he at least got a black outer cloak to go with it. He may not dress up like his aunt, but he didn't fancy wearing the same boring robes every day like his dad either. But those humans all looked like dirtier versions of the skeleton of doom, and Harry couldn't help but look down on them a little. At least his appearance was clean. Pain seemed to have noticed that they stood out too, because at one point he told Harry to wait and vanished into a side alley. He came back with a cloak on his own, and when Harry glimpsed into the gap he saw a human curled up in fetal position, shaking and with a look of pure horror on his face. "Let's move on," Pain said as if nothing had happened. Harry felt kind of bad for the poor human, but it wasn't as if he wasn't used to it. Pain led Harry out of the dirty place and into a brighter alley, Diagon Alley, as it was called. "We're going to need some way of payment first," the deity stated. "You still remember about money, don't you?" "Of course I do," Harry huffed. "Humans give each other small metal pieces called coins in exchange for goods or services." "Exactly. We don't really have any money though, that's why we have to do this the traditional way. If a deity wants something from a human he'll usually pay with favors or threaten him. That tends to make sure you get better quality, too. Tell me, what's first on your list?" That would be my uniform." "Alright, do you want to pay for it yourself or do you want me to do it?" I have more possibilities of course, and we wouldn't need as much time, but if you want to practice you can do it yourself too." "Well, I'd like to, if you tell me how." Pain smiled at him. "Of course. Let's see, you're magically powerful but have little control yet. You could use Grim to track down lost persons or objects, and you have a talent at flying. That's not much yet, but you're here to learn anyway." He hummed for a moment. "Alright, I've got an idea. You could walk up to a person and look out for an object or person they've lost. Then you're offering them to find it for them. Depending on how much worth the object you can ask for just the things on your list or even bind them to provide you with similar things for your entire life." "But will they even tell me what they need? What if they don't?" What if they haven't lost anything? Everybody loses something during his life. You determine what it is via soul reading. Harry's face was a big question mark, so Payne explained. Soul reading is a common ability amongst otherworld inhabitants. Suffering can do it, as can the Fortune siblings and of course your aunt. I'm sure Master can too, he just doesn't make use of it often. Unfortunately I'm unable to do it since my power is physically centered. Yes, but what is soul reading, and can I even do it if you can't? Soul reading is the art of knowing a human being inside and out just with one look at their eyes. You'll know all their feelings about different matters, their opinions and even memories from important events in their lives as well as current surface thoughts. As I said, it's an ability of deities, but your Grimm should be able to do it too. His kind has to be able to read a soul in order to always know where their victim will turn to. Is it really okay for me to only use Grimm's abilities? The boy mused. He's your familiar. As such he is a part of you just like your hands and feet are. You know how to connect with the mind of your familiar, don't you? Harry grimaced but nodded. That lesson had been taught to him by suffering. She had sent him nightmares without end until he managed to flee his own body and seek refuge in Grimm's mind. Grimms are able to find out intents more than anything else, since they're still animals. With your intelligent mind to guide his, you should be able to make use of his inborn ability and fully read a soul. All you'll have to do is to pull Grimm's mind into your own instead of entering his. Do you understand? I think I do, Harry said. Let's try it out. Payne led the human child along the alley until they saw a shop that had various robes on display. Oh, before we're entering, one last thing. Payne raised a finger to catch his attention. Humans will be more keen to believe in you if you show off a little. The deity glow is a useful instrument for this. Again Harry was more confused than anything else. Deity glow. You know that what we practice is rarely ever pure magic. It's more some kind of spiritual energy. When traveling amongst humans we usually conceal that energy, but if we leak it out a glow will surround us. Gods do that all the time. You've spent so much time not only in close proximity to several deities but also you grew up in the otherworld, a place filled to the brink with spiritual energy. Some of it mixed with your magic. It's not enough to do much with it, although I think it would be hard to open a portal without any spiritual energy at all, but you can create a deity glow. For now I'll break your natural barrier that keeps it at bay. Next time just concentrate on the feeling. Also we don't want to rock the boat too much. Repeat the name, Madame Malkin, in your head. That seems to be the human who owns this place. She will be the only one who sees your deity glow. Harry did as he was told, and when Payne touched him he felt a weird tingle in his neck. He laid a shaky hand on Grimm's back as they entered the shop. Madame Malkin had a busy day. Apparently the Hogwarts letters had been sent out and the first early shoppers had already stormed into her shop. She had spent half the day sticking needles at children and enduring their excited babbling. Just now there was a third and a first year, and the latter was being berated on the Hogwarts houses. Madame Malkin had trouble hiding her sneer when she heard how her old house, Hufflepuff, was belittled by them. Ignorant fools. The door bell rang again and Madame Malkin turned around, hiding her annoyance professionally. What she saw made her mouth hang open and her knees shake for a moment. In stepped the most beautiful child she had ever seen. No, not a child, this creature had to be some kind of supernatural being. The boy had the purest skin, the blackest hair and the most vibrant green eyes she had ever seen. His small frame was surrounded by an eternal golden glow and he walked with such a grace she was sure he had to be floating a few centimeters above the ground. In her astonishment she had dropped her utensils. She felt like crying without even knowing why. Then the boy turned around and looked at her. But he didn't just look, he looked. It felt as if she stood in front of him BPD, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. He saw right into her very being. Their eyes met and it was as if she could hide nothing from him, but she didn't want to anyway. The moment was only fleeting. She felt as if he now knew her better than anyone else, as if he understood her like she didn't even understand herself. When he smiled it was as if the sun rose. He had seen everything, all her good and all her bad sides, and he approved of her. She had never felt this happy before. Madame Malkin didn't notice the angry demand of the student next to her, nor did she notice the teenager behind the wondrous child. She did however notice the faint scar on the forehead of the boy when he stepped closer to her. For a moment her breath caught in her throat. This was the chosen one. The boy who lived, who had freed the world of the Dark Lord. She had heard stories about him. She had heard that he had died along with his parents. She had heard that he survived but was raised by Death Eaters or Muggles or a loving wizarding family abroad. Nobody seemed to really know what happened to him, but the majority of the wizarding world believed that he had survived. Why else would the Ministry send out such a large search party for him that hadn't been disbanded until 5 years after that fateful day? Madame Malkin was not very clever or politically engaged. She had not many connections and little overall knowledge on these events. Up until now she had been grateful for the end of the war. Maybe she had pitied the boy a little for the death of his parents, but she had not belonged to his fans and worshippers. But clearly she had been wrong. Oh, so wrong. He was not a child. He was indeed the chosen one. He was a hero, a mystery, a revelation. He couldn't be human. Elena Malkin, the chosen one asked. Madame Malkin felt like she was flying. Why yes. She croaked out, hating how weak her voice sounded. My name is Harry Potter. I would like to offer you my help. Help me. He nodded. I know that you're very sad because of what happened to your daughter Mary Ann. She couldn't talk. Her throat felt so tight. I can't promise that you'd be able to see her again, but at least I could find her for you and tell you how she's doing. Her thoughts raced. It had been a long time since she'd last thought about Mary Ann. Madame Malkin was pureblood. Her husband was a Muggleborn. They had 2 daughters, but while the first was a witch, Mary Ann had been non-magical. When she was 16 she had run away from home. Her husband had said a few awful things to her. Madame Malkin couldn't even blame her for turning her back on the family. She had tried to stop her, to get her to come back. For 2 years the girl had spent time in the Muggle world, always living with different boyfriends. But then they had had a fight and she lost track of her after that. When her husband died, Madame Malkin had wanted to contact her again but couldn't find her. That was years ago. She had hired various detectives, both magical and Muggle, but they hadn't been able to find anything. She still saved what little profit she earned with her shop in order to one day be able to revive the search. I would like that very much, she whispered, somehow not doubting for a moment that this child was capable of finding her daughter. After all, he was the chosen one. Harry Potter grinned and nodded. All right, I'll find her for you. Just wait and see. He left the shop again, leaving Madame Malkin shaking with suppressed tears and still gaping a little in awe. Hey, Anna, the student on the stool said, was that just really the Harry Potter? It was the chosen one, Madame Malkin whispered. Mary Ann Malkin, Harry said as Payne and he strolled down the alley, 35 years old, a Muggle born into a wizarding family. Grim thinks she's really far away though. That won't be a problem unless she's dead. Grim can use dimension travel with nothing but the object he's been commanded to track down as his anchor. He will be able to track the girl down and then you can see her through his eyes and determine where she is. If you were searching for an object you'd have to travel there yourself in order to retrieve it unless it's small enough for Grim to carry, but in this case it will be enough to get the address. Together they sat down on a bench in front of the apothecary. Harry had connected with his familiar's mind multiple times already. In fact he often did so before letting Grim play tag with the Fortune siblings. The omen of death was actually able to escape them, and being in a dog's body racing over the dunes had been fun as hell. That's why it was no trouble at all for Harry to slip into Grim's mind. His motionless body slumped against Payne's shoulder. Grim greeted him with a happy whirlpool of images and emotions. The information picked up from Elena Malkin's soul were enough for the Grim to know her daughter's signature. A yank went through the body of the Grim as he leapt forward. Darkness surrounded them for a moment. When Harry could see again, Grim's vision was also far sharper than his. He found himself in the garden of a huge white but dirty apartment house in the middle of the night. Grim went up the fire escape up to the 5th floor. Now they were able to watch a woman sleep in a 4-poster bed. The other side was empty. Harry gave his Grim a mental command and the beast leapt forward again. Instead of crushing against the window though, he slipped right through the material. In Grim's body, Harry looked around the apartment. He found a little girl sleeping in the room next door and photos of them at the fridge. Harry knew what a fridge was. He knew a lot of things that were common in a Muggle household. His family had made sure he grew up with stuff like that, although most of the technology they used were just replica of the real thing and didn't run on electricity at all. At the same time he was used to moving pictures too and knew what flowing, portkeying an apparition was even if he had never tried it. Amongst those photos he saw one where a third person was cut out. It seemed whoever the father of the little girl was, he was not with Mary Ann anymore. Harry returned to the sleeping woman. Grim was sure that she was the one he had searched for, but how could he know that Mary Ann wanted to see her mother at all? Maybe she liked it the way it was. He couldn't know without looking into her eyes. Making a decision, Harry gave another command to his Grim. The creature jumped right onto the bed this time, his translucent form merging with the body of the woman. As a Grim it was his duty to hunt down both humans who were to be victims to death as well as any objects they may use to stay alive. But he also had to resort to methods similar to sufferings by sending the victim nightmares and pressuring it with killing intent so that it would be thoroughly scared. That way it either gave in to his master on its own or made mistakes on its run and thus enabled pain or suffering or the henchman or whoever death decided to send after it if he didn't feel like coming himself. After all, so many people died every day that even death couldn't track down all those that died under complications. When Grim merged with the woman he suddenly found himself in her mind. It was different than entering his familiar and it didn't really feel like he did it either. He was just the passenger, the one hiding behind the beast. Soon Harry found his way into Mary Ann's dream. As it was in dreams she wasn't surprised to see him at all. They were walking in a park and the little girl was chasing flamingos in the distance. "Who are you?" Mary Ann asked curiously. "I'm a friend of your mother," he answered. "Do you remember her?" She nodded. "Of course I do. How's she doing?" "She is leading a shop, selling robes," he answered. "She would like to see you again." Her look saddened a bit. "I haven't seen her in many years. Would you like to do so now?" "I don't know. She was always taking my father's side. I just felt as if there was no room for me in that family." "Your father is dead." Her eyes widened. "I didn't know that. And your mother doesn't know that she's a grandmother either. You should tell her." "Yeah, but how do I find her?" "She will find you." Harry left the dream and found himself in Grim's body again. "Let's go back," he whispered. Together with his familiar, Harry wandered around a little until he had found out the woman's address. Apparently she lived in Canada. Back in his own body, Harry opened his eyes and yawned sleepily. "I found out where she is," he said simply. "Good. The second time I think you can go in there without a deity glow." "You might have overdone it a little with her." Muttering to himself he added, "That woman looked like she'd like to start a religion for you." Payne waved with an old newspaper he had read. "I'll wait here for you." Harry came back half an hour later without any robes. "What happened?" his tutor wanted to know. "Well, she was really happy when I could tell her about Mary Ann, but when I said I needed a Hogwarts uniform she insisted that she wanted to tailor everything for me from the finest material and enchant them to be self-repairing and stuff. She said to come back in an hour." "All right. Then I suppose we should get you a trunk next so that you can carry your purchases around." Payne stood up and together they made their way down the alley until they found a shop that sold enchanted trunks. Harry activated his deity glow again, almost scared the shopkeeper to his dad, and then made his way over to France together with Grim. There he found the old heirloom being auctioned off that had been stolen from the shopkeeper years ago. When he told the man where it was, he excused himself and apparated straight to the ministry in order to get himself an international portkey to Paris. During to Harry's luck everything went well with his journey and he was back only 1 hour later, in which Harry and Payne had met up with Suffering, who had blackmailed the owner of the apothecary to give her a beginner's potions kit. Harry left the deal with a new trunk that had not only a password-protected lock but was also water and fireproof as well as feather light and could be shrunken, enlarged and made to be hovering in the air with a tap of your wand. Of course it also had an expansion charm on it that made it possible to fit the furniture for a small apartment in it. After the potions kit, cauldron and robes were put in, Suffering went to bully another shopkeeper into handling her a telescope and parchment while Harry went to the bookstore. Mr. Flourish turned out to be a historian whose dream of life was it to one day read a book written by Merlin himself. Grimm was able to find one in the ruins of an ancient castle whose wards were still intact, hiding the entire thing from both wizards and Muggle. Luckily the book was waterproof so it wasn't damaged when Grimm took it in his mouth to bring it to the bookstore. Mr. Flourish burst out into tears at the prospect of being given such a valuable book. He used a few spells to determine its age. A more thorough investigation would have to be made to make sure it was really from Merlin, but just for having such an old book Mr. Flourish let Harry have all his school books plus some more for free. He promised him a hefty discount on everything if the book was the real deal. By now people had started to notice Harry. His deity glow was only visible for the shopkeepers he wanted something from, but it was kind of telling when people fell on their knees in front of him, praising him as the chosen one. After the entire bookstore had witnessed Mr. Flourish's vow of eternal gratefulness, news of his presence made the round and everyone wanted to have a piece of him. They wanted to shake his hand, touch his robes and the like until Harry had trouble breathing. Luckily by now they had everything they needed. Harry managed to flee and hide in a corner behind the store where he could open a portal. He knew that he was a chosen one with a great destiny, but it wasn't as if he had already reached his goal. He liked the prospect of having his own worshipping day, but, well, he wanted to earn it. He had liked Madame Malkin and Mr. Flourish looking up to him, thanking him, but he hadn't done anything for these strangers. Luckily for Harry they finished his shopping and left for the otherworld just 10 minutes before the first ministry officials arrived to see if the rumors about the supposed to be dead hero's appearance. Back at the otherworld Harry had to tell his family all about his first trip to Diagon Alley. They all thought pulling the shopkeepers on his side was a wonderful idea. "The letter still says I need a wand," Harry informed them. "That's the only thing I haven't got yet." "Well, it wouldn't do for you to have an ordinary wand," Death answered with conviction. "In all honesty, I don't know if a normal wand would even work for you. It would be incredibly hard to control the tremendous amount of magic you have. Your spiritual energy could mess things up too. Therefore we'll make you a special wand." "Okay, how do we do that?" This time Destiny answered. "The wand chooses the wizard. While we can craft you the most powerful wand in existence, no problem, you'll have to search for the wood and a core yourself." "How do I do that?" "Harry, you've been blessed by a number of entities, amongst them magic and good fortune. You have to learn to rely on your instincts to make use of that gift. You might often have the feeling that maybe today is not the right day to prank a specific person or walk down a certain corridor. You should give in to that feeling because it's your instincts warning you of danger. The same way concentrating on what you want will make your magic react to your wishes. Don't forget your lessons with pain. You already do know how to control your random magic bursts. A wand is nothing but a tool to direct your power, but you can do magic without it just as well. It just needs more time and concentration. In order to find the wood for your wand, all you have to do is wander the desert and pick a tree." That's what Harry did. He climbed onto Grimm's back and rode into the desert. All of the trees found here were dead and kinda creepy, not that he had seen many living ones. Most had dark bark, but there were differences. On a whim Harry stopped in front of an old, gnarled tree. Grimm jumped into the air, biting down with his impressive jaws on a branch and ripped it off the tree. Harry's wandless magic was limited to summoning gusts of wind, lighting little fires and levitation. Concentrating hard, Harry raised his hand over the tree branch until it hovered next to him. "Let's go back," he told his familiar. Keeping the wood in the air was difficult while Grimm was running, but he managed anyway. "Next you'll have to find a core," Death said once he was back. "There are a lot of magical creatures both in the otherworld and the living one. Here, take this. It's a list of all the realms." He gave him a piece of parchment. "Close your eyes and choose one." Harry closed his eyes. He let his finger hover over the list a few moments before randomly tipping on one name. "Seems we don't have to go anywhere," Death chuckled, seeing as Harry had chosen his realm. "Let's see, we have a lot of gargoyles here, as well as Grimms, demons and of course your family." He took out a compass. "Move the needle with your mind alone." Again Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on the needle. When he opened them again it pointed straight ahead. Death nodded. Now you'll walk in the direction the needle points at and bring back the first magical being you encounter. He stepped back to let Harry move through the door, but as he did so the needle changed directions. Harry looked at it confused for a moment. "Wah, but I'm concentrating." Death pieced him with his eyes and then took an experimental step to the side. The needle promptly followed him. The deity sighed. "Harry, exactly what kind of tree did you get your wood from?" It was in the northeast, an old gnarled one." "Why do you ask?" "In the north you're confined, a lot of you trees are generally more affiliated with life, therefore not many can use my special power. The most potent ones in this regard are elder and yew trees. Elder is channeling my power, guiding it towards the wielder. As such it's a very dangerous wood for a wand. The wielder would effectively be cursed by it, making it so that people around him die more often. It also tends to attract grims, making it easier for me to find such a person. You on the other hand is absorbing bits of my power that can be found everywhere where life ends. This power is stored inside of the wood until the time where the wielder chooses to release it. Every form of lethal magic will therefore be amplified. In fact, the shaft of my scythe," he motioned towards his weapon that stood in the hat stander, "is made out of yew." "Okay, but what does this have to do with my wand core?" "Well, obviously and not that unexpected either, you'll need something from myself for your wand." "From you?" Harry asked in surprise. And who would blame him? He had been told that wand cores were usually something like hairs, feathers or flesh from some kind of magical beast. Death had neither of those things. "Yes," he sighed, "from me. Now listen, because this is important. The wand I'll make you will easily be the most powerful wand the living world has ever seen, at least concerning offensive magic. It must never fall into the wrong hands. Once you think you don't need it anymore or you feel your end is coming, give it to one of your bodyguards, or better yet, destroy it. Just snapping it won't be enough, I don't think it would even work. You have to vaporize it completely." "All right," Harry said, a little wary. "But what exactly will you use as a core?" Death raised a hand and Harry watched in a mix of fascination and horror as he plucked out one of his metacarpal bones. Are you serious?" Death chuckled at him. "Don't look like that, kid. I have 214 bones, I can spare one for you." Harry went a little green but was distracted when Grim dropped the tree branch into Death's hands. "I'll have it finished in 10 minutes. You'll do wonders with that wand, that's for sure." Sure enough, 10 minutes later Death presented a black wand to him. White lines were spiraling towards the tip, and when Harry took it a cold feeling seemed to grab his heart. However, it wasn't a cold that scared him, more like a refreshing breeze that flowed through his very soul and took with it everything that made him uncomfortable. Harry smiled happily. "Try it out," Destiny encouraged him. Harry didn't know much about magic, but he knew that while he could let things hover a bit when he concentrated, he should be able to control flying objects when using a wand to channel his magic. That's why he concentrated on his magical core, closed his eyes and pushed some of his magic forward into the wand, intending on letting Grim hover. Instead, the wand did the strangest thing. The black handle grew thick and a lot longer. The white seemed to move to the top and grow out of it like a branch from a tree. Before Harry knew it, instead of a wand he was holding a 6-foot-long black scythe in his hand with a bone-white blade. He looked at Death in surprise, whose grin was even more pronounced than usually. "Well," Payne said, "that certainly looks impressive. Are wands supposed to do that?" Harry asked with excitement. "Well, no, they're not," Death admitted. "I just thought it would look awesome. Your wand will only change when you push a huge amount of magic in it. You won't have to do that for any of your schoolwork. It might be necessary for some of the more powerful spells, but when you're forced to use those, I'm assuming you're in mortal danger. In that case, this scythe is a more effective weapon to you." "How so?" "Well," Death said and grabbed his own scythe. "See, you can twirl around your scythe like that," he demonstrated, "and it will unleash the spell you're thinking about, not in the usual manner of a single beam of light but in a far more widespread area. That way with one swing you can stun around 20 people standing around you. Or kill them. Or turn them into penguins. You get the picture. Hey, but don't you need a specific wand movement for each spell?" "Well, yes, this form isn't bound to wand movements or incantations. You can even change the color of the light of the spell at will. Does that mean? Pain wanted to know. He could scream, Avada Kedavra, and throw around green light while thinking of a stunning spell and thus be able to fake the death of a dozen people. Harry grinned. Sounds like a great prank. Well, yes, but remember, we don't want you to be expelled. That means no genocide while still at school, or we take away your wand and you have to do with a transfigured pencil, Destiny scolded him. Harry just rolled his eyes. I was kidding, Auntie Day. Well, yes, I was not. She shook her head. All right, now that you had your first encounter with the living world on your own, what are your plans? My plans. Of course, your plans. According to nature you have to spend more than half of your life there, you have to have some plans. Harry shrugged. Well, first I'll learn all about magic. Then I'll kill Voldemort. Silence. Yes, and then? What about then? Death sighed. Harry, I know that you're perfectly capable of killing Voldemort. You probably would be able to do it right now if you rely on your luck, but in a few years you could defeat him in an actual fight too if you'd like that better. But once you did that, then what are your plans? A mortal life is so short. You have to have a dream you can work for. A dream I can work for. Yes, you can dream about anything. Don't be afraid to have high expectations of yourself. I can dream about anything. Harry thought about that for a moment. I would very much like to one day be able to visit my parents. The god of hell once told me I wouldn't be able to because by the time I die after fulfilling the prophecy I would only end up in hell, be reborn or come here again, and the god of light wouldn't let me in. But there is a way you could do that, Pain said. Death gestured him to be silent, but he had already caught Harry's interest. What would I have to do? Pain shrugged. All you'd have to do is become a god. Harry's eyes widened. How do I do that? Now, Death interrupted them, this is nothing to be taken lightly. Divineness is not easily reached. But you said I shouldn't be afraid to have high expectations. Death looked down at him for a moment. Then he sighed. I know it's just there hasn't been a human-turned god in 900 years. Normally it's the other way around. Humans just make up a new god and convince people to believe in him themselves until he turns real. In order to become a god one would have to start a religion on your own and gather followers who are not only dependent but also absolutely devoted to you. But that's easy, Harry claimed confidently. Those shopkeepers practically threw themselves at my feet and I didn't even do that much for them. Shopkeepers. He might have overdone the deity glow, Pain explained. We didn't have any money to do the shopping, so. You do realize there's an entire vault with money left to him from his parents? Destiny asked sharply. Pain began to sweat. I forgot. Death sighed again. Harry, please remember to send an owl to Gringotts first chance you get to ask for your key. All right, but I still think I could manage building up a religion. You just need to give me a few tips. Death scratched his chin in thought. A tip? Huh, well you're already somewhat well known. People will come to you for help, that's inevitable. When they do, just ask what you'll get in return. After some time, when they don't have anything to offer for you anymore, ask for their devotion. Harry scowled at that. What is devotion? It's what makes them religious, Destiny explained. I don't understand, he admitted. Well, Death said, when they're devoted to you you can ask them to do stuff for you. Either for yourself or to help other people who are devoted to you. Nothing too big at the beginning. You know, something equal to the things you did for them. In turn you have to take care of their needs and listen to their demands too. Eventually they will serve you and do small things for you, and in return when they're in real danger you help them out. You'll have to be careful, though, Pain meant. Gods are a pretty jealous lot. You could get in trouble for stealing their believers. Don't offer your services for free. You should let them come to you instead. There's a bunch of other things to consider. Tests to pass and conditions to fulfill, but for now, that will be enough, Death decided. Fulfilling your prophecy will be a good start. Being the best student in your year might also help. But for now you should concentrate on learning how to handle that new wand of yours. He turned to Pain. Take him out into the desert and let him practice with a few gargoyles, will you? Of course, Master. Thank you for the advice. I'll promise I'll become a good god and then I'll belong to your family for real. Harry smiled brightly, and Death couldn't help but feel moved by the declaration. "Come on, Grim, let's take down some gargoyles." Grim barked happily and laid down so Harry could climb on his back. Death shook his head as he watched his adopted son and his assistant leave for another gargoyle hunt. Those little things would be pissed at him later on, that was for sure. "He's growing up so fast, don't you think?" Destiny sighed and leaned into him. Death regarded the female deity warily but eventually allowed her to lay her head on his shoulder and her hands on his arm. "He's a human," he replied. "They're so short-lived they have to enjoy every moment of it. You know, Death around him, I'm also feeling human." "Me too, Destiny, me too." It was the September 1st and Harry was very excited. He had opened a portal to London 10 minutes ago and went to the station with his shrunken trunk in his pocket and Suffering at his side. The parting from his family had been very emotional, and Andy Day had even cried a little, even though he promised to write every week and whenever something happened. When they arrived at the station he was a little lost at first. "Which platform do we need to go to?" Harry asked. "No idea," Suffering said and shrugged indifferently. "But then how am I supposed to get to the train?" "HRMPF. Suffering ripped a strap of cloth from her cloak and quickly blindfolded Harry. "You're the lucky one. Just wander around a bit, I'm sure you'll find it." Suffering patted his head, spun him around until he didn't know where up and down was, much less left and right, and then just sent him on his way. Harry felt as if he was being pushed into the cold water, but hey, he liked swimming, so who cares? He supposed he must look a little bit ridiculous wandering around the crowd blindfolded. But he never bumped into anyone, and when he finally pulled off the cloth he was standing right in front of the engine. He turned around to thank Suffering for her advice, but the deity was nowhere to be seen. Shrugging to himself, Harry entered the Hogwarts Express. Soon he found himself an empty compartment and settled for the drive. On a hunch he unshrunk his trunk and rummaged through his books, pulling out the first one he got his fingers on. It turned out to be his potions book. Remembering to trust his instincts, he flipped it open at a random page, searching for something interesting. It was a text about common antidotes, concentrating on the uses of bezoars. Shortly before the train took off, the door to his compartment opened and a boy with flaming red hair and lots of freckles entered. Sorry, can I sit here? The rest of the train is full." "I don't know," Harry answered, a little bit confused. "You think there's something stopping you? Why wouldn't the boy be able to sit down? There was enough space for 5 other humans to fit in." I suppose not." The boy began to struggle with his luggage, trying to lift it to the shelf over their heads. Harry watched him a couple of moments. "What are you doing?" he finally asked. "Trying to get my luggage up there. Wouldn't mind a little bit of help, actually," the boy replied between gritted teeth. "Why don't you just levitate it? Or better yet, shrink it?" "Hey, I'm only a first year, I don't know how to do that." "Well, I'm a first year too and I do. Why aren't you helping me then?" Harry blinked. You didn't ask for help. His mother had told him that even if he was much more powerful than his peers, he shouldn't go around and boast about it. He should always help if someone asked, but he shouldn't force himself on others. Death, on the other hand, had warned that if he offered his help for nothing, people would soon be all over him and demand he help them with all their little needs, and he wouldn't have time to take care of the real problems. He also had the lesson about how to build up a religion while still not stepping on other jealous gods' toes in his mind. "Well, can you please help me, then?" the boy snapped irritably. "Of course I can," he replied, smiling. Silence. "Well, and what?" "Well, will you help me? What would I get in return if I did?" The redhead rolled his eyes. "Forget about it," he spat and continued to struggle with the luggage. Harry shrugged and turned back to his book. If he was to start a religion, it made little sense to recruit humans who couldn't even levitate their own luggage on their own, he thought, unaware of the fact that none of the first years would be able to, much less wandless like him. He would have to recruit humans who had charm, power, intelligence, or connections first. Those could be the leader of his religion and would do the recruiting of the lesser humans for him. Yes, that sounded like a great plan. An awkward silence had settled over the two boys. Harry had skimmed though another 2 chapters of his books by the time the candy lady came by. Harry didn't have any money and apparently, the redhead didn't either, so she passed them. Harry was soon bored with his book. In fact, he didn't know how he managed to read so much on his own. It wasn't as they'd be tested for that kind of knowledge in their first week, right? So bored as he was, Harry tried to sleep a bit but found he couldn't. The redhead still seemed to be somewhat miffed with him and he wouldn't have known what to speak to him about anyway. Soon Harry found himself missing his family and friends. He really would have liked to have Grim with him right now. Speaking of, he just got an idea. Harry closed his eyes and tried to let his mind float free like he did when he took possession of Grim's body. Maybe he would be able to. There it was. Harry nearly laughed in joy. He could feel Grim's presence. It was far away, but not as far as he imagined he would have been if he were in Death's realm. His familiar felt his mind nudging close and sent him a happy flow of colors. Harry smiled and silently asked, "Where are you?" While Grim was perfectly capable of understanding human language as long as it consisted of simple commands and common sentences, he couldn't answer in the same way. Instead, Harry received the image of Grim sitting in the shadows of what appeared to be a study. There was a man sitting at the desk writing on a parchment who nervously looked around every few seconds. Harry realized that Death must have sent him on a mission to track down a soul that would die soon. A rumbling noise broke his concentration and Harry found himself in the compartment again. There was a girl with bushy brown hair and large white front teeth standing in the door. "Have you guys seen a toad here somewhere?" she asked with a snooty voice. Neville lost his. "No," the redhead replied curtly. "Who's Neville?" Harry wanted to know. "Neville Longbottom." She pulled at the sleeve of someone who apparently stood next to her and pulled a small, plump boy into his line of sight. "And I am Hermione Granger. Nice to meet you. I'm so excited to be here. My parents are both non-magical, they were so proud." Then she stopped and looked him over a second time. "Wait, didn't I see your face in the newspaper recently?" "You might have. You're Harry Potter. You're the boy who lived." Harry shrugged at that while the redhead was gaping at him. "Wait, that's a mistake. He can't be, can he?" "Well," Hermione said, "he's supposed to be dead, but not dead." Surprisingly, it was the timid boy next to her who spoke. He was looking at Harry with big eyes. "My grandma always said you were missing but not dead. They never found any body." Harry helped him along. "No, I still needed that one, thanks." "Oh, I've read all about you, of course," Hermione babbled and then began to list all the books who mentioned him. "Weren't you supposed to look for something?" the redhead interrupted her after a while. "Of course," she said and stuck her nose into the air. "As I said, we're searching for Neville's toad. And you need help in finding it," Harry intoned carefully. That was something he would actually like to help with, but he wouldn't when he wasn't asked directly. "Yes, that would be very nice of you," Hermione answered. "I could help you," Harry said. "What would I get in return?" Hermione seemed speechless for a moment, staring at him incredulously. Neville said finally, "I'd give you a chocolate frog card for it if you'd like." Harry tilted his head in question. "Chocolate frog? Why, yes, are you not collecting?" Harry shrugged. "I might as well start." He stood up and stretched a little for show. "All right, let's find the toad." Harry closed his eyes and, now that he knew what it felt like, quickly connected with Grim. A couple of seconds later he had managed to pull the mind of the Grim into his. He stepped out of the compartment and Grim caught the trace at once. He heard a silent gasp behind him. "Harry, your eyes." Harry turned around and saw his reflection in the glass door of the compartment. His eyes were glowing yellow, the same color Grim's eyes had. "Awesome!" he exclaimed and grinned. He had never noticed his eyes changing color before when Grim was with him. There weren't many mirrors in the otherworld, and for its inhabitants something like changing eye colors wasn't exactly uncommon, so nobody had mentioned it to him before. Confidently Harry strode down the train with Neville and Hermione in his tow. They passed a couple of compartments. When he pulled a door open they were met with the curious stares of a couple of third years. "Excuse me," Harry said smiling. Then he turned around. "Neville, I think over there under that seat, that could be your toad." Indeed, there was a great ugly toad sitting under one of the seats. Neville grabbed it happily and thanked Harry for finding his pet. Apparently his toad always run away, but he had been afraid if it did so on the train he'd never find it again. He was so thankful he didn't give him only 1 but 5 chocolate frog cards, even if he admitted while blushing that they were fairly common ones. Harry didn't mind. "Feel free to ask me for help if you lose something again," he offered. "I'm really good at finding things." Neville promised he would. Harry wanted to return to his compartment, but Hermione stopped him. "How did you do that?" she asked. "How did you know where his toad was?" Harry tilted his head. Did her wanting to know something from him count as asking for help? He could give it a try. "What's in it for me if I tell you?" he challenged. Hermione pursed her lips. "Well, you'll have done a nice thing. I've already done that by helping Neville." "That doesn't count. He gave you those cards for it. You're supposed to do at least one good deed a day." Harry shook his head. "Doesn't apply to me. I'd end up in hell either way." "Why would you think that? What could you have possibly done to end up in hell?" "It's not about what I did. It's about what I will do." That didn't seem to reassure her. If anything, it unnerved the girl even more, so Harry quickly explained. "You know how I'm destined to kill Voldemort and stuff. Well, murderers go to hell." Hermione had flinched violently at his words. Harry thought he'd made his point pretty clear, but she was just staring at him as if he had grown a second head. What? You see, when humans kill each other, the one who does the killing goes to hell after death takes his soul. Even if he kills a Voldemort. Don't you know that? But you said his name." "Whose name?" "Death." He knew he wasn't supposed to talk about death, but he hadn't mentioned that he lived with him, so surely it was okay. "No, I mean you know who." "Who? You know who?" "No, I don't know who." Harry was seriously considering calling back Grim to perform a soul reading on her to know what the hell she was talking about. He didn't like feeling stupid. "The Dark Lord. Nobody says his name. People are too afraid of him. I didn't think you of all people would dare to call him by his name." Harry started at that, then he let out a laugh. "Hee, you humans are funny. Why would I be afraid of calling Voldemort by his name? I'm the one who's destined to kill him. If anything, he should be afraid of my name. I'll make sure he learns to be for what he did to my parents." Hermione looked at him with wonder and incredulity. She had never met someone quite like him and found herself unsettled. "You shouldn't rely on those stories people tell about you. Something like destiny doesn't exist." Now it was Harry's turn to stare at her incredulously. "What did you just say?" "I said you shouldn't rely." No, after that." She scowled. "I said something like destiny doesn't exist. It's just an excuse people make up so they can shove their own responsibilities on someone else or lay back and be lazy." Harry's eyes went dark. Undercover or not, he would not allow some petty human to insult his family. "Destiny does exist. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just because it's your fate to stay an ordinary human and snooty bookworm forever doesn't mean some people aren't destined for greater things. It's not like I'm counting on destiny and good fortune alone. I plan on becoming ridiculously powerful as well. I wanted to offer you my help in the future because you're a Muggleborn and might need help to come in touch with magic. But if you don't apologize, I think I might make an exception for you." By that point Hermione was flabbergasted. She thought Harry was an arrogant prat who looked down on intelligence and her Muggle heritage. She couldn't know that from his point of view implying killing Voldemort might not be his responsibility was a serious insult to him. Claiming destiny didn't exist was one thing. He could just laugh that off. She was only an ordinary human after all, she couldn't know better. But everyone who dared to question his position as a chosen one basically called his aunt a liar, and he simply couldn't have that. Since Hermione didn't answer, Harry turned around to leave. Before he could reach his compartment, however, he encountered a group of 3 boys. The 1B-owned one in the middle was flanked by 2 bigger ones. They probably tried to look intimidating but only looked stupid to Harry. "The rumor is true then," the smaller boy drawled. "Harry Potter enters Hogwarts this year. My name is Draco Malfoy. Those are Crabbe and Goyle." "Nice to meet you," Harry replied, still somewhat cold. "You will soon learn that what kind of friends you make will greatly reflect on you. Some wizarding families are better than others. I could help you with that." He stuck out his hand for him to shake. Harry, who had learned about this human custom but never actually shook someone's hand, glanced at it with amusement before shaking it. "Thanks for the offer, but I don't need the help of a human. I'm the kind of guy who helps others, not the other way around." "I'm sure we could help each other," he answered with a smirk. "Do you know which house you'll end up in?" "It doesn't matter. I'll reach my goal regardless of the house." "What is your goal then, Potter?" Harry shrugged. "Well, to kill Voldemort, of course." Malfoy became white as a sheet. His two bodyguards flinched violently. The B.O.'d grabbed Harry by his arm and glared at him fiercely. "One first good advice, Potter. Do not speak that name out aloud. Really, where the hell did you grow up, under a stone? You can't just go around telling stuff like that." Harry scowled at him. "You don't get to tell me what I can or can't say. You don't have that kind of power over me. You'll make a lot of enemies with that attitude, Potter." Harry blinked. Then a large grin spread on his face. "I never had an enemy before. That was another human experience. Maybe not the most fun one, but nonetheless one that belonged to human life. It was new and it was exciting." Malfoy stared at him in surprise and then incredulity. Then he shook his head. "Crabbe, Goyle, let's go. It seems Potter is barmy." Not bothered in the least, Harry went back to his compartment. By now it was time to change into his robes, and soon the train came to a stop. A giant of a man was calling the first years to him. Harry shared a boat with Neville and two other boys. After McGonagall's speech they were left alone. Harry was most interested in the group of ghosts that passed while they were waiting. He knew that ghosts didn't have their soul anymore. His dad wouldn't have allowed them to stay otherwise. They were mere imprints of their former mind. Harry still found them interesting. The names for the sorting were called, and amongst them was Harry's. When it was his turn, Harry stepped forward confidently and put on the hat. Oh my, what do we have here?" a high voice called in his head. "Raised by death and destiny, are you? What an incredible story." "Hey, nobody is supposed to know that," Harry protested. "Don't worry, child, your secret is safe with me. Although I dare say you will have trouble keeping it. Let's see, where should I put you? Your ambition is one of the highest I have ever heard of. Then again, it could very well be possible for you to reach it. Cunning, however, is not your favorite tool. Your talents are mainly founded on your blessings. You have something in your head and no secrets no other human knows. Ravenclaw, maybe you are not afraid of anything except maybe hell, but Gryffindor braveness is not about fearlessness, it's about overcoming your fears. Hufflepuff, yes, you are very loyal to your family. Eager to help others too. But you are foreign to the way all humans act. You will have a hard time to find people who would ask you for help in other houses. If Hufflepuff will help me to gather devoted humans, I'll go there," Harry decided. "If that is what you want, I would wish you good luck, but I think you already got that thanks to your little friend. Enjoy life in Hufflepuff." 1991. The Human World. Professor Sprout Pov. Professor Sprout decided this was the best year ever. Her house was always the one cast aside. Her students were accused of being leftovers, losers, the ones who didn't possess any of the noble traits of the other houses. Now, however, the most anticipated student since that one Muggleborn from the English royal family 300 years ago had been sorted into her house. Harry Potter was a genius. Maybe a little eccentric, okay. Who was she kidding? He was very much eccentric, but he had enough talent to get 3 classes through the NEWTs. The other professors reported that he never needed more than 5 tries to get a spell right. His essays were average, but he seemed to have a fundamental understanding of magic itself. Sometimes Professor Sprout thought that maybe her precious plants sensed that because they never ill-behaved around him. His knowledge was not as great as that of Miss Granger, a gifted student from Gryffindor House, but in terms of practical work he beat everyone. Instead of being bored at class or playing pranks or even reading ahead when he was finished with his work, the boy tried to help the other students. However, Harry Potter had a very peculiar way of doing so. He never just outright offered his help. At least not for free. At first the students had been miffed at him for asking for something in return for something as simple as showing them a spell or asking a question. But some of them were desperate enough to give him something. Soon the Hufflepuffs realized that Potter wasn't asking for things for his own gain. For him it seemed to be more of a symbolic gesture. He once agreed to help Ernie Macmillan to get better at transfiguration for a pack of Bertie Bott's beans. From that day onwards he always gave him advice in class, made his homework together with him and gave a general tutorial. Another time Susan Bones had messed up her potion in class. According to Professor Snape it had been beyond hope. But she promised Potter to give him some of her color-changing ink if he helped her. The boy then threw half a dozen seemingly random ingredients into her cauldron, creating a whole new recipe, and her potion turned out to not only have the desired effect but to be an even improved version of the forgetfulness potion she had been trying to make. As soon as his housemates got the grip of his little system they all came to him for help. Professor Sprout had been afraid that maybe they were bothering the poor boy too much, but her worry was unfounded. Last Thursday Justin FF asked for directions to their charms classroom in exchange for showing him how to fold a paper plane. Harry instead offered to make him a map of Hogwarts with all the important classrooms on it if he in turn helped Hannah Abbott with her astronomy class. Of course after that everyone wanted to have such a map, and by the end of the first month every Hufflepuff was partnered with someone better in their worst subject. The most astonishing thing however was when students from other houses started noticing. Granger got to borrow a few rare books from various Hufflepuffs in exchange for partnering with Neville Longbottom in potions. Tracy Davis from Slytherin got Potter to do an interview about the latest fashion trends for Witch Weekly. Apparently her father worked as an editor there, and in exchange helped him to play matchmaker for Megan Jones, Hufflepuff first year, older brother from 6th year Gryffindor, with Davis's cousin from Slytherin 7th year. Of course not everyone was as excited about Potter. During the first week random people made snark comments about him for being a Hufflepuff. After a few days nobody did anymore. Professor Sprout researched that and found that people were simply unable to insult Harry Potter around him. It was as if they were all simultaneously hit with a silencing spell, just that nobody used a wand. The effect would wear off as soon as Potter was out of earshot. Noticing this the Weasley twins tried to prank him just to see what happened. Miraculously all their pranks seemed to backfire on themselves, sometimes seemingly without Potter noticing anything. Harry Potter was a constant subject of whisper even amongst teachers. Dumbledore himself seemed to take a high interest in the boy. That's why it came without a surprise when one day he took Professor Sprout aside and asked her to subtly inquire where the boy had stayed the last decade. "But Albus," she had exclaimed in mild shock, "are you saying you don't know that for yourself?" "I'm afraid not," he admitted. "When he showed up in Diagon Alley one day was the first time anyone, including me, heard something from him." "But why didn't you ask sooner? I was worried that maybe the wrong kind of people got a hold of him," he explained. "He would have never told me the truth anyway if that was the case. I was relieved to see him sorted into Hufflepuff and decided to watch him for a while first. But I won't be able to hold back all those reporters and ministry officials demanding an explanation for much longer." So Professor Sprout had asked her favorite student to stay behind after class. However, she was not much for subtlety. The boy seemed to recognize every lie someone told him anyway. That's why she just repeated the headmaster's request. "You want me to tell where I stayed after my parents died?" he asked her. "It would be a great relief for me to know," she confirmed, smiling. "A lot of people thought you dead. Some still doubt you're really Harry Potter." "If I tell you," he murmured, "what do I get in return?" Used to this strange behavior, she replied, "Well, how about you don't have to do this week's essay on Dimwinkles?" Harry thought for a moment and then he shook his head. "No, thank you, Professor." Professor Sprout blinked. As far as she knew, Harry Potter had never denied his help or an answer, even if he only got something small in return. "Well then, what would you like instead?" she wanted to know. "Actually, I don't think there's anything you could give me. The one thing I might want you aren't ready to give away." He closed his bag and stood. "Is that all, Professor?" Professor Sprout had a hard time not to gape. Harry, dear, I don't think you understand. People are worried about you. They don't know where you live, who you live with. What if your current guardians aren't fit to take care of you? We don't even know if they're magical or not." "My guardians are perfectly capable of taking care of me," he answered. I love them very much and they taught me so many things. There really isn't anything to worry about. Dear, I believe you, I really do, but there are people who won't take the word of an 11-year-old for full. It would be far easier to just tell us who you live with. Harry Potter sighed. I was told this might happen. Look, I really like Hogwarts. It's the place my parents went to school, the place I heard so much about. I already have a lot of humans here who like me and I don't want to start from scratch again. But I can't tell you who I live with. If you try to force me I will have to leave. I'm sure there are other magical schools and countries who would like to claim the boy who lived as their student. Professor Sprout was absolutely flabbergasted. Was the boy actually threatening her? No, he couldn't be, could he? His entire composition and expression had changed. He became colder. All of a sudden she felt like speaking to Professor Snape. Where was her lovely model student? Where was her nice, helpful Hufflepuff? In front of her stood a determined spirit who would sooner start a war than give away his secrets. I understand, she said finally, although sad, and dropped her gaze. I will relay your message. Thank you, Professor. Suddenly he was back to cheerful again. Professor Sprout watched her star pupil leave her classroom. She had the feeling Dumbledore would soon call him to his office himself. She also had the feeling he was in for a nasty surprise. After all, Hufflepuffs were famous for their undying loyalty. Harry's paw. Harry decided that he very much liked Hogwarts. None of these humans actually knew him and still they already had a high opinion on him. It made his job so much easier. However, there were also humans who seemed to dislike him from the very start. His potions professor was one of them. Harry was glad he had listened to his instincts and read ahead of class. Otherwise he would have been utterly humiliated in his first period. Then there was Malfoy, who seemed to have chosen him as eternal rival. That was actually a nice change. The only thing he had ever had that remotely resembled a rival was suffering and he just couldn't hold a candle to her. Yet, Harry enjoyed teasing Malfoy, mostly because he was insulting things that meant absolutely nothing to him. The one time he dared to insult his parents, the Bee-Own had found himself hanging from a huge candelabra in his underpants the next morning at breakfast. He never dared to mention them again. Luckily Harry had been able to make it up to the Granger Muggleborn. She was just so keen on finding out about his secrets that she swallowed her pride after the first week and apologized to him. Of course he still didn't tell her much, but he explained to her the limitations of his finding stuff ability, in exchange for her helping him developing a glamour that covered the yellow gaze of his eyes that could be seen whenever he called Grim. Another increasingly annoying student was Ron Weasley. He seemed to be torn in his opinion about Harry. One moment he was a weakling for being in Hufflepuff and relying on the help of his housemates, and in the next he was convinced he really should have been in Gryffindor, what with his magical ability and all that. Harry didn't see how his magical ability had anything to do with bravery. But even if most of the teachers and students liked him very much, he still hadn't managed to make any progress with his religion. That changed on his 10th death day. On Halloween he gained his first devotee. Harry was just returning from his last class and headed for the feast when he overheard a couple of Gryffindor girls whispering. According to them, Hermione Granger had been badly insulted by Weasley during charms and was now crying in the bathroom. Harry couldn't say he really liked Hermione. He had spoken to her far more than to any other non-Hufflepuff, but that was mostly during to her constant nagging. She had offered to help his friends with their schoolwork when she noticed he always searched for students willing to teach those who weren't as good as them. By doing so she had been the first human who had offered to do something for him without wanting anything in return. Since it wasn't supposed to be that way, Harry had begun to watch her more closely. Eventually he realized that Hermione was just incredibly lonely. She would do everything for someone who would say an occasional nice word to her. That made her perfect devotee material. That was why he went to search for her. Or more likely, he asked Grim where she was and then headed to the bathroom. Hermione, he called into the empty room. Are you all right? Why yes, a whisper could be heard from one of the cabins. Please, I want to be alone for a moment. But Harry came closer instead and leaned against the door. You have helped my friends in the last weeks often with their schoolwork. I don't understand why you're upset. If you tell me, I'll try to repay you. It's nothing, really. I'm fine. You're crying, Harry stated flatly. And hiding in a toilet. You are not fine. And it's a girl's toilet, she huffed angrily. You shouldn't even be here. I can think of a lot of places where I was but shouldn't be, he answered. A soft noise told him that Hermione too now leaned against the door from the other side. It's just that when I came to Hogwarts I thought I would meet people who would understand me. People who were different like me. Not knowing what these strange things happening around me were, it was terrible. Nobody in my school would believe me and I had to go to a therapist and everything. I thought here I would be able to get some friends. But it turned out magic doesn't have anything to do with me being alone. They're still ignoring me. Harry was silent for a moment and thought about her problem. You know, he said then, you have so much knowledge and determination. You have a great memory too. Your greatest weakness is probably your blind trust in authority figures and your desire to show your own superiority at every opportunity, even to people who you want to be friends with. What you really need is a cause. Something to direct all your energy onto. Preferably something that goes against authority. Something that will load you with work to the point you don't have time to worry about other people's problems every day. Hermione opened the door a bit and glanced at him with puffy red eyes. Harry looked directly at her. I have such a cause for you. What kind of cause? And what do you mean against authority? You're not talking about something illegal, are you? No, he replied, I'm talking about. He stopped mid-sentence. There was a prickle in his neck. Suddenly he had the urge to leave. Danger was approaching. Hermione, we have to go, he said, his voice tight as he reached for his wand. What? Why? Later. We have to leave right now. He pulled the girl with him, but right as they reached the door a shadow fell over them. Acting on impulse, Harry pulled her to the side, right in time to avoid a great wooden club that smashed through the door. Hermione shrieked as the shadow grew. In the door there stood a very ugly creature with gray skin, covered in rugs and swinging its enormous weapon. Harry raised his wand and searched his brain for a spell, but he knew nothing that would harm a troll. Go over there, he called to Hermione while he himself fell to the ground just as the great club swung over his head. Hermione fled to another corner of the room. Hermione, are you all right, Harry? Hermione, give me a letter. What? The troll smashed a few sinks and Harry threw a broken pipe at him to distract him from Hermione. Give me a damn letter. Right in this moment one of the toilets exploded under the troll's attack and Hermione was splashed with water. Ew! She called out. Harry thought furiously. A spell with W. Wingardium Leviosa. He had intended to let the club float out of the troll's grip. However, in his panicked state his spell was a little bit overpowered. The entire troll lifted off the floor. Both first years watched in awe as the big troll started floating. He was looking around dumbly before he began to flare his arms. He threw away his club and destroyed 2 other toilets, but after that he was completely helpless. The troll's roar followed a short, amazed silence. Hermione, Harry then called out. Would you mind getting a teacher here? I bet that's a troll. I can't leave you alone with it. It looks pretty harmless to me now. Don't be silly. That thing must weigh a lot. There's no telling how long you'll be able to hold that spell. I'll manage. But the longer you stay arguing with me the closer it will be though. Hermione scowled. Finally, however, she rushed to the door but didn't leave without looking back again. You saved my life today, Harry. Thank you. Just promise the moment you feel you can't hold the spell any longer you'll run and lock the door, okay? Don't try to be brave. I mean not any braver than you've already been. Harry looked at her in surprise. All right, I promise. A moment later she was gone. Harry continued to hold the troll immobile for another 7 minutes. He didn't feel any drain on his magic at all, which wasn't strange with the amount of raw magic he possessed. Then the teachers finally came. Oh my God, Mr. Potter, are you hurt? Professor Sprout asked, who came hurrying forward with McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick and Quirrell in tow. I'm fine, Harry reassured her. Did Hermione find you? Yes, McGonagall answered. She told us you were trying to take on a mountain troll on your own. What have you been thinking? You could have gotten both yourself and Miss Granger killed. "I'm sorry, Professor," he answered politely but with a tight voice, "but how exactly was I supposed to know there would be a troll rushing in on us?" All the students were sent to the common rooms when it was announced there was a troll in the dungeons. Snape sneered. "You are just as arrogant as your father, playing the hero while getting yourself and others in mortal danger and then expecting to be worshipped for it." "Just like my father," Harry repeated. For a moment he was stunned. Arrogant and expecting to be worshipped. How the hell did Snape know that? He didn't look like someone who ever met death. People who did were usually more transparent. He shook his head and decided to ponder about that later. "With all due respect, sir," Harry replied, not sounding respectful at all, "but the Hufflepuff common room is in the dungeons. As is the Slytherin one, if I remember correctly. Furthermore, I didn't even get to visit the feast. I was searching for Hermione. We had agreed on going to the feast together." "In this case you aren't to blame at all," Professor Sprout exclaimed in pride. "In fact, I think taking on a troll as a first year without anyone, even the troll itself, to be harmed, warrants at least 20 points for yourself." "Thank you, Professor." "Nonetheless," McGonagall said, "the headmaster will want to know how the troll entered the castle. I'm sure he would like to speak with Mr. Potter about it." "I can take him to the office," Sprout offered. "Very well, then we will take care of this troll." Harry dropped the beast and it was immediately bound by the united efforts of the professors. Harry was just about to follow Sprout when he caught a movement out of the corner of his eye. Looking closer, he saw a patch of black fur vanishing behind a corner. Harry stood frozen. "Grim?" he asked in wonder. The professors turned to face him. "Is something the matter, Mr. Potter?" He shook his head. "Never mind." Following his head of house, Harry was eventually led into the headmaster's office. He took a moment to admire all the little trinkets on display, paying special attention to the beautiful phoenix. However, when he made a movement as if to pet the bird, it screeched at him in anger, flapped his wings and even pecked at his fingers. Harry flinched back. Death had told him that his counterpart, life, often took the appearance of a phoenix. Harry had never really met the deity. She lived on the other side of the Orther world. Other than most siblings, she and his dad didn't come along very well. Death had once explained that when his henchmen were filled with his power, representing him in the human world, then phoenixes did the same for life. As such, the bird might be able to sense the lingering deathness in Harry's spiritual energy, which was probably the reason for its violent reaction. Of course, Albus Dumbledore couldn't know that. The only people he had ever seen Fawkes react to in such a way were extremely dark wizards with next to non-existent morals. As such, it wasn't surprising that he was alarmed. "Hello, Harry, my boy," he greeted the child warmly nonetheless. "Please, sit down. Would you like a drop?" "Sure. There's nothing better than being high on sugar." Harry took the offered treat and sat down, but positioned himself so that he could still see Fawkes. "I apologize for Fawkes' behavior. He's normally more welcoming towards new people." "Well, yes, I suppose I have that effect on phoenixes," he replied vaguely. "I can't imagine why. You seem to be such a nice boy." Harry shrugged. "I heard what you did for Miss Granger today. That was very brave of you." "It's not bravery when you're not afraid in the first place," Harry answered. "That's what the Sorting Hat said. So you stood to face a mountain troll and you weren't afraid at all?" "Well, I don't know. When you write a test and you have 1 minute left and you know the answer but just now it won't come to your mind, are you afraid?" "I don't think so. Maybe you're panicked or frustrated or even angry at yourself, but afraid." He shook his head. "I had good fortune at my side. That's why I suppose it wasn't sorely thanks to me the troll was defeated. Not this time around at least. I'm planning on becoming a lot stronger so I won't have to rely on luck next time." "According to your marks, you're well on your way to reach your goal," the old man mused. "I hope you won't have to fight a troll anytime soon again though. Is there something particular you want to have power for?" Harry fidgeted a little. "Of course there is. I have a dream, you know." "Oh, and what would that dream be?" "I'm not sure if I'm supposed to tell." "Why don't you try? I promise I won't tell a soul." But Harry shook his head. "I don't know you well enough to tell you my dream. Except maybe I could tell you if you tell me something in return." Dumbledore chuckled and took another drop. Very well. What do you want to know? What is your dream? My dream. Yes. What is your heart's deepest wish? Your strongest desire? Well, I would really like to have a new pair of socks. Harry raised a skeptical eyebrow. Socks. Oh, yes. People always think they have to give me books for Christmas and such. But there's nothing better than a good pair of warm socks. Harry looked at the headmaster closely, and for a moment the old man thought he saw a flash of yellow in those green eyes. No, the boy said finally. You do have a wish. Something you'd do everything to make it happen. Everyone can go and buy a pair of socks. But for someone like you, your dream would be something unreachable. Just like mine, he thought. All joy vanished from Dumbledore's eyes. Suddenly he looked very old. You are a very perceptive boy, aren't you? Maybe your heart is truly that of a Slytherin. It's just a gift, Professor. There is indeed something a long time ago I made a terrible mistake. I suppose you could say that my greatest desire would be to make up for that mistake. I can't undo it, so instead I try to repay my department. Harry looked at him for a moment, then he nodded. My dream is to follow in my father's footsteps. Dumbledore smiled brightly. Yes, James Potter was a great man. You know, Professor McGonagall taught him too. I'm sure she would like to. I'm not talking about my biological father, Harry corrected him. I'm talking about Dad. He only caught himself at the very last second. Thank hell his father's name sounded so much like Dad. In fact, he had been 5 already when he learned the difference between the two words, since Death answered to him regardless of how he addressed him. Of course, now the inevitable question came. Where would these footsteps lead you, Harry? What does your dad do? Harry shook his head again. I'm not supposed to tell. Well then, why do you want to be like him? I can't answer that. But, no, sir, you're not getting anything out of me. I promised Dad I won't tell anybody. My boy, sometimes it might be necessary to break little rules. It's not a little rule. It's a law. You won't make me betray my family. Dumbledore slumped in his seat a bit. I see. I had hoped you could tell me more. I'm just giving as much as I get. Your answer wasn't very precise either, sir. If that is your last word, my boy, I'm afraid I can't protect you any longer. I will have to inform the ministry of your case. Will they take me away from Hogwarts? Harry asked calmly. I will do my best to prevent that. As long as you're in Hogwarts, you are safe. However, if they can't find your guardians, you will have to live with people assigned by them. That's no problem. Someone will come to take me at the beginning of the holidays. The officials won't let them. Harry chuckled and stood. You don't know my family, sir. I assure you, I will be fine. Is that all? Dumbledore sighed. Yes, you may go. He knew he would nothing else from the boy. Never had the thought Hufflepuff loyalty could be such a thorn in his side. 2 weeks after the troll incident, Hermione Granger was sitting in the library, as usual, when suddenly someone brought down a massive pile of tomes in front of her. She flinched back and looked up to see Harry Potter grinning at her. What's that? She asked, peeking at the titles. That'll be your motivation, he said. My motivation? Yes. He began to sort through the books. The titles were such as Wizarding Law of Modernity, Crash Course Through Goblin Culture, Anti-Werewolf Acts of the Late 16th Century, How to Insult a Vampire and Get Yourself Killed, Education Only, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and many others, seemingly unrelated subjects. Okay, Hermione said, now I'm confused. I've planned on creating a group for some time now, but I never thought about what my aims are in detail, aside from the obvious. So I've been searching for a cause. Goals to fight for, you know. And this is what I found. He pointed at the books. There is so much wrong with the wizarding world, Hermione. So many things that could be done to make life for a multitude of sentient beings better, not just humans. With magic everything is possible, but we're using so little of it. Some are even forced to repress their own magic because of reasons that we could easily get rid of. I'm still not sure what you're talking about, Harry. Excited, he gave her the books about laws and werewolves. Take for example the werewolves. People are afraid of them and thus won't give them work. Sometimes they won't even get a proper education when they're bitten young, and their children have next to no chance as well. I mean, How is it even possible for a wizard to be poor? We can transfigure rocks into animals that can be made into food. We can summon water and turn it into tasty drinks. We can build tiny huts and make them to be palaces inside. But those wizards are shunned for something that happens to them only once a month and isn't even their fault. Thus they won't receive help in schoolwork or even just buying some land. People would chase them away, so they're constantly on the move, never able to settle down. But there's a solution to all of this. There's a potion that makes a werewolf stay conscious during his transformation. It's expensive and hard to brew, but do you know what? The ingredients are actually quite easy to acquire. Every werewolf would be able to grow them in a greenhouse, and with the help of, let's say, a trained house elf, they would be able to brew it fresh for themselves too. They wouldn't have to go hunting at all, they could just stay at home. With a little bit of financial help from the government, their conditions could be improved greatly. Also, there are some important potions that require a werewolf's hair or blood. Those are very expensive too. If just half of the money for such a potion used maybe for healing would go to the werewolf the hair is from, they could live from that money for a whole month. Hermione gaped at him in shock. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a werewolf. It's not only them, Harry continued. Countries in the East are always on the brink of war with vampires, simply because they don't understand and feel threatened by them. Vampires have already agreed on a lot of compromises to make it possible to live together with humans in peace. For example, they made it illegal to use blood magic for everyone except for the royal family, the main source of power for vampires. They're buying their blood in apothecaries and stuff, but even when they make up more than half of the magical population of a country, they don't even have a single vote. Wizards use house elves as avs on a daily basis. Centaurs are banned from practicing their ritual magic in the open, which limits their possibilities greatly. Even the merpeople were threatened and fought against, so often they lost all their magical knowledge. Out of all the sentient magical races, the goblins are possibly the only one who kept their magical knowledge and ability, and that's only because they fought several very bloody wars against wizard kind. Humans even put restrictions on their own kind. Old pureblood families that aren't allowed to practice their traditions anymore, due to their potentially dangerous nature. Muggleborns like yourself and Muggle-raised that are abused by their parents for being different are subconsciously building up a mental barrier that will forever prevent them from reaching their full magical potential. With all the magical possibilities the wizards have, they seem to be superior to Muggles, but in terms of politics they're decades behind some of their cultures. There is so much wrong with this world that we could fix if just we had the will and the numbers. Hermione shook her head in astonishment. But I never knew. That's horrible. How can wizards treat other people like that? And did you say Avery? That's just the tip of the iceberg. There are far more problems out there, but for now, we can concentrate on these. The Gryffindor set aside her own books. All right, Harry, I'm all yours. What's your plan? Harry grinned. Well, first we'd have to have enough influence to change laws and people's opinion too. Then we have to get rid of our enemies. There are two kinds of them. The first kind are sheep. The lazy, less intelligent ones who only swim with the flow. They will have to be persuaded, but doing so will be hard as long as we're minors. That's why we need some kind of image, a symbol. The second kind are people who will actively try to fight us. Mainly it will be what's left of the Death Eaters. Harry couldn't suppress a little shudder at that name. It was just so like cannibals. Harry didn't think his dad knew what those people called themselves. He'd throw a fit if he did. While Death Eaters want to have their own traditions back, they are restraining the rights of all the other, dark, races. It's so when Voldemort, don't say his name, comes back, they will be angry at the government and willing to work with him to get their rights back. That and those people are so proud of their pure blood and can't stand the thought of it being tainted by half-breeds. But we're only 2 first years, Hermione argued. How could we ever stand up against Death Eaters? And why are you saying he will come back? Well, the story would just be boring if he didn't. Destiny wouldn't allow that, and I was thinking about starting a cult. Hermione regarded him suspiciously. A cult, of course. Voldemort's group is small and his followers have to stay anonymous. During the war they were going on raids at night and fighting political battles at day. Even if I kill Voldemort, this group will remain. I need a group to counter them on my own. But a secret order to undermine their efforts won't be enough. I need something bigger. I need a cult. Are you sure that's what you mean? A cult is normally something religious. Harry nodded. And that's where the symbol comes in. I will create a new religion. I will have a holy place on my own where the ministry doesn't have any say. I will gather people from all places and all races, all in the name of my religion, all worshipping the same God. As a religion we can operate in public. We can influence politics. It will be a nonviolent revolution. Of course we'd still need an active force who deals with raiding Death Eaters and stuff. I see what you mean. If you tell people your opinion, even if it's through an adult, it will still be only a single opinion. But if you're saying you belong to a certain religion, then this opinion spoken out aloud will have far more weight. Furthermore, you're the boy who lived. Even if it's a religion with only one, counting me, 2 members, there will be some people who are crazy enough to join just because you were in it. But, she scowled, still there can't be a religion without at least one God. Well, I was thinking about taking that job on myself too. Hermione laughed. Don't be silly, Harry. That's not the same as being the creator, or even the leader of a religion. You're still just a child. And anyway, it's not as if gods actually exist, right? He smirked at her. Oh, you better not let them hear that. We can easily make a god up, but we'd need a whole concept. Things like a moral code and rules and commandments and new traditions, and oh, this will be so much work. Like I said, something to occupy your time. Yes, well, I could do it, I would do it, for you, even if it sounds like a crazy idea. But if I am going to work on this, I have to know it's not just a mood of yours. I have to know if you're serious about it. Nobody is more serious about this than I am, he declared. I'll leave the organization to you. I've already begun to slowly push my housemates into the direction where they're acting the way I want my people to act. To help each other in return for receiving help while learning or doing small favors. I admit that Harry Potter cult does sound a little bit weird. I'll come up with a name for our god, our symbol. Once I got that, I can begin to introduce it as my religion, the religion I grew up with while staying with my new family. After all, it's easier to accept an old religion that has been recovered recently again than a whole new idea. Well, that sounds good, but will your family play along? He grinned. My family will pretend to be high priests of my cult if I ask them to be. You know, one of these days I really want to get to know them. Oh, you will, Harry promised. Well, I'm not sure about my aunt, but you will definitely meet my dad someday. But don't worry, I'll try to relay that meeting as long as possible. Soon enough Christmas was approaching. The holiday was new to Harry, but the only thing important to him was that he would be able to go home anyway. He had ordered some gifts for his closest friends and gave them to them on the day the train was to arrive. When he claimed owls wouldn't be able to reach him, it wouldn't do if he had to explain why he could still write. Instead, he too got his gifts earlier, although with many warning to only open them on Christmas Eve. Since Dumbledore had made it sound as if a horde of ministry officials would be waiting for him at the station, Harry had seriously thought about not bothering with the train at all. He could simply leave for the loo to open a portal to the otherworld. But then again, he wanted to know if Dumbledore's threat to take him away from his family had been real or not. If it was just a way to manipulate Harry, he decided he would perform a soul reading on him to find his weak points and then pressure them in such a way that the old man would never dare to threaten him again. If it was the truth, he really hoped whoever came to pick him up could make a good show. As it turned out, the threat had been real. As soon as Harry stepped out of the train, a group of no less than 7 reporters, 4 ministry officials and even 2 grim-looking wizards who looked like they were eating dark wizards for breakfast, or as he believed they were called, were turning their heads and quickly stepped forward. Mr. Potter, I'm from the Child Service and we have been informed. Mr. Potter, do you mind answering a few questions for the Daily Prophet? Mr. Potter, the rumor goes. Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter. Suddenly all the wizards and witches flinched violently and dropped to the ground one after another. That sound. Make it stop. Ouch, my ears are bleeding. Confused Harry looked around. The small group of his Hufflepuff friends seemed fine, as did most of the bystanders, but the Ministry people were all clutching their ears as if under the pain of a horrible shrieking noise. "Hey, don't you guys dare to crowd Harry," a dark voice called. Harry whirled around, and sure enough there stood Pain. There was a dark aura looming around him, and the way he stood there with his bare hand outstretched at the wizards, he did look very menacing. Harry stopped himself just in time from calling out the deity's name and instead rushed towards him and took his hand. "There you are. I was wondering who'd come to pick me up." "Yes, well, you know your dad can't come here and your aunt doesn't like crowds. They could have sent my sister, but the master didn't trust her to leave those fools intact." The Ministry officials still needed time to recover, but Harry saw Hermione watching him curiously and more than a little bit worried. "Oh yeah, I wanted you to meet Hermione Granger. She's the girl I wrote about." Payne nodded and offered Hermione his hand. "Nice to meet you." Likewise, mister." Harry began to sweat. Payne blinked at her before turning to Harry. "Did she just call me mister? Nobody had ever done that." You know, since I'm not supposed to tell where I live and stuff." "I see. We really should have come up with fake names." It was then that the first Auror managed to scramble to his feet again and raise his wand at Payne. "Sir," he panted heavily, "you are hereby arrested for attacking these Ministry officials for no reason, as well as suspected kidnapping of one Harry Potter. He will have to be placed into the care of the Ministry as well. Drop your wand and do not resist." Payne stared at him as if he'd asked him to turn into a hippo and dance a waltzer. "What on earth makes you believe I would need a wand to cause each and every one of you such unimaginable agony that your grandchildren would still feel it? And I did not kidnap Harry. That was my master." You really shouldn't." But Harry was interrupted by a reporter. "Who exactly is your master?" "Oh, nobody. Just that very dark, impressing figure with glowing eyes sitting on a throne of bones who eats vampires for breakfast. So if you think even for just 1 second it would be wise to threaten either me, his right hand, which is really just another world for executioner, or his beloved adopted son, you don't even have to bother writing your last letter, because you, your family, your friends and neighbors, everyone you hold dear, and even your goddamn pets will die a horrible, painful death, and I will be there, watching and laughing my ass off. And yes," he shot a fiery glare at the reporter, "you can quote me on that." Payne's hand was still laying on Harry's shoulder, which was probably a good thing, because the next second wizards started to fire. The deity, however, just turned on the spot, opening a portal as he went and vanishing into thin air with Harry at his side. The station was left in chaos. Harry suspected that there would be trouble waiting ahead because Payne lost his temper. He was just glad he wasn't the one who had screwed up. However, he expected the trouble to come from Death for almost telling the humans about the deities. He had no idea the next headline of the Daily Prophet would read, "Boy WHO lived raised by a Dark Lord." You know WHO still alive. On the other hand, even if he knew, he would have probably just laughed at it. 25. December 1991. The Otherworld. Since his family didn't celebrate Christmas, it was a rather quiet holiday. He had written to them regularly but still found pleasure to retell some of his adventures and the work he was doing with Hermione. "I'm still trying to come up with a good name for myself," Harry mused aloud on Christmas morning while eating breakfast. "Also, it would be nice to have some kind of symbol. Every religion has symbols, right?" "That's true," Death replied. He was still somewhat amused by his adopted son's choice of profession. "Symbols have power. So does a name. You should not underestimate them." He gave Payne a pointed look, who just rolled his eyes. Today it had been Suffering's turn to make the food, so Good Fortune wasn't here, but her brother had dropped by for a visit. "You would also have to decide what kind of god you want to be," he said. "It would have to be something nobody else already claimed." "Well, it would have to be something I have the power for, right?" Suffering snorted. "You'd do good as the god of chaos." Death chuckled at that. "Right now most of your powers are founded on other people's gifts. The easiest way to become a god would be to perform magic for a large scale of muggles. You can't use that because you promised magic to help the magical races though. But there's another way." "Yeah, which one?" Death shrugged. "You could just become an apprentice." The boy scowled. "You mean, Like pain and suffering. Death shook his head. We're assisting the deities, Bad Fortune explained. But we're fully recognized deities ourselves. Sometimes, however, deities or forces take on weak gods as their apprentices. For example, if you were to become your dad's apprentice, you'd become the god of death. I had a couple of apprentices before, Death told him. Nobody I picked for myself, and as such I kicked them out again after a few hundred years, but I'd be very happy to have you as an apprentice. You'd get most of your powers from me. But what does a god of death do? Yes, master. What are you doing the whole day when you're not hunting immortals? Suffering asked with a grin. Death mumbled something incoherently. What was that? Paperwork. He spat out, louder this time. Harry scrunched his nose. Doesn't sound very exciting. But that's what it is. You'd get all the prayers from people who want to talk with their deceased loved ones. It would be your duty to relay messages from the dead to them. You would have to answer the necromancer's call and decide whenever or not to send them the army of undead they desire. You would assist me in hunting down immortals. If there are too many, it would be your duty to try to come to an agreement with them. For example, there was this one vampire clan who worshipped Hades and threw him me a couple of millennia ago. In turn, I refrained from sending my henchmen after them. Could I become an apprentice to any deity? Everyone who would take you on. Of course, the more powerful the master, the more powerful the student will be too. You can even dedicate yourself to more than one master, although that means a lot more work too. Right now I'm only working with magicals. I think that's enough for me too. I don't really fancy having to deal with so many muggles. But it will be hard for the students to accept a god of death. Say, does magic have an apprentice? Not right now, as far as I know, Death supplied. But magic is a very demanding force. She has a difficult personality too. I would think twice before deciding to spend eternity with her. I was thinking on becoming apprentice to her and either you or Auntie Day. That way I could still live with you while learning. Muggles can't become necromancers and they don't know about vampires. That's why everyone who would seriously pray to a god of death would be magical. As a god of magic, I'd only take care of the magicals too. Also, my work is limited to those that belong to my religion. Being able to use magic should also give me an advantage when dealing with your duties. But Death shook his head. No, Harry, the duties of a god of magic are already plenty and they are not as complimentary as you think. You could become the god of good and bad fortune or of pain and suffering. But you can't be an apprentice to more than one force or even more than one high-ranking deity like Destiny or me. Oh, well, that's too bad. Say, what kind of awesome powers would I get as your apprentice? Death's grin got a bit larger if that was possible. Exactly what kind of powers you get depends on your personality. You'll get all of them eventually once you're dead, but some might need time to develop. But surely there is something I could get right away, right? Sure. But if I tell you, that counts as a Christmas present. Harry nodded eagerly. What do I have to do? Asked Destiny. What? She's the one who decides which powers you get early. Just ask her what would happen if you were either my or her apprentice. Then you can make up your mind. All right. Harry stood. Can I take Grim with me? I haven't seen him in ages. Oh, I'm afraid he's on an assignment. But he's my Grim. Death had the decency to look sheepish. As much as a skeleton could do that. I was kind of short on staff. Harry pouted a bit. On foot he would need 2 hours to get to Destiny's realm. I could make a gargoyle really unlucky until he agrees to fly you, Bad Fortune offered. No, thanks. It's all right, Harry said. I'm a Hufflepuff. I shouldn't try to avoid something like a small walk. So Harry made his way alone. When he passed the border to Destiny's realm, his aunt was already waiting for him. Ah, there he is, my little ball of sunshine, she cooed and ruffled his hair. Did you have a nice travel? It was fine, he said smiling. It has been such a long time since you last visited me. I got all your letters of course, but I'm sure there are many things you don't tell me. She regarded him with a stern look. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. Well, come on in, why don't you? I'll show you what I mean. Harry was led inside her house, more like a little palace, and greeted by a happy good fortune who promptly gave him a hug. There was a present delivered for you, Destiny said once they were all seated. A present. But I already got all my presents from my friends. I told them owls couldn't reach me here. Destiny scowled. Well, it seems you forgot someone. I wasn't sure if you'd remember, so I watched out for presents anyway. I wouldn't have bothered with sweets or something like that, but this was special. She went to search in a nearby cupboard and came back with a light package. Curiously, Harry unwrapped it and pulled out a silvery cloak. Once he put it on, he noticed that his body had vanished. Wow, I'm invisible, he exclaimed. That was so cool. Yes, Destiny said, still scowling. But that's not a normal invisibility cloak. I can sense it even from over here. That cloak possesses a large amount of spiritual energy. Do you think it belongs to a deity? Destiny shook her head. No, it's too much for it to have just accumulated by being in the possession of a deity. It's even too much to be made out of a body part like your wand. No, I think that cloak is a prison. A prison? Harry repeated incredulously. How can a cloak be a prison? Do you see all those tiny runes weaved into the fabric? This is powerful magic, certainly no magic a human could produce. And when I look at this handwriting, I'd even say it's your dad's. Harry was holding the cloak in front of him now, regarding it closely. You mean Dad trapped someone's soul inside of this thing? No, not a soul. The prisoner can't be human, not with this amount of spiritual energy. It would have to be a god, or at least a high-ranking entity working for a god. It's too great to be a gargoyle, that's for sure. Death wouldn't go to such lengths to punish one of those either. Which leads to the question of how exactly did you come to its possession? I really don't know, Harry answered honestly. Wait a minute, there has to be some kind of note with it. He searched through the package. Your father gave me this before he died, he read. Use it well. No signature. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Why would Dad go to these lengths to imprison someone and then leave the prison in the human world? Well, since this was sent to you by a human, I do think the note is referring to your biological dad. Oh, yeah, you should talk to your dad about this. I mean to death. The cloak could be very dangerous. I'll do that, Harry promised, but first I'd like to ask you something. Anything. I was thinking on becoming an apprentice to either you or Death. He said I would gain some powers from you early, but which one exactly only you could tell. An apprentice. Destiny beamed. That's a wonderful idea. It's been such a long time since I last had one. Why, I can't even remember. Death's work is boring and dark and depressing. You could have much more fun with me. Harry laughed. Maybe. I haven't decided yet, but you know, I just see that he always has to work so hard. I thought maybe I could relieve some of his stress by helping him out. I'm sure that's what you were thinking, she replied dryly. Admit it, you just want to have your own undead army. She sighed. All right, wait here, I'll be right back. Destiny left for another room and came back shortly after with a piece of parchment. Here's a list of powers Death's previous apprentices developed. This one lists abilities you already have or could develop once you practiced enough. The third shows abilities I could give you. Eventually you should be able to get all, both your dormant ones and the ones from your master, but I can destine you to develop some of them early once you decide who you want to learn from. Harry looked through the list. I don't even know what half of them mean, he realized, disappointed. Do you need help? Destiny offered. Yes, can you tell me what parcel magic is? Ah, parcel. Do you remember how we told you that part of the Dark Lord's power is still inside your scar? Harry tilted his head. Should I? Good Fortune snickered. He was only 6, mistress. You should still remember, it was important. The Dark Lord has a broken soul and one of the pieces lives in your scar. That is why you have to die at least once and come back to life before you can actually kill Voldemort. The soul piece has to be removed for that. Now the Dark Lord was born with the heredity ability to speak to snakes, called Parseltongue. During to Magic's blessing, that ability was imprinted, sort of, on your own soul. You do possess it too. Your large amount of magic makes it possible for you to cast very draining spells, but it doesn't affect your control at all. If you learned parcel magic, you could simply tell magic what to do and it would do so exactly how you want it to. That is because parcel is a magical language and as such gives you far greater control. Okay, and what are metamorphagic and Oni magic? Metamorph magic is a trait that is to be found within the Black family. I believe your grandmother on your father's side was a Black. It is the ability to change your outer appearance at will. You don't have that ability, but you do carry the necessary predispositions for me to awaken it. You aren't an animagus either, a person who can turn into an animal at will, but you do have a natural affinity for it. I believe it comes directly from your father. Harry continued to look through the sheet of abilities. On his dad's side there was instant killing, which was pretty straightforward, as was mind control over Death's associates, namely vampires, Inferi, gargoyles, grims and henchmen. There was an ability that would make it possible for him to appear anywhere where life ended. He could already open portals, but not indefinitely and not to every place. Death had told him that life ended literally everywhere, even if it was just a bacterium. What's soul calling? He asked next. It's the ability to call forth a soul that already passed into the light. You can't actually pull them into the living world, but you can produce an image of the person that could then communicate with living ones. So it's different from animation. Animation turns objects made out of dead body parts into your servants. It gives them artificial life. You could do that with wooden statues, for example. When you animate a fresh corpse, it would count as resurrection. That's where the undead army comes from. Wait, does that mean I could animate wands? Destiny stopped. Then she laughed. You know, I never thought of that. I doubt any of your predecessors did either. But theoretically yes, you could animate wands. Harry grinned to himself before turning to Destiny's list. Apparently as her apprentice he could gain full authorization to make prophecies, as long as he stuck to the general rules of it. He could give that ability to others too or take it away from them. His prophecies would always come true, but would do so faster the more vague he was with his choice of words. That way reality had more possibilities to bend to his will. If he forced the issue by giving a time limit, things might become messy. Soul reading was another ability on the list, which wasn't surprising. When combining soul reading with a prophecy, he could use the information to curse or bless a person to a happy or miserable life. It was different from the usual prophecies in that it was reversible. With the job also came a kind of sixth sense that allowed you to guess someone's destiny just by looking at them, even without a complete soul reading. Therefore he would always know whenever or not a person was important in the great scheme of things. All in all, Death's abilities would make him a lot more powerful, a god in the eyes of humanity. Other than deities who didn't mess with people's lives on a national basis, gods often used their followers to conquer a country or two to get more power. With an undead army, Harry wouldn't have any trouble doing that. But he didn't want to become a god because of power. He wanted to be one so he could spend time with his family. Death had a very hard time to always be there for him. He tried, he really did, but more often than not he was in the company of his friends instead. He didn't mind, not really, since he was still there whenever he needed him. But loading himself with the same work would sort of negate the entire purpose of being a god. As a Hufflepuff he wouldn't mind the extra work, but it was just not what he wanted. Plus he'd like to convince people of his religion, not to force them. What kind of duties would I have when I'm your apprentice? He asked his aunt. She smiled at him lovingly. Boy, you're just a child. How could I possibly load you with responsibilities? You don't have to do anything as long as you live. Well yes, but after that. Destiny needed a moment to think about it. It's so long ago I had to do that. Let's see, the main problem with a religion that is all about, well, me, is that people always come to you with their problems and want you to solve it by simply destining it to go away. But for every person you bless you have to curse another. For every winner there has to be a loser. Making enemies is just as important for you as recruiting followers is. Also you can't just destine all the bad people to misery. Soon there would be nobody left who dares to be a bad person. It would disturb the balance. Unfortunately not every god sticks to the rules. There are other gods who only punish bad people and do their best to make their own folks happy. And that's fine as long as only a few do that. The world is not supposed to be utopia. For most of the time we really can do whatever the hell we want, but sometimes the balance is off. Then it's our job to even out the battlefield again, or at least to help others do it. Harry still looked confused, so she explained. Take for example the Dark Lord. People were practically begging me to stop him. I don't have a god for them to pray to, but I could still feel it. It was very annoying. Now I could have destined all his plans to fail, but I didn't. Instead I chose a hero. I chose you to defeat him. Since you were so young, normally a fate like that would have made you very miserable. You would have been hunted down by dark wizards and worshipped by the rest for something you don't even remember. Society as a whole was blessed with the absence of the Dark Lord. He in turn was cursed, but to even out the field, so were you, an innocent, good little baby. Eventually I tried my best to make it up to you by being a family to you, but if it weren't for death, well, you're certainly not the first boy hero in history. Having his fate explained to him like that actually made Harry a little bit angry. But then he reminded himself that at least Destiny was telling him now and not keeping it secret like he knew a human would have. She was a millennia-old deity and he couldn't blame her for not caring about the fate of every innocent baby she condemned. After all, he too had found himself more and more distanced from the humans. They were just, well, they were humans. You couldn't help but to look down on them a little when you spent your free time with deities. I made up my mind, Auntie Day, he concluded finally. I would like to be your apprentice. Destiny let out a delighted sound and hugged him close. Oh, that's wonderful, darling. I promise you won't regret it. There was no blinding flash of light and no thunder. Just a faint golden glow that enveloped the boy for a second. He was now officially Destiny's apprentice. The ability to make prophecies will come to you on its own, the deity explained cheerfully, since it's the main one. You can already do a soul reading together with your Grimm. Your soul will now slowly start to develop its own spiritual energy. If you want to curse or bless someone, you have to call forth that power. I think it would be easiest for me to strengthen your parcel magic. It will improve your control over magic significantly and will make it easier for you to use your spiritual power. Also, you can treat it like a safeguard. You wouldn't want every of your words to be a prophecy, would you? You could accidentally damn the wrong person. While I admit that would be very funny to watch. I get it, Day, only bless and curse in parcel. He rolled his eyes. What if I make an accidental prophecy? Well, she said, everything you say that concerns the future and doesn't contain names will have a stronger affinity to come true, but only when you actively push your spiritual energy into your words it will be a destined event. That being said, there is no such a thing as an accidental prophecy. But you should be careful what you say all the same. She clapped her hands. Did you already think of a name for yourself? Harry shook his head. I'm just not sure about it. How about picking a name in parcel? Try speaking it. Harry didn't know how to change into a language he hadn't even known he could speak. But he found just wishing himself to speak parcel made his words come out with a slight hiss to it. See, Destiny said, now you just have to pick a meaning. I'll write it down. Harry thought for a moment. He made a few tries, but Destiny declined them all for sounding ridiculous. Finally, the boy who lived, it came out as Shamor Shepthas. Destiny tilted her head. That does have a ring to it. Harry's gaze clouded a bit. I don't really like that title. People gave it to me for something I don't remember. Then why don't you just alter it a bit? Shaman S. Shepthas Zossen. It meant, the one who lives and is dead, but Zossen could mean both die and kill. The one who lives and kills is dead. He thought it described him pretty well. But wasn't it still too long and hard to pronounce? Well, if I now take away all the S and shish, Harry scribbled a bit on the parchment until it read, Amonhepthajan. Yes, he decided, that did sound like a name worthy of a god. At the same time, its meaning and thus the parallels to his person were unrecognizable. Even a parcelmouth would have a hard time to decipher it if he didn't look for a parcel code. Amonhepthajan, the god of destiny. Now he just needed to find a nice symbol. A cloak that makes you invisible. Death scowled, metaphorically speaking, and scratched his chin in thought. I don't remember ever making something like that. But Auntie Day said it was your handwriting. Look at those runes. Harry held up the cloak and Death let it slide through his thin fingers. This is... He stopped. On any other face you would have seen his eyes widen in surprise. This is Razul, he exclaimed in something that wasn't quite shock, simply because you just didn't shock Death. What? Harry asked. Not what? Who? Razul was one of my generals in it must have been centuries. So Destiny was right then, the cloak is actually a prison. Death had taken the news that his son was apprenticed to Destiny with stride. He was a little disappointed at first, but he did know that in order to fulfill the duties of a god of death one had to be more evil. Death shook his head. No, prison was too good for that bastard. What did he do? He rebelled. Razul was one of my generals overlooking my henchmen. He was in charge of the necromancer's hunt. Every necromancer who wanted to have an undead army needed my permission first, or in this case, Razul's. It's like a tax they have to pay me for using my powers, you know. But Razul thought asking so little of humankind was a waste. Why would I prefer to stay out of sight, my personal existence hidden from most of them, if I could have them all lying to my feet just by threatening to take their life from them? He often complained about it. No doubt he was angry, thinking as a high-ranking general of one of the most powerful deities in existence he too should be the most powerful amongst the entities in Otherworld who aren't gods, deities or forces. So he wanted to show the world real power. Not my power, he only possessed a fraction of it, but he wanted to prove that even that fraction alone was enough to effectively rule humanity. So he took all the henchmen under him, allied himself with the necromancers and assembled an undead army larger than anything ever witnessed before. Harry's eyes were big as saucers. And then, nothing then. I killed the necromancers and called back my henchmen. Now there are next to no necromancers left, thus nobody is paying me any more and I'm still waiting for my henchmen to return. No doubt they enjoy their stay in the living world too much. I sent other generals after them, but I guess they're still kinda miffed about what I did to Razul, so instead of doing their job they went sunbathing in the tropics. At least that's what my Grims told me. I don't have time to go after each of them personally, and really, I don't want to either. I don't need subordinates who don't know their place, and as long as their presence doesn't disrupt nature they can jump in a lake for all I care. Okay, but, Harry regarded the cloak carefully. What exactly did you do to him? I thought that was obvious. I turned him into a cloak. A cloak? He repeated dully. Why a cloak? Well, that's hard to explain if you don't know what he was like before. Let's see, you already know how my henchmen are like. Harry shuddered at the reminder. Now their generals are similar to them, just more powerful. They don't just beep out all your happy thoughts and your soul. They beep in your entire being. Body, mind and soul. Nothing is left. They have the appearance of a shadowy piece of fabric. Really, they can fold into any form. They're like essential darkness, you know. In the shadows or during night they would simply appear to be a darker patch. In the bright light they'd be invisible. They eat their victims by wrapping themselves around them, often when they're asleep. That cloak you're holding isn't a prison. It is Razul. The runes you see I wrote directly on his surface. Every time a human puts it on he can feel the mind, body and soul of the human, and besides being incredibly hungry after so many years he can't eat them. Oh, he can get a whiff, he can taste them, maybe even get a little bit of power, but he can't devour them. He can't slip into people's dreams, he can't communicate with my henchmen. It's like he's a drug addict restrained in a marijuana field. It was Suffering's idea and I kinda thought it funny, so I went with it. Wow, Harry said, that's harsh. How long did you plan to keep him that way? To be perfectly honest, I had totally forgotten about him. Oh, Harry thought for a moment. You know, I promised you to look out for your henchmen, but I still haven't found a single trail. Maybe Razul could help me find them. Sure, you could take on his job and command my henchmen too, if you managed to try before fainting. Of course Harry had to try that out at once. Death had to rewrite some of the runes to make it possible for him to call forth the general. Just to be sure they added a Parseltongue password. As soon as the runes were activated the whole cloak seemed to get covered with blackness until it had fully turned into a shadowy thing. Death motioned for Harry to step back and then drew himself up to his full height. Razul, he said with a thundering voice, pointing his scythe at the shadow. Master. A raspy voice answered back, and if he had an actual body Harry was sure the shadow would have cowered in fear. Razul, you have been a major disappointment to my realm, Death exclaimed. His voice was laced with so much power it was making Harry feel dizzy. He had never seen his father put on such a scary show. For the first time in his life he could understand why people feared him. "But I have deemed your punishment to be long enough." Lear. He had just forgotten about him. "You will be given a chance, and this chance only, to make good for your failure." "Of course, Master. I will do everything." Death relieved some of the spiritual pressure he was letting out. "Good. This young human here, Harry Potter, is the apprentice of destiny. He will become a god once he leaves life behind. Harry has agreed to look out for my henchman for me. You will be his servant and help him with it." "Thank you, Master. It's an honor." Death nodded gravely. Then he turned to Harry and all the seriousness vanished from his face. "He's all yours, son. Have fun." Leisurely he sat down again and grabbed a newspaper. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the sudden change in attitude. Too bad Razul didn't have a face. He'd have loved to see his expression. Harry took his new servant with him. At first he had been worried that maybe the general who had after all rebelled against death didn't want to serve a human. But Razul wasn't just a jerk that way. In fact, he was very loyal to his father. He had just meant too well. After talking to him a bit, Harry found that his punishment had been rather unfair. However, his conscience was calmed down by the fact that Razul hadn't exactly been able to feel the time that had passed. He only became conscious when someone had put him on, because if a human was stupid enough to go to sleep with him, his mind was weak enough that Razul could grab his soul and eat it. Still, he did not like being a cloak, and he did not like it when Harry practiced how to put him in this form again and call forth shortly after. Also, the boy had lots of questions. "Why do you only turn invisible as a cloak when someone puts you on?" "I'm feeding off their magic and regain some of my natural abilities." "So if I put you on a non-magical animal, it wouldn't turn invisible?" "It would. Every living form big enough for me to cover it usually has some spark of magic in them. However, it would drain the creature with time and kill it." "What about muggles? They'd get sick when wearing me for days." "Can you travel between Otherworld and the living one?" "Yes." "What's the limitation?" "There has to be a creature with a soul nearby. And no, animals don't count." "If I were to release you from your cloak form, would you be able to find me even if I'm really far away or in another world?" "I would presume so." "Great. Then I hereby order you to come to me whenever I release you." "But Master, don't you want me to come with you in my natural form?" What would that look like if I'm going around with a giant shadowy thing trailing behind me? I'm still in school, you know." Razul sounded a bit offended at that. "I am perfectly capable of merging with your own shadow to stay out of sight." Harry had to think about that. "Please, Master, I don't want to be turned into that again." "Oh, well, I guess we could try it out. You can be part of my godly gear when I pose as a Monheptajan. That's the name I go by when I'm not undercover in the living world or with my family." Excuse me, you know all the gods have symbolic weapons or clothing, right?" "I call it godly gear. You can be mine." If he could, Razul would have sweat dropped. "Whatever you say, Master." He was beginning to seriously question the sanity of this child. "At Hogwarts. Harry, what are you doing here?" Harry grabbed a toast before looking at Susan in confusion. "I'm eating breakfast." Susan exchanged a look with Hannah. "No, mate," Ernie said, scowling. "She means what are you doing at Hogwarts?" Going to school." "Harry, after you left for the holidays the papers were full of speculations. They say you were raised by you-know-who and that now you're a Dark Lord yourself, and on Christmas my home was stormed by Aurors who wanted to know if I'm a Death Eater just because I'm friends with you." Harry looked at them incredulously. "What? That's ridiculous. Why would people think that?" "So you're not being raised by you-know-who?" "Of course not. And you're not planning to become a Dark Lord?" Harry huffed. "Why does everyone think that? I'm not evil. I haven't even killed anyone. And I have no desire whatsoever to have an undead army." "Who said anything about an undead army?" "Well, my dad did wanted to give me one for Christmas." Harry looked into the faces of his friends and knew that had been the wrong thing to say. "Harry, are you sure you haven't been raised by a Dark Lord?" "Because I remember the guy who picked you up saying something about your dad sitting on a throne made out of bones and eating vampires for breakfast." "Well, yes, he does, but Not to mention he tortured a whole bunch of ministry officers just to get them to leave you alone. It's not like they were permanently damaged, Pain just likes to put on a show. Did you just say Pain? As in capital letters? Oh, damn. You don't mean the guy actually calls himself that as a name, do you? What is he anyway, your bodyguard? Well, no, Pain is more like my cousin. You have a cousin? No, I mean, we're not blood related but he's more than a friend but not quite a brother, so. And he's calling your dad master. That's because he's assisting him. Hannah took a deep breath. Harry, sweetie, your dad sits on a throne made out of bones, eats vampires for breakfast, gives you undead armies as presents and his servants call him master and are proficient at torture. We hate to burst your happy little bubble, Susan continued, but someone has to tell it to you. You have been raised by a Dark Lord. Harry sighed and fought the urge to roll his eyes. My dad isn't just a Dark Lord. Really, you don't know him. And you do. Well, I'm trying. That's not a yes. All right, even if he is a Dark Lord, he's not trying to make me into one. But what about the undead? Yes, I mean, he tried, but then I decided I'd rather help out my aunt and he was totally okay with that too. Silence. Your aunt doesn't happen to be a dark lady, does she? Let's just say breakfast wasn't an easy affair for Harry. One would think now that he was a god people would stop bothering him with petty rumors. Well, he wasn't a real god yet, he still had to die, but he was an apprentice, which meant he was a full-fledged demigod and that had to count for something. If he could he would just reveal who he was on the spot. His family had officially given him permission to do so in order to strengthen his claim over godhood but he wanted to wait until Hermione had his religion all figured out. His resolve was put to the test though right on his first day. More specifically during his next lesson of defense. His new sixth sense that allowed him to feel a person's destiny had been humming in the back of his head the whole time but now it was going haywire. Apparently Professor Quirrell the stuttering, incompetent, shy Professor Quirrell who was afraid of his own shadow, was destined for greatness. It didn't make any sense. Harry thought that maybe his sixth sense wasn't working correctly. He tried to focus it on other people. From most of the students he didn't get any information, meaning they weren't destined to be any important figures. Dumbledore had the same air of importance around him as Quirrell, although his was kind of dull. According to his aunt, that meant he had already fulfilled his destiny. It probably had something to do with Grindelwald. Sometimes he would get something from another teacher too. He wasn't surprised to find out that Professor McGonagall had a destined talent for transfiguration, but Professor Flitwick was or had been, it was dulled with him too, destined for victory. It confused him at first until he asked around and found out that the tiny professor had been a dueling champion not too long ago. Professor Snape however was destined for a life in the shadows. That didn't make any sense either. What shadow? The shadow of Hogwarts. Could he be this much greater with his potion-making skills if he didn't have to work as a teacher? Was he living in the shadow of great men such as Dumbledore? It made him curious and that was why he decided to perform a soul reading on the professor. Maybe he would finally find out why the potion master hated him that much. He decided to perform a soul reading on the professor. Maybe he would finally find out why the potion master hated him that much. Already used to the procedure, Harry called out for Grim one day after potion class and connected with his mind. He was deliberately slowing down in cleaning his cauldron when he raised his head and looked at Snape. As soon as he did his head was swarmed with information. His entire life history, well, the important bits that had formed his character, was played out in front of him. Harry was shocked to learn Snape had had a crush on his mother and had hated his father, who had been a total dick to him during school. He also learned of his fascination with the dark arts, how he became a Death Eater, relayed the prophecy to Voldemort and, upon realizing it meant the death of Lily Potter, hurried to Dumbledore to become a spy. For a moment he was angry. Really angry. Harry had been writing to his dead parents for years now and he knew they were good people. He liked them. They could be little more than pen pals to him in their state but it was because of Snape that they were dead. No, that wasn't right. Lily and James Potter hadn't had any great destiny. They had just been in the way. If anything he would have to blame bad fortune and doing that would be stupid. Bad fortune didn't make people unlucky deliberately, at least not often. He just existed. Snape had been destined for a life in shadows. He had been destined to be a spy, a double agent. That was why he had to hear about the prophecy and relay it. Nobody could do anything about one's destiny, well, except for Harry. And again, if you didn't happen to piss off destiny personally, it was unlikely that your fate had actually been decided especially by her. She just existed. He couldn't blame Snape for what he did, but he damn well felt as if the guy had something to make up for. "I'll be with you shortly," Harry informed his friends. He had decided to stay behind. "What is it, Potter?" Snape snapped at him harshly once they were alone. "Professor," he said politely but with a hard glint to his eyes, "I would like to invite you to become a member of my religion." Snape's eyes budged for a moment. "You want to what?" "I have formed a religion for myself," he clarified. "You see, I happen to be a demigod and I have the blessing of a lot of spiritual entities. My goal is to become a real god, but for that I need a certain number of devotees. Would you like to become one?" Snape was practically shaking with anger by that point. "Get out." "But," I said, "get out. How do you even dare to say such nonsense? Does your arrogance know no limits? Wouldn't you at least like to know the benefits? 50 points from Hufflepuff and 2 weeks of detention. I do not appreciate your pranks." Harry pouted. "Fine then. I didn't want to resort to this kind of thing, but I guess you leave me no choice." The boy closed his eyes for a moment and concentrated on his spiritual energy. A moment later his body was engulfed in a soft golden light. The deity glow. When Harry opened his eyes again they were glowing with power. He began to float a few inches above the ground. His shadow behind him was twisting and turning like a cloak in the wind, and whenever it engulfed him his figure flickered out of existence. It was of course Razul being woken up from his sleep during to the great spiritual pressure. Then the boy spoke and his voice was resounding from the walls, laced with pure magic. "I am Amonheptazon, the god of destiny. Your fate lies in my hands. My predictions will come true. My blessings will rise you to the peak of your ability and happiness. My curses will doom you with grief and pain. I know your life, your soul, your history. Through this mortal vessel I offer you, Severus Snape, a place in my holy religion. This is the only way you will ever be able to change your fate. What do you choose?" Now, Severus Snape was shaking with fright. The incredible tension in the room had forced him to his knees and he stared at the child in disbelief and shock. Aside from looking really impressive, the deity glow forced people to believe everything the person said as long as it was true and related to his or her spiritual duty. It had practically been invented for no other reason than to make it easier for gods to convince people that they were, in fact, gods. It couldn't force them to obey you, it just made it very clear that there was an unimaginable gap in terms of power between you and the glowing entity, and that consequences, should you decide to oppose that creature, would be dire. In the light of such a revelation, usually the only thing that would prevent a human from obeying a god or choosing not to join his religion when offered, was being already a member of another religion. Severus Snape, who had never been aware that there was even such a thing as real gods, had absolutely no defense against Harry's aura. "My lord, I will gladly do whatever you say," he murmured, maybe out of habit from serving the Dark Lord for so many years. Harry grinned and turned down his deity glow. Promptly he dropped to the floor. Razul took the form of a normal shadow again and the tension left the room. "Now that this is out of the way," he said, "why don't I explain to you exactly what my religion is about and what the benefits and repercussions of joining are? I would prefer it if you decided to join me while your head is clear so you can decide on your own without regretting it later on." Snape blinked and shook his head to get the dizziness out. "Potter, what was that about? I already told you, I am a demigod. I am Amonheptazon, but then again not really, because I'm still a mortal vessel. For now, you can think of me as a prophet. I'm new so I have to build my religion from scratch. What you just experienced was a fraction of my spiritual power leaking out, showing you a glimpse of my true form." Snape gaped some more. It's not a prank. Nope. So all this time since you disappeared, I have been staying in the other world with my aunt, the deity named Destiny, and my dad, who's a deity too." The potions professor was contemplating that for a moment. It could be an illusion or some kind of confusing charm, but Potter had never drawn his wand, and no, he was just a lowly human. He did not have the power to deny the deity glow. He knew that what he had been told was the truth, and even if he hated it, he couldn't deny it. "What is it that you want from me?" he finally spat out. "Well, it would be nice if you gave me back those 50 points and revoke the detention. For one, it's always good to have a devotee on the staff. Mainly, I'm just counting on your vote. I need the numbers, you see. Oh, and you'll have to sell potions to other members of my religion should they ask for them with a nice discount. In return, I'm offering you to change your fate. You would no longer have to live in the shadows as a spy. You made a vow to protect me, and I would consider it fulfilled if you become my devotee, even if I don't really need protection. If I take your fate from you, that would essentially damn you to a life of unimportance. Once Voldemort returns, you'll be no more than another foot soldier for him. Dumbledore will find himself overlooking your position. Oh, and I'd also make sure you don't die before I do." The number of his devotees would be counted in the moment of his death, and on that number his strength as a god would relay. His soul reading combined with his sixth sense had provided him with the exact date Severus Snape was supposed to die. When he took his fate from him, that date was likely to change again, but he could further alter it himself. He may not be able to destine everyday events, but the death of a person was great enough, regardless of who it was, that he was able to alter it without repercussions. Well, maybe there would have been repercussions normally in the form of death getting pissed off, but since death was his daddy, he wouldn't have to worry about that kind of thing. Why are you offering this to me?" Snape asked suspiciously. "I haven't exactly offered any reason for you to want to have my company." "No," Harry said flatly. "You really haven't. You've been a right bastard and a pain in the ass the whole time. Lesser gods would burn you to the ground for that. But you were a friend of my mother, and I think she would get angry at me if I were to curse you. I don't want to get a howler from her, so I can't permanently damage you. So, if revenge isn't possible, I thought I'd just forgive you." Snape blinked. He was stupefied and quite baffled at that simplified logic. "A howler," he said finally. "Are you saying you can communicate with the dead? I get to exchange 2 letters per year with them. It's a privilege I got from defeating the God of Light." He didn't mention that he had been 6 years old and had defeated the god with the ultimate puppy dog eyes. The potions master straightened his back. He finally got to his feet, only to bow deeply for the child. "In that case, Your Holiness, I will join your religion. However, in return I do not wish for my fate to be changed. I will be of more use to you in my position. Instead, I ask you to deliver a letter from me to your mother." "Your Holiness," Harry repeated. "Nah, that sounds strange. Call me boss. I already wrote my Christmas letter though. You'll have to wait until my birthday. Then I will make sure your letter reaches my mum. Just make sure you mention our deal so they won't be surprised that they don't get a message from me." All right, boss." You could see that it was incredibly difficult for Snape to say that. Which was, of course, why Harry had asked it of him. A week later, Harry was being ordered into the headmaster's office. Again, Dumbledore had hoped the assault of the reporters at King's Cross would make Harry think twice about refusing to tell him where he lived. That plan had backfired spectacularly. Not only did the whole country think him a Dark Lord, that alone wouldn't have been so bad. After all, it only strengthened his point. However, it seemed the boy didn't actually care about all the rumors about him. He would acknowledge the opinion of his friends, but that was it. When the young Malfoy heir had come to mock him about it, the boy hero had cursed him. And with curse, he didn't mean something like a jinx or charm, things first years did all the time when nobody was looking. He was talking about a grand speech about how he damned Malfoy to a life full of bad fortune, where he would not be able to get any natural sleep, all food would taste like ash and everything he drank like blood, how he would be a shame to the noble house of Slytherin and a disappointment to his father until the day he decided to properly apologize to Harry. Again, he would have dismissed it as a child's temper if not for the fact that all those things became true one after another. Malfoy had been living of dreamless potions and grimaced every time he sat down for dinner. He had lost 100 points already for Slytherin for various cases of misfortune, mostly for accidents happening in class causing his spells blew up in other people's faces. Finally, when his father had sent him a howler threatening him with disinheritance if he didn't get his grades straight again, the boy had cracked. Potter made him come to the Hufflepuff table and bow to him in the Great Hall during dinner, pleading for forgiveness in a pitiful voice. He had graciously accepted the apology, officially lifted the curse, and after that everything had returned to normal. Albus was pretty sure that the Weasley twins had been behind the foul aftertastes of the boy's food, who just took the chance provided to get away with it. He was certain that someone had tampered with his wand too, causing it to malfunction, and the professors, who had always been a bit miffed about Slytherin receiving special treatment from Snape, had probably jumped at the chance of relieving the house of a few points. There was nothing special about the whole thing. Lucius Malfoy would never actually disinherit his son. Albus knew from Severus that the man had just had a particularly bad day at the ministry. His next letter, apparently, had even held an apology. Fact remained, however, that the majority of the students at Hogwarts now thought Harry Potter was a dark wizard. When the boy came up to his office that day and the headmaster explained the problem to him, he looked all but bored. "Excuse me, sir, but do you have a point?" he asked, after Albus was done complaining about the unfair treatment of Mr. Malfoy. "The point is," he said sharply, "that you cannot go around cursing people like that, my boy. Your reputation is already damaged as it is. You are rapidly approaching the line between breaking the rules and breaking the laws. With your guardians unwilling to reveal their identity, you might get into serious trouble without any means to defend yourself." "Look," Harry answered with a sigh, as if he were the one speaking to a child, "what happened to Malfoy was a series of unfortunate accidents and other people just not liking him." "Right. Well, yes. Then there is absolutely no reason to blame me in the eye of the law. If you were to assume I did all that myself, then you'd have to explain to me how I did it. After all, I am only a first year, am I not? If you assume I have some kind of supermagical power, then you would acknowledge me as a non-human being. Clearly I'm not a vampire, werewolf, or any other magical creature you know of and have laws for. That would put me effectively outside of any jurisdiction your ministry has. You don't get to threaten me, old man. You do make it sound as if you're actually some kind of undiscovered magical creature." Harry threw his hands in the air in exasperation. "Fine then. No more cursing in the Great Hall. Are you happy now?" "I am. Now you just have to tell me who you were staying with over the holidays and I." "That's cheap, headmaster. Why do you have to pry this much? I'm going to tell the world soon enough." "Oh, yes. I plan to do it before the school year ends so there won't be any doubt about my summer arrangement." Dumbledore thought that over for a moment. Finally he nodded. He could live with that. "If that's all, may I go now, sir? Why are you in such a hurry, my boy? I think I saw my Grim strolling around in the second floor earlier and I want to know what he's up to." Dumbledore gave him a baffled look. "You're seeing the Grim?" "No," he huffed, "not anymore. That's why I have to go search for him." "Yeah, right. Goodbye, headmaster." Harry left the office without another word. It was true that he had seen Grim, or at least, he believed so. That was the third time since he came to Hogwarts. Death had said he had been sent on an assignment, but why would he send Grim here if any assignments at Hogwarts Harry could do just as well? Didn't his dad trust him? Or was Grim here to keep an eye on him, to protect him after all? He wasn't that weak that he needed protection. And anyway, in that case Grim would have returned to the otherworld with him during the holidays. No, there was only one possible explanation for Grim being here. Someone was going to die at Hogwarts. "I've got it," Hermione declared and set a pile of parchment in front of Harry. "I've got it all figured out." "Huh," he said, "that was fast." It was only the third week of February. School had been boring so far for him. With Destiny's blessing he had mastered parcel magic quickly. After mastering silent casting too, he was now able to perform the parcel equivalent of every spell taught to him, which was more powerful and precise most of the times. With that ability practical work was child's play. Right now he had the most problems with his penmanship. With the exception of the groundskeeper setting his house on fire trying to hatch a dragon, there had been nothing exciting going on. He had had to resume to joining the Weasley twins in their pranks in order to not die of boredom. They were planning a small concert of singing drops for dinner. The religion surrounding the god Amonhepthagen. It's a good name, by the way, although I couldn't find any meaning to it. Which language is it? A magical one, he answered, obviously. Now what do you have? Amonhepthagen, the god of destiny. He gives out curses and blessings alike. He can change the fate of a being, whenever magical or not, makes prophecies and can nullify them. He can find any object or person wherever it's hiding. He can read thoughts and turn invisible. Those are his abilities. Next to the normal magical ones, Harry added. Huh. Well, it wouldn't be much of a god if he couldn't do things a normal wizard could, would it? Of course, you're right. That makes sense. Please continue. All right. Now in order to join the religion one has to devote themselves to the guidance of the mortal vessel of the god, the prophet, which would be you until the day of the resurrection. I'm not sure about this one, Harry. I mean, resurrection is a popular motive in religions, sure, but you're basically saying that you'll become a god upon dying. That is fine because you only need the religion to help you against you-know-who, and I suppose it doesn't matter what happens with it after you die. But a lot of people will put their hopes in this. They will be crushed if there is no resurrection. Also, you're promising to keep the likelihood of dying for the devotees low till that day. You're not saying they'll be immortal, and the part with the likelihood should prevent most of them from testing that one, but still. Hermione, there can't be a religion without a miracle or two. Plus I'm new, I have to make high promises to get my votes. Don't worry about that line. Okay, if you say so. Well, devotees will have to approach you personally with any requests. They may pray for their fate to be changed. If they do, they are just as likely to get cursed as they are to be blessed, but whatever it is, their life will change definitely. That does prevent them from requesting about every little thing, and it also helps to draw in the majority of the population, since there are a lot of people who are stuck in their lives and just want to be someone special. I think the next part is the most important. Even if they're not requesting at all, be it for a change of fate or to find some person or object, believing in Amonhepthagen will give him more power that he will use on the resurrection day, the day that marks the prophesied death of you-know-who. Again, Harry, you're basically saying that you'll die the day you kill you-know-who. Are you sure about that? I am. In fact, that's my personal objective, Harry answered. I could kill Voldemort any time. I could kill him by dueling him or by just causing a flower pot to fall onto his head. There's no challenge to that. But to time his death with mine, that may require some work. Wait, what? You're not actually planning on dying, are you? Silly you. Of course I am. Aren't you? Well, I mean eventually, I suppose so. I just thought, well, I thought you'd want to defeat you-know-who before you were as old as Dumbledore. It will become clear to you soon. Go on with the list, please. Well, yes, okay. So all devotees have to behave according to certain rules. There are two sets, one for religious affairs and one for everyday life. The first says 1. You can't be a member of two religions at the same time. That does not mean you can't believe other gods exist too, you just can't worship them. 2. Don't waste your time trying to convince a member of another religion to switch to yours if you can convince someone else instead. 3. You can only change your fate once in a lifetime. 4. You may fill in requests to the god as mentioned above, but the more often you request about small things, the less likely he's going to be listening when you have something really important to say. 5. Breaking the rules of the everyday life set will lower your chances to get a request fulfilled. If you break the first rule of that set really often for no good reason, a place in hell will be reserved especially for you. For the everyday life it is, 1. Do not harm other people's health or possessions if you are not in danger of experiencing even greater harm yourself if you don't. With that we've covered things like murder and stealing, but we're also paying attention to self-defense. 2. For every bad thing you do you have to do an equally good thing. 3. Magic is holy. Treat it with respect. 4. Magic is pure, regardless of which way it comes in. 5. If you see one of Death's henchmen, alert the prophet immediately. The last one seems kinda random. I guess every religion has something like that, but why did you insist on having it? Well, Mainly because I run out of ideas after the third rule, Harry admitted, and I wanted to have 5 in each set. But also because I really need to find those henchmen. Hermione sighed. I won't even ask. Anyway, official holy days are Halloween and your birthday, the 31. July also. I patched up some description of heaven and hell from other religions, since the afterlife is always an important part. Amonhepthajan is not an almighty god, so it should be fine if we just specialize how you can take influence on where a person goes to. Still, you're basically confirming that there is an afterlife and that there are people in charge of it. Therefore, sooner or later we might have to think about joining forces with other religions like the old Greek did. Else we could lose devotees during to the second rule of religious affairs. I'll see if I can convince the god of light and the god of hell to let me in on their boat. They like me well enough. But that will have to wait until after the resurrection day. Whatever. You are going to explain what you mean with that, aren't you? Of course, as soon as we're finished here. Right, so then, the public image. I got a 5th year from Ravenclaw to draw this picture for me, a first raw version of what Amonhepthajan might look like. The picture showed a human figure surrounded by golden light, sitting on a throne-like chair, a giant, dark green glowing scythe leaning against it. A great black dog was sitting next to it, its head on the figure's lap where it was being scratched by the person. The god himself had long, flowing black hair, glowing green eyes and pale skin. It was a man around 20 years of age. If you looked closely you could see that the shadow of the god in the magically moving painting was twisting and turning around, occasionally taking up a human shape itself. This is great. It's exactly what I had in mind, Harry said happily. He did plan on letting his hair grow as soon as he was a god and didn't have to worry about looking girlish anymore, simply because a lot of gods he had seen wore it that way, and in his mind that was part of what being a god was about. Also, he expected his trademark scar to vanish once he died. There was no point in having it in the picture. Plus, he didn't want it to look exactly like him either. Now I was thinking about a symbol, Hermione continued. Something that we could put on buttons or as a seal for letters and the like. We could use the lightning bolt for you. There could be a crystal ball or a zodiacal sign for destiny, although that's more about divination. Don't forget about the scythe, Harry added, or maybe a skull. I am pretty tightly connected with death too after all. Harry, maybe you have forgotten, but we don't actually want people to believe you're a Dark Lord. Well, I'm not. If anything, I'll be a dark god. And I want something from death in my symbol. That's final. Fine, you're the boss. Hermione rolled her eyes. We could take something like the moon for destiny too, or... But Harry shook his head. That's a symbol I have to live with for ages. I want it to have something to do with myself. Maybe even something to remind me of my time here. Hermione offered a tower to symbolize Hogwarts, but also as a reference to the Tarot Tower, which meant dark foreboding, death and destruction. They were discussing the pros and cons of a phoenix as a symbol of resurrection too. Finally they settled for a dark tower with a green glowing eye floating above. They made a second symbol to pose as a recognition feature and was a lot more simple. It was a Z-like shape with the upper part formed like the blade of a scythe and the lower one like a wolf's fang, the latter one standing for Grim. All right, she said. Now, what about that explanation of yours? Patience, my dear High Priestess, Harry said grinning. There's going to be a meeting in 30 minutes. Yesterday, while searching for a room to be undisturbed in, I just so happened to stumble over a marvelous piece of magic here at Hogwarts. It's located in the 7th floor opposite of that painting with the dancing trolls. It will be the official start of my religion. For now I'll only invite a couple of Hogwarts students. I expect there to be more for the next great gathering, which will take place on my birthday. All right, I'll see you in half an hour then. Harry nodded and left the library. Before he went to start his new religion, he wanted to take another look for Grim. He had called his familiar multiple times and he always came, but when he asked him what kind of assignment he was on, the great dog only gave him a lowly whine and bowed his head sadly in apology. He wasn't allowed to tell him. Yet on those occasions that he had merged his mind with Grim, Harry had been able to catch glimpses of the environment. Grim was definitely stationed at Hogwarts. Some of the places he went to he didn't recognize, which meant Grim was probably following an older student, maybe even a teacher. Harry fetched his Grim before heading to the room of requirement. In there all of his year mates from Hufflepuff were assembled, as well as Hermione and Neville from Gryffindor and, surprisingly, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan. They had indeed made a deal with Harry to change Malfoy's food after Harry had cursed him. His words would have found another way of coming true too, but the effect was always stronger if he helped a bit to create it. All of them had been prompted to invite whoever they liked to this meeting but to not let the teachers know. Hermione had succeeded in dragging Pavati along, who had called for her sister Padma from Ravenclaw. Lisa Turpin was her best friend and came along too. Last was Blaise Zabini, first-year Slytherin, who looked kinda out of place and really uncomfortable too. Harry had no idea how he had gotten wind of this meeting, but he didn't really care either way. Everyone was welcomed in his religion. After all, he needed the votes. "Hello everybody," Harry greeted them smiling. "Thank you for coming." Harry," Ernie stuttered, staring at the great dog next to him with wide eyes. "What's that?" "This," the demigod declared proudly, "is my Grim. You do not have to worry about him damning you. He's under my direction right now." "Potter, are you crazy? You're going to kill us all," Zabini hissed. "Not at all. Grims are following their victims, targeting them specifically. They never hurt anybody themselves. The fact that all of you can see him alone proves that he is not being an omen at the moment." "At the moment?" Hermione repeated with a high voice. "Well, yes, you can say he's off duty, aside from the fact that he's obviously here on my command." "Why don't you start at the beginning and tell us what we're here for?" Fred offered. "Excellent idea, Hermione, would you please?" Hermione cleared her throat. The room promptly provided a glass of water for her and began to explain. "As you all know, the Dark Lord who was destroyed 10 years ago because of Harry. He's still alive though, and he's going to come back. When he does, he will have all of his Death Eaters again and he will be after Harry. Now Harry is already very powerful, those of you who share classes with him know that. But he will still need help if he's going against the entire group. That is why we want to create a group on our own. We want to reach as many people as possible to wake them up and make them fight for themselves. That is why we have created our own religion." The reactions to these words were very different. More often than not they were thought to be joking or just outright crazy. Hermione barely managed to explain the basics of the new religion. "This is enough," Harry said finally with a sigh. "I didn't think my cover was that perfect, but apparently, it was. I cannot allow you to look down on my high priestess like that." Harry moved to the front and faced them all. "This isn't just pretending to be a religion. Amonhepthagen is real. I really am a chosen one, a prophet to the deities. I simply lead Hermione to believe otherwise so she could figure out the formalities on her own with a clear head." "What, Harry, what are you saying?" "I will show you my true form," Harry exclaimed. Summoning a gust of wind, he let his robes flutter dramatically while he called upon his spiritual power. Razul awoke, his shadow twisting and turning the boy halfway invisible at times. Grim now stood next to him, his teeth bared menacingly, and in his hands Harry's wand grew and took the form of a great black scythe with a bone-white blade. His eyes were glowing green and his voice was laced with power when he spoke. "Now you see my true form. I am Amonhepthagen, the god of destiny. As a child, I was taken in by Death himself and raised by him in destiny in the other world. I have the blessings of good and bad fortune, of pain and suffering, of the element of wind and magic herself. I am destiny's right hand, but before I can truly become a god I have to form my own religion and fulfill my own destiny. I will vanquish the Dark Lord, as is to be said in the prophecy. I will die and be resurrected as a real god. If you chose to join my religion, I will use you to destroy the Dark Lord's order. You will become my devotees. I expect you to follow my every command, lest you lose my favor. Choose wisely and listen to what my high priestess has to say." Harry let the deity glow diminish, and one after another the students woke up from their stupor. Clap, clap, clap. Harry turned around. One of the paintings in the room had swung open to reveal a secret passage. In its entrance stood a man with long white hair that couldn't be called owned anymore whichever way you looked at it. His robes had seen better days and for some reason he wore rubber boots, but the crazy grin on his face was what stood out most. The man applauded some more, before bowing deeply to Harry. How incredibly fascinating a story. Harry Potter, the god of destiny. Harry smiled thinly. I'd prefer the name Amonheptagen. Amen, if you must. Yes, of course. I have so many questions for you, my lord. Harry, Hermione asked with a squeal, who is this? Ah, I am sorry, Xenophilius Lovegood is my name, the man introduced himself. I publish the magazine The Quibbler. Maybe you've heard of it. Harry wanted to have a reporter here for whatever he was going to show us, George Weasley explained, still a little bit shaky. Our sister is friends with his daughter. I know it's not the Daily Prophet, but at least with him his words won't be twisted. That's why I told you not to alert any teachers, Harry continued. Technically, he's not allowed to be here. He turned to the reporter. I will gladly answer all your questions, Mr. Lovegood. In fact, I'll give you enough material for 5 articles. However, I do ask of you that the first one should concentrate on my religion, which means you'll have to interview Hermione. She's in charge of the details. For the next 2 hours Harry revealed everything about his life to his soon-to-be devotees. It was not like he had anything to hide, and he thought it was important that his people had a clear picture of him. While it may not be seen positively from the otherworld if one were to tell the humans all their secrets, it was a whole different manner if it happened in a religion. That was because nobody that didn't belong to the religion would believe any of it per definition. Once his reign as a god of destiny ended, all the knowledge would soon be forgotten anyway. Some things that were true and portrayed by many gods were thought to have been taken over by the humans who made up the gods from older religions. Also, Harry didn't know that much about the realms of the other deities. He was free to tell them all the truth. When Xenophilius had all the details on the religion, he started to ask more questions, weirder questions. Had he ever seen a crumple-horned Snarkak? While at Hogwarts, had he found any clues about the secret underground underpants mafia? Or maybe clues about the fairies' war against the Nargles? Well, no, he hadn't. Then, being raised by death, had he ever heard of the 3 Deathly Hallows? The what? Mr. Lovegood explained to him about the 3 Hallows. Well, I don't know about a wand and stone, but of course, there is Razul. Razul, who's that? In response, Harry's shadow quivered before rising up completely, forming a dark patch that was distinctly human-shaped. Harry reached for it, and as soon as he touched it the shadow melted to a black mass, eventually becoming silver and retreating back into his old form of a cloak. Razul pissed of my dad a few hundred centuries ago. As a punishment, he turned him into a cloak. Now he's my servant. My, was that a Swedish sharp frackle? This is amazing, to see one for myself. And he's really a Deathly Hallow. What are you talking about? Hermione exclaimed in shock and fear. Don't you have any idea? That thing I read about, those that is a Lethifold. They're like the most dangerous dark creatures on Earth, maybe aside from Noondoos. Well, of course they are, Harry said as a matter of fact. They're Death's generals after all. You have a Lethifold as a servant, I'll give up. You really are a god, aren't you? Of course. That's what I'm saying the whole time. Harry took pity on his cloak, allowing him to take on his real shape again. Razul, have you ever heard about Dad making a wand that could kill anyone or a stone that could bring back dead people? He's supposed to have gifted them to 3 brothers. Razul shifted uncomfortably. Well, I might have heard of them. Oh, do tell. The wand made from Elder was a tool to take down immortals. The last god of death used to wield it. The crystallized heart of a black phoenix was given to Death by Life as a means of communication so they wouldn't have to see each other. The former one was being forgotten after the god died, and the latter Death threw away in a fit of rage after a particularly nasty fight with his sister. But then, how did they end up in the living world? Well, another nervous twitch. That might have been my fault. Your fault. It was part of the reason the master was so angry with me. I collected both objects and gave them to some necromancers that were leading the army. It would have made them unstoppable. Well, to anything but a deity, of course. I see. So he really left godly gear just laying around. Harry shook his head. Well, as I ever come across them, it would make a good birthday gift for Death. One after another the students were convinced that Harry was speaking the truth. And even if he wasn't, he had tamed a Lethifold and a Grim, and his wand turned into a giant freaking scythe. Even if he was a lunatic, he was powerful. As such, all of them, even Zabini, joined his religion in the end, with a happy Zeno as the first one in the line. The next morning came with a new release of the Quibbler, depicting Harry's religion. Of course very few students actually read the magazine, and those that did only laughed at all the bullshit it was about. When Harry's new devotees started going around, proudly declaring themselves his followers, it was thought to be a great joke. Especially since the Weasley twins were part of it. The students had gotten Harry's symbol, the lighting scythe as they called it, embroidered into the collar of their school uniforms, and had taken to calling him the Chosen One when they talked about their new belief in complete honesty. The effect was kinda ruined though when they addressed him as the Holy Bosses in public. Harry insisted on that last part though. He was a god with a sense of humor after all. The headmaster talked Professor Sprout into trying to end this nonsense. One day after she agreed, she was wearing Harry's sign too and spent dinner trying to get Professor Sinistra to convert. Harry was swarmed with requests soon enough too. Most of them weren't anything great that he had to use his powers for. His magical abilities were enough for it all on their own. It took some time for the news to reach beyond Hogwarts, but one day he got a pair of letters from a number of shopkeepers from Diagon Alley who he had shown his deity glow to before. They all wanted to serve him and promised to tell as many people about it as possible. After what he'd done to Malfoy, there was nobody left amongst the students who would challenge him. Dumbledore was still grasping for the hope it was all a very well-planned prank, and refrained from taking any action after Sprout betrayed him. In all honesty, he might have been a little bit freaked out about Harry Potter, who had been supposed to be a shy, timid boy recovering from the abuse of his Muggle relatives, or at least an attention-seeking wannabe hero. Now he was starting a cult to challenge the Dark Lord on the highest level possible at age of 11. It was a little bit too much for his old bones. By the time May came around, Harry's religion had made it into the Daily Prophet, albeit with a lot of misinterpretations and mockery. The young demigod promptly researched the name of the author of the article, Rita Skeeter, and gave her a nasty curse on her way. Then he got himself a lawyer and got his religion formally registered at the ministry. He had just barely reached the 100 votes limit for it before he went to sue the newspaper. They didn't dare to write a single lie about him after that. A demigod he may be, but Harry was still a kid too, and he acted like one most of the time. However, he had so much to do with his religion that he didn't have any time for mortal adventures. The exception was of course when someone came to him with a request. That was why he had never once thought about the forbidden third corridor until the Weasley twins came to him with a challenge. You know, after Dumbledore told us certain death lay behind that door. We went to go there as fast as possible during our first week. After all, we had to beat the rush of older Gryffindors to it. And guess what we found in there? George looked at him expectantly. Harry raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to read your thoughts? Because, you know, I could do that. Hey, you can be such a creep, holy boss. Anyway, we found a dog. But not any dog. It was a pretty big dog. Harry spoke up. Wait, it wasn't Grim, was it? He's been strolling around the castle and won't tell me who he's after. No. It was far bigger than your Grim. And it had 3 heads too. Harry stopped at that. You're telling me there is a Cerberus in the school? They nodded. There sure is. That's odd. Cerberus are supposed to guard Hell's Gates. Yeah, we researched the beast and found out about that too. Now the question is, what is the dog guarding? Why do you want to know? The twins stared at him. What? I mean, why is it so important to you? It's a freaking hellhound in our school. Of course that's important. It's an adventure. Aren't you curious? Not really. I kinda have a cult to run, if you remember. Cerberus are technically demons. They can be summoned like any other demon and make a contract with a human. Someone probably hired it to guard someone. Someone. You mean something? Harry shook his head. No. Cerberus are generally used to prevent prisoners from leaving. They're guarding Hell's Gates, remember. They may allow you to pass them with little trouble in one direction, but if you want to get past them again they get nasty. Whoever summoned it, And I guess in this case it would be the headmaster. He either keeps a prisoner down there or he set up a trap for someone. He gave them a pointed look. You wouldn't want to risk walking into a trap made to hold someone of enough power to need a demon as a guardian, would you? Wah, no way. Not even Dumbledore is that crazy to put something like that into Hogwarts. You wanna bet? You're on. For a moment Harry was taken aback, but then he grinned. Now that he had handled the Daily Prophet, he guessed he could take some time off to enjoy himself. Fine then. We will go walk into that trap to see if it holds a prisoner in, let's say. Harry named a few numbers until a warm fuzzy feeling told him he got the perfect one. In THWO weeks and 2 days, 11 p.m. You have until then to prepare yourself for even more deadly surprises. You are sure that we can't die until you do, right? Fred asked timidly. And you don't plan on having your grand resurrection day on that date, do you? No, he reassured them. Don't worry, I won't let any harm come to you. But there would be no point in me going in alone without anyone to witness it. I guess so. What do we get once we win though? Oh, is somebody confident? Fine, you can pick a favor. But if I'm right and we either find a prisoner or I get Dumbledore to admit it was a trap, then you will make an official confession that you're the ringleaders of the Hogwarts secret underground underpants mafia. You will make a public apology and return all the undergarments you stole from the respective professors. Wait, but we never did something as awesome as that. Well, then it's about damn time. Fred, I knew we shouldn't have introduced him to good old Lovegood. You may be right, brother of mine. It seems the Chosen One has his mind set on defeating as many criminal organizations as he can. Even if he has to make up some of them. Ah, don't worry, I'll give you my blessing for the day. Now who's confident? Harry grinned. I'm a demigod. I have a sixth sense for good or bad things happening in the future. My gut feeling wouldn't have let me agree to it if it weren't certain. F.K. Forge, now we're up against the holy boss's gut feeling. We're doomed. I don't think we were yet, Gred, but you just jinxed it. On the date Harry set, he met up with the Weasley twins in front of the forbidden door. The twins had gotten a camera ready to record everything they saw. It had been a few months already since Harry had declared himself a prophet, and it was time for some miracles to support his story. The tingly feeling he got that reminded him of the day good fortune had kissed him goodbye told him that today was the perfect day to explore the forbidden corridor. At first Harry had wanted to take Grim with him, but it turned out today was one of these days that he was unavailable, probably following his victim. As such, only Razul was with him. Since it was probable that they would get into a fight, he got the general in a ready state. Floating next to him is a patch of darkness instead of a mere shadow. The Weasleys were slightly freaked out by that, but they managed to pretend to calm down after Harry made Razul promise not to eat them. A simple Alohomora opened the door, and a moment later the three were face to face with the Cerberus. While the twins took an involuntary step back, Harry strode ahead confidently. The dog was lying on the ground but rose from his sleep quickly. Now all Harry had to do was to release a bit of his spiritual energy to get its attention. He used the deity glow to make the demon understand that he spoke the truth when he said, "Calm down, servant of the darkness. I am an ally of death, who is an ally of your true master. Today I am nothing but a friend on a visit." The giant dog growled, and one of its heads came much too close for the twins' liking, sniffing the small boy. Then its entire body began to shake as it wagged its enormous tail, and Harry had to dodge a wet greeting. The boy snickered and patted the head nearest to him. Then he nodded to the twins. Together they got to the trapdoor behind the Cerberus. "I can't believe it. That beast is really listening to you." "Of course it is. This is the holy boss we're talking about." The twins exchanged a grin and quickly took a photo from the very much tame-looking monster. Harry opened the trapdoor and stared down at the darkness beneath. I kinda don't feel like jumping down there," Fred murmured with his twin nodding. "Don't worry about it. I have the blessing of the element of wind, remember," Harry said smiling. "I may not be able to fly on my own, but halting a fall is a piece of a cake. Make sure you have your wands lit though." Harry jumped down first, summoning strong gusts of wind to make him float down slowly as he went. The twins were following shortly, the light of their wands illuminating a dark chamber. On the ground they could see some kind of plant moving. The snares looked threatening, so Harry fired a reducto to blast them out of the way. When that didn't help much, he tried to burn them to cinders, which did the job nicely. There was another chamber under the plant in which they ended up without ever having been touched by the deadly vegetable. The next room was holding the flying keys. This one was ridiculously easy as well. Harry even encouraged the twins to try their hand. George tried Accio, and when that didn't work they grabbed the brooms waiting at the aisle. Harry was pretty sure that he could have summoned the right key using parcel magic, but he wanted his devotees to have their fun. Only when he felt they were getting late did he help them by subtly hindering the key's movement with his wind element. Next was the chessboard. This is going to be wizarding chess, isn't it? George sighed. Looks like it, Harry confirmed. Damn, I'm no good at chess. Me neither. Harry pretended to think. What do you think, guys? What are our chances to win if we command the pieces absolutely randomly? Can't be much worse than when we do it the normal way. All right then. Harry conjured a piece of parchment and a quill and wrote down all the fields of the chessboard by number and letter. Then he ripped it apart until he had a tiny piece with one description each. Chose a figure, will you? The three of them chose a figure at random. Harry then began to play through the game by choosing one piece of parchment blindly and moving the first figure that he saw that could move to that spot. That way he turned a highly strategic game into a gamble relying on luck alone. He won with 12 moves. All right, Fred said when they moved on to the next door, this is getting ridiculous. How do you do it? Good fortune key. Ed me goodbye when I first left for the living world, Harry said, shrugging. I'm the most damn lucky person on earth. That is so unfair, only by mortal standards, my dear devotee. The troll in the room was already dead. Harry cast an air-refreshing charm before moving on to the next, which was the potions room. The twins read the parchment and chuckled. Looks like we can win this one by default too. Not really. The bottle that brings one through the purple fire is this smallest one. It's only enough for one person, Harry said. You two can't go first because there's going to be a dangerous prisoner behind that fire. I can't go alone either because where would be the point in coming here and discovering that I'm right if you're not there to witness it? I wouldn't have anybody to laugh at. That means we have to find another way past that fire. But it's a magical fire. We don't know what it will do. It doesn't matter what it does. There's at least one of us who it can't harm. Now you're fireproof too. But Harry shook his head and looked behind him. Everyone turned. They had completely forgotten about the Lethifold. You're a spiritual being, aren't you, Razul? The fire shouldn't hurt you. Well, no. All right then. Turn back into a cloak, will you? Razul let out something that almost sounded like a sigh but complied. Harry grabbed the cloak before it fell to the floor. I'll take the potion and go in first. You two cover yourselves with Razul and follow after me. You might want to stay invisible until all is clear though. The twins did as they were told and Harry grabbed the potion. Without the slightest hesitation he stepped through the fire. He entered a chamber bigger than all the others, seeming to be even more spacious due to the fact that it was completely empty save for the lone mirror standing in the middle. As Harry had predicted, they were not alone. He had expected there to be a Death Eater disguised as a teacher, some pseudo-immortal or maybe even Lord Voldemort himself. However, he had not expected to find him here. No way. The demigod gasped, eyes wide. This can't be. Lord Voldemort was not pleased. His host was a weak-minded individual and having a Dark Lord on the back of his head had further decreased his ability to function. Plus hearing the voice of his master distracted him to the point of constant stutter most of the time. A few more weeks and he would be brain dead. But Lord Voldemort didn't have a few more weeks. Snape and Dumbledore were suspecting his host already, even if they had no idea why he was after the stone. He had to act now that he had finally succeeded in drawing the headmaster away from the school. Of course those traps laid on the way had been no problem for him, even forced into such a weak body. But he was standing in front of this mirror for 20 minutes already and he couldn't for the life of him figure out what it meant. Quirrell of course was no help. Suddenly there was a noise and Quirrell whipped around. Voldemort used legilimency to see through his eyes and watch as none other than Harry Potter emerged from the flames. The Dark Lord couldn't believe his luck. How many times had he been tempted to kill Potter? Being this close to him, in the same room for several months without being able to do anything had almost driven him insane. He supposed the boy had decent magical talent, and it was astonishing how he managed to draw so many people to him to play along with his little prank for such a long time. Maybe Voldemort would have valued him as a worthy opponent if it weren't for the fact that he had a mission. He had to free Britain from its incompetent government. That was his duty. He couldn't let himself be distracted by the brat. He had to finish him off before he started becoming a real threat. Yet he hadn't dared to compromise his plan. Getting the stone and his body back was more important than Potter. For now. But destiny seemed to like him, for today he got presented with both. Little did he know that in the other world destiny was watching the encounter between the two chosen ones through a crystal ball, with Death and the 4 assistants around them like a family in front of a TV, giggling to themselves and mouthing, "If only you knew." In that moment Potter's eyes widened in shock. He gasped and said incredulously, "No way. This can't be." Voldemort smirked, Quirrell mirroring his gesture. His host was about to speak when Potter took a step forward before crouching down, looking at something behind Quirrell with a big grin, ignoring the professor completely. "Here you are, you bad boy, hiding from me this entire time. But I got you now, no more evading." There was a lowly whine, and when Quirrell looked around, Voldemort saw a big shape emerge from the shadows of the corner of the room. A shape much too huge to be hiding there without him noticing. The next moment a giant freaking dog with black fur trotted over to the boy, his head bowed low in apology. Potter grinned wider and hugged the animal that gave him a happy lick after being forgiven. "Potter!" Quirrell snapped finally, angry at being ignored and irritated that he hadn't noticed the dog following him before. How had the blasted thing even done that? He could have sworn he saw the beast before. "What are you doing here?" "Me? Oh, hello Professor. I didn't see you," Potter said happily, still snuggling the monster dog. The boy scratched the ears of the animal, pretending to be listening to it. "Huh, are you sure about that?" The boy looked up at him with a serious expression. "Professor, Grimm says you are going to die tonight." Quirrell could only gape at him. "Enough of this," Voldemort bellowed. For a moment there he had almost been tricked into believing that Potter was really that obvious. That maybe he didn't know what was hidden in the mirror, or maybe thought Quirrell was a teacher checking on the security measures and not a thief helping the Dark Lord. But of course that arrogant brat would never pass a chance to put himself into the center of attention by figuring out the latest mystery of Hogwarts. The fact that he chose tonight to explore also meant he had caught Quirrell's act early on, in which case it didn't make any sense to pertain his cover anymore. Let me speak to him face to face." "My lord, you're not strong enough." "I'm strong enough for this." Slowly Quirrell began to uncover his head. Voldemort took a deep breath, glad to be rid of the horrid garlic smell. Then he turned to look at Potter. "Whoa, Professor, you got something there on your head. Looks like a night troll or something." Voldemort twitched. "You think you're very funny, don't you, Harry Potter? The great hero, the invincible boy who lived. Oh, well, thanks I guess, but what the hell? Night troll, Processor, you have to do something." "Stop your babbling," Voldemort hissed angrily. "I am the Dark Lord Voldemort." For a second he relished in the shock on the boy's face. "Yes, see what has become of me, forced to drink unicorn blood and to rely on the strength of my servant, Quirrell." "Oh, you mean Quirrell is a Death Eater and you're possessing him? Geesh, and there I was thinking an innocent guy had to die. You scared me." Voldemort twitched again. "You'll regret mocking me soon enough, Potter. Get in front of the mirror and tell me what you see." Potter regarded him suspiciously. "Is that your last wish? Do it or I'll make you." Okay, calm down, Night Troll. I'm doing it. Let me just ask you one question first," he said while walking over to the mirror. "When you go to bed with Professor Quirrell, who gets to sleep on his back?" Crucio. Potter hadn't been looking at him, and as soon as Voldemort said the word his servant complied and fired the unforgivable. However, just in that moment Potter took the last step towards the mirror, which just so happened to put him out of the line of the curse. "Because you know, I'm trying to imagine that, but I can't, and right now I would really like to know, so," He looked into the mirror then. For a moment his face was blank before it split into a huge grin. Oh, I guess that answers that question. That was it. His last straw of self-restraint left him. Kill him, Voldemort ordered his servant. In the few moments it took Quirrell to raise his wand, Potter had leapt to the side, avoiding the first curse thrown at him. Now that Quirrell had turned, Voldemort found himself face to face with a giant dog that had crept closer, growling menacingly at him but not attacking yet. Then Potter spread his arms and out of nowhere there was a sudden gust of wind that was strong enough to lift Voldemort off his feet and haul him through the air. The Dark Lord got smashed against a wall face first. When the dizziness finally left him he saw through Quirrell's eyes again. For a moment there he was convinced he had hit his head too hard and was seeing things. Harry Potter was floating in the air, a blue light surrounding him, flickering and letting out the occasional lightning bolt. In his right hand was a scythe as long as the boy was tall with a bone-white blade that was currently pointed at him. Unworthy pseudo-immortal, you have challenged Amonhepthagen, the god of destiny. With that act you have sealed your fate. Even as Quirrell was watching wide-eyed, the blue light suddenly vanished. Potter's expression changed from serious to thoughtful and he said with his normal, non-powerful voice, "No, that's not right. Technically your fate was sealed the moment Andy Day made the second prophecy. And then again after my dad sent Grim after you. Oh well, I guess you just made a lot of mistakes. If you weren't a Dark Lord I'd almost pity you. As it is I'd rather curse you, but well, Grim said you're going to die tonight anyway so there wouldn't be much of a point." Avada Kedavra! Quirrell screamed on his own in panic but he missed. Voldemort cursed his bad luck. Quirrell wasn't a duelist at any rate. He had been teaching Muggle studies for Merlin's sake, before Voldemort had forced him to work for him. "I don't know what you're trying to do," Potter said grinning, "but what makes you think it will work out now when it didn't the first time around?" He knows, Voldemort realized, he knows why the killing curse failed on him. Silently he urged Quirrell to change tactics. The professor used a widespread curse next, one that was lethal but less likely to miss. Before he could finish the incantation though, there was a blur of black fur and next he knew the Dark Lord was on the ground, face in the dirt while Quirrell screamed as a giant monster dog dug his fangs into his legs. "Grim. Bad Grim. Go off him, that's my fight." Grim turned around, gave Harry a bashful look and dropped the foot, which fell to the ground with a sickening splash. Quirrell whimpered, begging his lord for help who was just glad he couldn't feel the fool's pain. "You're pretty weak, huh?" Potter said disappointed. "One would think I'd get a bit more of a destiny, being a god and all that. You know, I was thinking about letting you kill me at least once so that I could pull off the resurrection act but now I don't think it would be as impressive anymore." Quirrell whimpered again and tried to fire one last curse but Potter reflected it with the blade of his scythe as if it was nothing. He looked down at them with cold green eyes, blue light in place again and said, "Why don't you just die already?" Quirrell cried for help but there was nothing Voldemort could do. The scythe came down and a crescent-shaped green light rushed towards the pair. Voldemort felt the body crumble. In the moment of Quirrell's death his spirit left the shell and with a last hateful scream he meant to flee the chamber. But then... "Whoa, are you kidding me? That's so not gonna happen," Potter screamed. "Razul, get him." Even though he had lost the battle, the Dark Lord couldn't help but feel a hint of triumph. As much as he hated his spirit form, the boy was foolish to think anyone could catch him while he was like this. Or so he thought. That was until out of nowhere a black shadow jumped him and he felt himself be enveloped in darkness. A terrible darkness that was pressuring him from all sides, beeping him in like a black hole. Then he knew no more. Harry Potter dropped to the floor, looking at Razul expectantly. "All good and devoured, master," the general assured him with a flicker that was his equivalent of a bow. "Thank you for the meal." "Always," Harry replied grinning. He let his scythe shrink to take the form of a wand again and let the deity glow dissipate. "You all right over there?" he called towards the corner where the twins had been revealed after Razul went to eat Voldemort. Yes," Fred replied shakily. "That was..." George struggled to find the right words. "Totally awesome," they concluded together. Harry gave a mocking bow. "I hope you all got that down." The twins waved with their camera. Perfect. Does that mean I win the bet? Dumbledore meant to catch Voldemort. Or maybe to catch Quirrell red-handed. You honestly think Dumbledore would put the entire school in such a danger trying to catch the Dark Lord? Well, we are talking about the same guy that dared to give me a detention for having a totally deserved pastry fight in the Great Hall last week even though he knew I was a god. Alright, point taken. It better had been a trap, now that I think about it. Else it would mean he endangered students for no good reason at all. Harry shrugged. It's still possible that it's the final exam first but I doubt it. That means you have to go and steal the teacher's underwear. And yes, that includes the headmaster. Dude, you just killed the Dark Lord. For the second time. And all you think about is underwear. Go and complain to Zeno. I promised him I'd find proof for one of his conspiracy theories. Holy boss, you're the most awesome guy ever. But you have to go and check your priorities. There is nothing wrong with my religion coming first, Harry decided. In fact, you should take it as an example. Now Razul, why don't you eat Quirrell's body too and then you can bring us back through the fire? As Razul went over to eat what was left of the defense professor, Fred leaned over to his twin and whispered, "You know, I always thought Quirrell paranoid for being scared of his own shadow. Turned out between a Grim stalking him and him being eaten by a Lethifold he was right. Yes, he was just looking out for the wrong shadow. Remind me to never cross the holy boss. I don't think anyone needs to be reminded of that. After all, it rhymes." By the time breakfast came around the next morning the Weasleys' photos were posted in every single common room and a wide array of rumors was spread about what happened during the night. Of course Dumbledore had checked for the stone, finding it still intact and hidden in the mirror. All that could be found of Quirrell though was a bloody foot down in the chamber. As expected, Harry was soon being called into the headmaster's office. "Hello Harry, would you like a drop?" "Yeah sure, as long as they're not laced with potions." Dumbledore blinked. Why would they be laced with potions? "Oh, you know, the rumors." He was met with a blank stare. "Not, well, never mind then. I was wondering, my boy, if you had any idea where Professor Quirrell is today." "Oh, you won't find him," Harry said cheerfully. "A Lethifold ate him." The headmaster massaged his temples, feeling a migraine approaching. "This is not the time for jokes." "Why would you think I'm joking?" "Because that is the stupidest excuse ever invented by wizard kind. And the one most often used if one has to go into hiding. It's like the magical version of, 'my dog ate my homework' excuse." "Oh, I didn't know that, but Professor Quirrell was really eaten by a Lethifold. And how could you be so sure of that?" "Because the Lethifold is mine and I told him to." "Silence. You commanded a Lethifold to kill your defense professor." "Oh no, headmaster, I would never do something like that." Dumbledore let out a breath. "Oh, good. The Lethifold only ate the body, he was already dead at that time." But why?" "Because apparently Lethifolds get a stomachache when they eat a soul but no body to flush it down." "No, I mean why is Professor Quirrell dead and what did you have to do with it?" "Oh, well, I was the one who killed Professor Quirrell and I did it because he challenged me." "Challenged you?" he repeated dully. "Yup, he threw an Avada at me." "So you say he tried to kill you and you acted in self-defense?" I'm not sure. Is it self-defense when you crush a fire ant that bit you?" "Well, for your own good you better hope it is, else you'll be charged with murder." The headmaster sighed. "Now would you explain how it comes we found Professor Quirrell's severed foot down in the Forbidden Corridor?" "That's where I killed him obviously. My Grim wanted a piece of him too." "You Grim?" "Yes, turned out he had been following him around. I guess his time was just up." Dumbledore was quickly losing his patience. "Why don't you explain to me from the beginning what happened that evening?" Harry rolled his eyes. "But didn't I do that already? I went down the corridor as part of a bet and..." "Wait, you entered the corridor that was holding certain death as part of a bet?" "Sure did. I wanted to prove that the obstacles were too easy and even a muggle could bypass them and as such they could have only been meant as a trap. Anyway, I went down there and met Professor Quirrell in the main chamber, who had a night troll strapped to his back." "Wait, what?" "Yes, I was surprised too. The night troll then turned into Voldemort and..." "Okay, stop right there. Professor, Harry said frowning, if you keep interrupting me every 2 sentences we're still going to be here tomorrow. Harry ignored the glare sent his way and continued, anyway, Voldemort got really angry when I asked how sleeping with Quirrell was like and challenged me. I had to fight with Grim over who got to finish him off. I won and Grim only got a foot. But then Voldemort turned back into a night troll and tried to flee, so I sent my pet Lethifold after him. He ate the troll and then he ate Quirrell too before taking us back through the supermagical fire. And that's it. It took Dumbledore another 20 agonizing minutes to get all the details from Harry, but that first version of the tale was what the entire school got to hear. Rumors ranged from Harry single-handed defeating an army of soldiers, never mind they had been chess pieces, having made a contract with the devil to summon demons even though the Cerberus wasn't actually his, being overall all-knowing and having fought an epic battle against Quirrell and his pet night troll, who turned into Voldemort. Ironically, it was that last part about him killing a Dark Lord that made most of the students think the whole thing was made up. Still, at the end of the day Harry had 20 new devotees and considered the day a success. Grim stayed by his side, scaring the superstitious half of the student body out of their wits while simultaneously convincing the groundskeeper Hagrid that Harry was not only the god of destiny but also of magical creatures and light and forests and spiders and everything else that made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. Dumbledore was not sure if he should award Harry points for fighting heroically against a teacher being possessed by a Dark Lord and protecting a rare artifact that he apparently hadn't even known about, or if he should give him a detention for being overly cheerful about having successfully committed his first murder. In the end he settled for only giving him 5 points, which was apparently enough to put Hufflepuff in the lead for the House Cup. He had no idea how the Badgers had managed to get that many points. They hadn't won in Quidditch and they weren't as good academically as the Claws or Snakes. Maybe it was just luck. Or, a quiet voice in the back of his mind whispered, a certain someone fated it that way. It was the last day of school, just after Hufflepuff was being declared winner of the House Cup during the dessert. The Holy Boss gave the sign and the Weasley twins stood and climbed on top of the table, clinging their glasses together and calling, "Attention please. We have an important announcement to make. We would like to formally apologize for all the chaos and mayhem we've caused during the school year." Everywhere students stared incredulously and started snickering, waiting for the punch line. "We have pranked people repetitively as a distraction for a much greater secret organization that we have been raising in the underground. Today we freely admit to being the ringleaders of a large smuggling ring here at Hogwarts. We are being guilty of theft and having sold other people's private items on the black market. In order to convince you of the sincerity of our apology, we will return our latest goods to the victims." On that cue, small fireworks exploded in the corners of the Great Hall's ceiling and long clothes lines snapped into place, each adorned with multiple pieces of underwear and small banners proclaiming the professor they belonged to. The big bloomers sporting bright yellow S, black bats, flowers, cats and wands shooting sparks respectively might have been altered a bit though. We, the leaders of the secret underground underpants mafia, formally apologize. There were some more fireworks, but the noise was swallowed completely by the storm of laughter and applause that erupted in the Great Hall. Harry Potter leaned back with a lazy smile and nodded to himself. Yes, it had been a fine year. "Harry, my boy, please wait for a moment." Harry turned around, seeing his headmaster coming towards him through the crowd of parents and students leaving the train. "What is it, Professor?" "My boy, I went through a lot of trouble but finally I was able to find your last living relatives. Petunia Dursley as your aunt and her family has agreed to take you in over the summer. They have a son who's just your age. Isn't that fabulous?" "Oh, well, I'm sorry but my dad is picking me up." "I thought I told you not to worry about it." "Well, I can't see your dad anywhere," Dumbledore said smugly. "Come with me, they're waiting just outside the barrier." Slightly annoyed, Harry let himself be pushed through the barrier. His High Priestess Hermione and the inner circle of his devotees were following them curiously. "May I introduce Petunia and Vernon Dursley and their son Dudley. This is your nephew, Harry Potter." Harry regarded the Dursleys critically, receiving a look in return that one would normally use on something filthy you found under your doormat. "God damn it, The little freak looks just like his worthless father, Vernon spat. Who are you calling worthless? A dark booming voice resounded behind the muggles. Harry's face lit up. Dad, there you are. The muggles turned around and their faces became ashen upon seeing a tall figure covered in black robes, blank skull shining as if polished under the hood and sharp scythe in one skeletal hand. Dumbledore's mouth was hanging open. None of the other muggles seemed to notice the personified death amongst them, at least they weren't looking at them. Harry's devotees caught themselves first and bowed deeply in front of the deity. Harry, however, just rushed forward and hugged the skeleton, almost knocking him over in the process. It's so good to see you again. What this is what? Was all Dumbledore could stammer. What is the meaning of this? Vernon asked in a voice far too high for him. You just called me worthless, you little shit, Death snarled at him. What did you call me? Wrong answer, Death snorted. He waved his scythe lazily and a purple beam of light hit Vernon in the chest, who gasped for breath and stared at him wide-eyed. What did you do to him? Petunia cried. I gave him a brain tumor. Not that there's much to eat away. Now you should hurry and go to get an emergency operation if you don't want him to come with me. Petunia screamed and hurried to drag her husband away with her. You really gave him a brain tumor? Harry asked curiously. Nah, he paused. It's a lung tumor. $20 that they won't figure it out before they crack open his skull. You're on, Harry said grinning. Death turned around to face Dumbledore, who was just as ashen as the Dursleys by that point. That your headmaster, son? Yup, that's Professor Dumbledore. Didn't make you any trouble, did he? He said, addressing the old wizard. No, sir, Dumbledore said carefully. He had felt the power radiating of that curse this being fired at the muggle. This wasn't just an illusion, a prank or whatever. This was the real deal. I believe he sent the Dark Lord to you. It was quite an impressive end of the year. You speaking about this Voldemort guy? Death turned towards Harry. Never arrived at my place. Oh, Razul still has him. Oh, all right. Remember me that we deliver him to hell next time I make my round. You could have told me that you sent Grim after my defense professor though, Harry complained. That school didn't allow you to bring dogs as pets. Being part of an official mission was the only way I could send him with you, and you know I don't want you to mess with missions without me. Yeah, well, that went to shit. I had to kill the guy on my own. But you did so in your role as the human Harry Potter, not as my son. Actually, I did it in the role as Amonhepthagen, the god of destiny. Death shook his head and sighed. You shouldn't have done that. This is going to be so much paperwork. Harry ducked his head and grinned sheepishly. I'm sorry. It's all right. Next year when I find someone to die I'll just tell you who it is so that you won't interfere. I'm fine with making an exception for Mr. Potter to keep his Grim, Dumbledore hurried to say. Nobody has to die. Oh, that's even better, Death agreed. Let's get going already. I want to see Auntie Day and my friends. Death chuckled darkly and with another swipe of his scythe he opened a portal to the otherworld. I'll see you during the next term, Harry shouted to his devotees. Make sure you throw a good party for me on my holy birthday and have lots of fun. I'll be watching you. We won't disappoint you, holy boss, the twins chorused excitingly. Hey, what about we make it a competition and you'll go and visit the best party, Ernie offered. Sounds like a great idea. Make sure to get me lots of chocolate too. Quote. Death waved at his son's cheerful followers, before turning his gaze on Dumbledore. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, old man, he said with a creepy grin. Then he stepped through the portal with Harry shortly behind. Dumbledore looked like he was about to faint. Why did you say that to him? Harry wanted to know when they were on the other side. I thought Dumbledore still has a few years. Yes, well, sometimes I just like messing with the mortal's head, Death admitted, ever-present grin even wider today. Harry chuckled at that. He grabbed Death's left arm, his other hand laying on Grim's head as he entered his home again. Hogwarts was a great place, but there was nothing better than Death's realm to truly relax. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.